Let's begin new story. Chapter 1 Transmigration Brain Storage. The voiceover is now live. Welcome to listen. In the divine wilderness continent, amidst dense, picturesque forests, lush and verdant, countless dangers lurk beneath the most beautiful surfaces. For this is one of the forbidden areas of the divine wilderness, the territory of the demon clan. At this moment, within the demon clan's territory, a magnificent palace, gleaming with golden light, stands majestically, its imposing aura commanding respect. Inside a lavishly decorated, enormous bathhouse within the palace, steam fills the air. In the bathtub, the figure of a woman is faintly visible, her figure exquisitely graceful. Her long, wet black hair clings to her shoulders, exuding allure, every movement revealing boundless elegance. Ah! A man's voice suddenly rang out. Then, with a bang, water splashed everywhere, falling into the bathtub where the woman was, startling her from the sudden appearance of the water. The man struggled to his feet, wiping the water from his face. He realized he had fallen into a huge bathtub. Looking up, he was astonished to find a stunningly beautiful woman there as well. Xingchen glanced at the beautiful woman before him, then immediately turned away. Although he had already seen her thoroughly, he still needed to maintain a facade. Could this be a case of, surviving a calamity brings good fortune? Xingchen thought to himself, looking at the grand and luxurious room with a touch of antique charm. Damn it, I've been framed. They said they brought me here for extreme sports like skydiving in the desert, but my parachute was tampered with and won't open. I just watched those two bastards wave and laugh at me, it felt like they were saying goodbye. One was my girlfriend, the other my best friend. It's a cliché, like something out of a movie, but it really happened. I actually survived falling from such a height. I'm incredibly lucky. First, I need to find out where I am, and then I need to call the police immediately. I can't let those two get away with this. This is practically murder for money. No, while murder for money is a bit of an exaggeration, it's definitely real. Forget it, I should find out where I am first. The man stood in the bathtub, thinking bitterly. Although he hadn't intentionally seen her naked, he still needed to maintain a proper attitude. The man immediately said, "Miss, I didn't mean to watch you bathe." Before Xingchen could finish speaking, the woman seemed to snap out of her daze. With a casual flick of her wrist, Xingchen was sent flying, coughing up blood and unconscious. Before fainting, Xingchen's only thought was, who said that surviving a great calamity brings good fortune? Could I have just escaped one danger only to fall into another? What Xingchen didn't know was that this time, he had likely fallen into a far more terrifying den of demons than a mere wolf's den. The woman was now fully dressed, in a red palace gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure and flawless skin. She resembled an empress from the heavens, exquisitely beautiful and peerless. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful face showed a slight furrow in her brows as she softly murmured, "How could an ordinary mortal reach the depths of the demon realm, bypassing layers of guards, and even arrive at my bathing place? Who sent this person, and what is their purpose?" This woman, of unparalleled beauty and peerless grace, was none other than Xingchen, the Demon Empress of the divine wilderness continent. She murmured to herself, looking at the unconscious man. As the Demon Empress, Xingchen could easily obliterate Xingchen with a single glance, leaving not even a speck of dust. The reason Xingchen didn't kill Xingchen outright but instead knocked him unconscious was primarily to investigate the motives of those behind the scenes. Although she was the Demon Empress with powerful cultivation, the demon race wasn't monolithic, many opposed her. Therefore, Xingchen had casually waved her hand, intending to knock him unconscious. However, she hadn't expected this human to be so weak. A quick scan with her divine sense revealed that the man was merely a mortal with no cultivation, which was why Xingchen had uttered her murmur. She desperately wanted to know who had gone to such great lengths to bring this mortal here, and what their purpose was. Looking at the man on the ground again, Xingchen frowned slightly. She could sense that the unconscious man's life force was rapidly draining away. With a helpless sigh, Xingchen hadn't expected that humans without cultivation were so weak. She had almost ended the man's life with a mere flick of her wrist. However, Xingchen needed the man to live. She still had many questions to ask him. Therefore, with a flick of her finger, blood radiating a rich life essence entered the man's mouth. In just a moment, the man's internal injuries were healed, and his physique had been greatly enhanced. Looking at the man again, Luo Xingchen herself didn't know why she had used her own life essence to save him. There were many ways to save this man, but inexplicably, she flicked her own life essence into his mouth. As a celestial emperor, even a single drop of her blood held immense power, let alone her own life essence. Luo Xingchen turned and said softly, "Take this man to my Phoenix Palace, where I rest. Don't let anyone discover him, I have a great use for him." With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a faint fragrance in the bath and a handsome man who had fainted. Suddenly, space distorted, and an old woman with white hair appeared beside the man. She glanced at Luo Xingchen, who had vanished from the bath, then looked at the man lying on the ground, a hint of joy in her eyes. With a slight pull of her hand, she lifted the man and disappeared. Unbeknownst to Luo Xingchen, because she had inexplicably given the man a drop of her life essence, the gears of their fate had begun to turn. This was what humans called predestined destiny. The scene shifted, and Xingchen slowly opened her eyes. Before her was a white canopy, with tassels swaying gently in the breeze above her head. Xingchen stretched and moved her body slightly, looking at the white canopy above her. Suddenly, she caught a faint, pleasant fragrance. At that moment, Xingchen's mind began to work. Recalling how the stunningly beautiful woman had knocked him unconscious, Xingchen immediately got up to check for injuries. He found himself completely unharmed, in excellent condition, clear-headed, sharp-witted, and even feeling stronger. He raised an eyebrow. Could being knocked unconscious by a woman have such benefits? Relieved, Xingchen began to examine the antique-style room. A window stood beside the bed. The exquisite carvings and rare wood immediately revealed the furniture to be expensive. The walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings, complementing the beautifully carved wooden furniture and adding to the room's tranquility and elegance. Outside the window lay a courtyard, with shimmering stone hills, a clear pond, emerald lotus roots, pink water lilies, and clusters of verdant bamboo. The sight was so serene it seemed to purify the soul. Xingchen took a deep breath, noticing the faint, sweet fragrance in the air, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a paradise on earth! What a picturesque scene of bridges, flowing water, and charming homes. You're awake." Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, reaching Xingchen's ears. He turned and saw the stunningly beautiful woman bathing. Xingchen immediately said, "Miss, my name is Xingchen. I unintentionally trespassed into your bathing area. I am willing to accept any conditions you set for me, but could you please tell me where this place is, and could I borrow your phone? I don't have it with me." The beautiful woman frowned slightly upon hearing Xingchen's words and said, "This is the divine wilderness continent, the territory of the demon clan, Cloudcliff Mountain. As for your phone, what is that? I have never heard of it." Xingchen, hearing the woman's words, assumed she was still angry with him. Thinking about it, he realized he had indeed been too rude. He smiled awkwardly and continued, "Miss, please don't joke. I apologize for what happened earlier. I do need to use your phone now, please do me the favor." Luo Xingchen frowned slightly. This man didn't believe her. With a simple release of her imperial aura, Xingchen suddenly collapsed to the ground with a bang, unable to move, as if a giant mountain had crushed him. Seeing Xingchen's comical expression, Luo Xingchen remained calm. She only wanted to find out as quickly as possible who was plotting against her, so she withdrew her imposing aura. Xingchen then realized he could move again. Just as he stood up, the woman was already beside him, pointing a finger at his forehead. Instantly, a terrifying surge of information flooded his mind. Xingchen felt as if his head was about to explode, and he couldn't bear it any longer, fainting again. When Xingchen awoke again, she ran straight out of her room to the courtyard. Looking up at the sky, she saw the enormous moon, the towering mountains piercing the heavens, and various strange beasts flying about. Xingchen slowly returned to her room, seemingly lost in thought, and sat by the window, staring blankly out the window. She sat there for a whole day. Suddenly, Luo Xingchen's voice rang out again, "From now on, you will live here. As long as you don't leave Phoenix Perch Palace, you are free to wander around. But if you leave this palace, your life is in your own hands. 3 meals a day will be delivered to you." After speaking, Luo Xingchen turned to leave. Only then did Xingchen turn back to Luo Xingchen and say, "Thank you, miss." After saying this, she turned back to continue sitting there in a daze. Luo Xingchen said nothing more and turned to leave. At this moment, Xingchen was filled with mixed emotions. He sighed helplessly, never expecting that he had actually transmigrated. Xingchen was originally an orphan on Blue Star, but he had studied diligently since childhood and eventually became a high-ranking executive at a Fortune 500 company, earning a high salary. He also had a beautiful girlfriend. However, during a skydiving adventure, he was betrayed by his best friend and girlfriend, who tampered with his parachute, causing him to transmigrate here. Moreover, it was a fantasy world from the novels of his previous life, inhabited not only by humans but also by demons, monsters, and various other races. According to the information given to him by the beautiful woman, Xingchen knew that the world he was in was called the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Divine Wilderness Continent was incredibly vast, occupied by countless forces. Humans controlled the vast majority of the territory, while demons occupied the endless forest. There were also many places that even top-tier experts had never reached, forming countless dangerous and forbidden areas, rumored to be inhabited by powerful emperor-level experts. Based on this information, Xingchen understood that this was a world where strength reigned supreme. The powerful could fly and burrow underground, effortlessly manipulating the heavens and earth, enjoying the best resources, while those with lower cultivation levels were subject to manipulation and humiliation. He also understood that the cultivation realms in this world, from lowest to highest, were body refining realm, rebirth realm, innate realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, deity transformation realm, thunder tribulation realm, great ascension realm, immortal realm, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal lord, immortal emperor, immortal sovereign, great emperor, and heavenly emperor. Similarly, cultivation techniques, martial arts, magical treasures, and weapons were also graded, from highest to lowest. Great Tao level, heavenly Tao level, divine grade, immortal grade, royal grade, heaven grade, earth grade, profound grade, blue grade, and the lowest grade, gray grade. However, since ancient times, the immortal emperor had been the most powerful being on the Divine Wilderness Continent. It is said that after the ancient war between gods and demons, the top powers above the great emperor realm all entered higher level worlds. On one hand, some say these powerful beings continue to protect the Divine Wilderness Continent in another world. On the other hand, it is said that these powerful beings have entered higher level worlds, completely abandoning the Divine Wilderness Continent, awaiting the invasion of the demon race. Xingchen clenched his fists as he looked out the window. Everyone else transmigrated, so why were they all born into nobility, blessed with great fortune? Or they possessed a cheat-like ability, allowing them to soar to the heavens and dominate the world. And what about him? Not only had he transmigrated into the demon race, but he might also be eaten by them. Although the woman he encountered was kind enough not to eat him, imprisoning him here, was she planning to fatten him up before devouring him? After all, he had only been beaten once, yet he wasn't injured and his body had even become much stronger. This damned fate was too unfair. Thinking about his current predicament, Xingchen sighed helplessly. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it and think about how to survive. Suddenly, as if the heavens had heard Xingchen's prayer, a melodious voice rang out. Ding! Sensing the host is in a prayer state, system scanning, initiating system activation, 1%, 2%, 50%, 100%, system activated, host binding in progress, binding successful. Hearing this voice, Xingchen looked up at the sky in disbelief. He had only prayed, and the system had actually awakened. He silently bowed to the void before jumping up excitedly with a bang. Could this be the perk of being a transmigrator? He actually had a cheat code. He couldn't help but ask, "System, what are your uses?" Ding! The host doesn't need to shout so loudly. You can communicate with this system directly in your mind. This system is the Invincible luck sign-in system. You can sign in once a day, and the sign-in reward is random. Ding! The host can sign in today. Sign in. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen immediately shouted excitedly in his mind, "System, sign in." Chapter 2 New Player Gift Pack. Amazing rewards. Xingchen was incredibly excited. Hearing the system's voice, he immediately said, "System, sign in." Ding! System sign in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a newbie gift pack, which has been stored in the system space. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen asked, "System, how do I open the system space?" Ding, the host can open it by silently reciting, "System space," and retrieve items from within. The host can also store any item in the system space, it's a benefit the system provides. Hearing the system's words, Xingchen immediately silently recited, "System space," in his mind, and sure enough, the system space appeared the next moment. The sheer size of the space made Xingchen gasp in excitement, it was enormous. Looking at the rows of compartments, Xingchen spotted a golden gift pack and thought to himself, this should be the newbie gift pack the system was talking about. Xingchen got up and went to the window, his heart pounding wildly. He couldn't help but mentally say to the system, "System, open the newbie gift pack." Ding, newbie gift pack is opening. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Great Tao Chaos Body. The Great Tao Chaos Body is the #1 supreme divine body among countless physiques. Born under the protection of the Great Tao, it possesses top-tier and powerful fortune, turning misfortune into good fortune, and is impervious to all evil. The host does not automatically release its aura, making it undetectable by any powerful individual. Furthermore, it can learn any cultivation technique instantly. Furthermore, the Great Tao Chaos Body possesses an incomparably powerful physical body and innate supernatural abilities, automatically absorbing immortal spiritual power to continuously increase the host's cultivation. Ding, does the host wish to immediately fuse with the Great Tao Chaos Body? Upon hearing the system's introduction, Xingchen couldn't help but immediately say in his mind, "System, immediately fuse with the Great Tao Chaos Body." Ding, Great Tao Chaos Body fusion in progress, fusion successful. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xingchen felt a tremendous change occur in his body. An ancient aura emanated from within him, as if an ancient god had descended. The entire Phoenix Perch Palace was enveloped by this ancient aura. The demon races flying above the Phoenix Perch Palace were forced to fall directly from the void by this terrifying aura. Countless untransformed demon beasts throughout Cloud Cliff Mountain prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling and emitting low growls, as if kneeling in worship of an ancient god. Meanwhile, across the entire divine wilderness continent, countless powerful beings who were in seclusion or slumber opened their eyes, muttering to themselves, "Someone, quickly go to the demon clan to investigate what happened. Why is such a terrifying aura emanating from their territory? Could it be that Luo Xingchen has broken through again?" At this moment, countless powerful forces dispatched their experts towards the demon clan's territory. Xingchen, however, was unaware of what was happening outside. He only felt as if he could shatter the void with a single punch. When the terrifying, ancient aura dissipated, Luo Xingchen appeared in Xingchen's room, looking at him with shock as he sat by the window. She exclaimed, "What were you doing in the room just now? Why did such a terrifying energy prevent me from entering?" Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen turned to look at her with some confusion and asked, "Why do you ask, miss? I've been sitting here the whole time, doing nothing, just wondering why I'm here. Did something happen?" Luo Xingchen looked at Xingchen suspiciously, her powerful divine sense sweeping over him. Xingchen felt as if he could be seen through, and frowned slightly, saying, "What did you do to me, miss? Why do I feel like I can see right through you?" Luo Xingchen said nothing, turning and disappearing. She had discovered that Xingchen was just an ordinary mortal. Perhaps due to his innate blood essence, his physical body had become incredibly strong, and his cultivation had broken through to the body refinement realm in just one day, however, without a cultivation technique, the pitifully small amount of spiritual energy within him was dormant in his powerful meridians, which had been transformed by his blood essence. In truth, Luo Xingchen had no idea that Xingchen's transformation was so drastic. It was simply because Xingchen's physique had undergone a tremendous change. He was now the #1 physique among countless others, the Great Tao Chaos physique. Xingchen inwardly thought, that was close. If it hadn't been for the ancient and terrifying aura emanating from the Great Tao Chaos physique that kept Luo Xingchen at the door, his secret would likely have been discovered. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Xingchen's ears again. "Ding, the newbie gift pack is open. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Xuanwu Concealment Technique." The Xuanwu Concealment Technique is the innate divine power of the ancient divine beast Xuanwu. After learning this technique, you can conceal your cultivation level, making you undetectable by anyone. Hearing the system's reward, Xingchen almost jumped for joy. With this Xuanwu concealment technique, no one could detect his true cultivation level. It was like having a pillow handed to him just as he was about to fall asleep. Xingchen immediately said to the system, "System, learn the Xuanwu concealment technique." Ding, learning the Xuanwu concealment technique is in progress. Congratulations, host, you have learned the Xuanwu innate divine power. As soon as the system finished speaking, a piece of paper radiating golden characters appeared in Xingchen's mind, instantly turning into a golden stream of light and disappearing into his sea of consciousness. The next moment, Xingchen had mastered the Xuanwu concealment technique, as if he had possessed it innately. Now, if Xingchen wanted to, no one could see through his true cultivation level. Ding! Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Underworld Sword Finger. The Underworld Sword Finger is a divine-grade martial skill. With a single finger, gods and demons retreat, and all spirits submit. Xingchen was so excited he didn't know what to say. He finally understood the benefits of having a cheat system, it was incredibly awesome. He then said to the system in his mind, "System, learn the Underworld Sword Finger." Ding! Underworld Sword Finger learning in progress. Congratulations, host, you have learned the Underworld Sword Finger. Because you are a great Tao Chaos body, the Underworld Sword Finger has automatically been learned to the highest level. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen was overjoyed. Now he finally had the means to survive. As long as he didn't do anything reckless and stayed here peacefully, he would be able to escape from here sooner or later. What Xingchen didn't know was that things didn't always unfold the way he wanted. Ding! Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 1 Heavenly Tao Cultivation Pill. The Heavenly Tao Cultivation Pill is the only pill surpassing the Heavenly Tao level, refined by the ancient sect, the Alchemy sect. After consuming it, the host can instantly gain tens of millions of years of cultivation. It is the only Heavenly Tao level pill remaining on the Divine Wilderness continent, capable of increasing cultivation and helping the host quickly break through. Xingchen was now seemingly numb with shock. A feeling of overwhelming power, of being able to crush everything and suppress all ages, began to spread through his heart. After all, as a seasoned bookworm in his previous life, he had read his fair share of novels like this. In his previous life, he was betrayed and suffered misfortune by his closest relatives. Was this transmigration in this life truly heaven's compensation? Not only did it grant him a cheat system, but he also landed directly beside a stunningly beautiful demon woman, her beautiful image deeply etched into Xingchen's heart. Regardless, this woman had saved him. If circumstances allowed, he should help her if he could. This was Xingchen's philosophy. Thinking this, Xingchen directly said to the system, "System, consume the Heavenly Tao Cultivation Pill." Ding! Successful consumption of the Heavenly Tao Cultivation Pill. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 million years of cultivation. Because the host is a great Tao Chaos body, the luck has doubled, gaining 20 million years of cultivation. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen felt a tremendous change within his body. At this moment, his cultivation was rapidly breaking through at an incredible speed. Rebirth Realm, Innate Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Deity Transformation Realm, Thunder Tribulation Realm, Great Ascension Realm, Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Immortal Lord, Immortal Emperor, Immortal King, Great Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. In just a short time, Xingchen had broken through from immortal with no cultivation to the Heavenly Emperor realm. At this moment, Xingchen had finally ascended to the heavens, at least invincible in the Divine Wilderness continent. Xingchen could sense that his life level had seemingly entered a higher realm, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he felt lost, unsure of what to do. With his current cultivation, Xingchen was practically invincible in the Divine Wilderness continent. Yet, he suddenly felt lost, unsure of what to do. The contrast was too great, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In his previous life, he had constantly striven, at work, in life, never having a proper rest. Finally, he had a chance to enjoy himself with his girlfriend and best friend, only to be persecuted and transmigrated to this world. Now, possessing invincible power, he didn't know what to do. It was as if he had suddenly gained eternal life, experiencing everything and repeating the same cycle every day. Just as Xingchen was struggling with what to do, the scene shifted. In the void outside the demon realm, Xingchen looked at the dozens of immortal Emperor realm experts before her, her face cold. A powerful immortal Emperor aura emanated from her body, pressing down on the experts. The dozens of immortal Emperor realm experts immediately channeled their energy to defend themselves, speaking to Xingchen, "Please forgive us, Demon Empress. We did not intend to offend the demon race. We came to the outer perimeter of the demon realm to investigate the ancient and terrifying aura that had just been emitted. We had no intention of offending the demon race. Please forgive us, Demon Empress." Hearing the explanation from the dozens of immortal Emperor realm experts, Xingchen remained calm and said, "Get lost, or don't leave. Stay and be a guest in the demon realm." As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, dozens of demons radiating terrifying auras stood behind her, staring fiercely at the immortal Emperor realm experts, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. At this moment, the celestial emperors, already feeling immense pressure facing the Demon Empress, were now confronted with dozens more powerful demons, their cultivation no less than their own. They immediately clasped their hands in a fist salute to Xingchen, then turned and vanished into the void through a spatial passage. Meanwhile, the demon warriors standing behind Xingchen respectfully bowed to her before disappearing into demon territory. Xingchen watched the vanishing demon warriors and sighed helplessly. Unlike humans, demons didn't possess innate cultivation physiques. Every breakthrough for a demon was a struggle against fate. A slight misstep would instantly revert them to their original form, forcing them to start cultivating anew. Humans only needed to undergo one heavenly tribulation to break through a cultivation level, while demons had to first undergo a transformation tribulation. Successfully passing it meant taking human form, failing meant annihilation. Moreover, even if a demon successfully transforms into human form, the heavenly punishment they experience when breaking through to a higher realm is 10 times stronger than that of humans. Many demons have passed the tribulation of transformation and become human, only to be forced back to their original form by the heavenly punishment when breaking through to a higher realm. Fortunately, the Great Tao is impartial. All demons, after breaking through to a higher realm, are several times stronger than humans within the same realm. For these reasons, the demon race has split into 2 factions over countless years. One faction is the heaven-defying faction, led by Xingchen. This faction defies the heavens, determined to transform into human form no matter how difficult, because humans are naturally closer to the Great Tao, making it easier to break through to the highest realm in human form. Xingchen is the most typical example. Both are immortal emperors, but Xingchen completely crushes human immortal emperors. The other faction is the following: the Natural Order faction, led by the Demon Clan's Great Elder. This faction follows the natural order, strengthening the power of the demon's physical body. The benefit of this is that it makes the demon's physical body stronger, increasing the chance of awakening the demon's innate divine abilities. There are also downsides. One is the inability to break through to higher realms, leading to a widening gap in strength between them and humans as they progress. Those powerful demons from earlier were those who successfully transformed into human form but were forced back to their original forms by heavenly tribulations during their breakthrough attempts. While they have survived and retained their human bodies, their innate essence has been damaged, rendering them unable to break through to the immortal Emperor realm and confining them to the immortal Sovereign realm. Xingchen had heard that the human race possessed a secret, closely guarded elixir, the Supreme Creation Pill. This pill, once consumed, allowed any race to trace back to their origins and return to their innate essence. It not only restored the innate essence of any race that had damaged it, but also, depending on their own destiny, allowed them to break through to a higher realm. Hence the name, Supreme Creation Pill. Xingchen had secretly entered the human realm several times to investigate the Supreme Creation Pill. She discovered that this pill was a closely guarded secret of the great human sect, the Xingchen Palace. Even for many powerful humans, obtaining a single Supreme Creation Pill was extremely difficult, let alone for the demon race. Although the human and demon races had united to defeat the demon race millions of years ago, that was all in the past. In recent years, while the human and demon races hadn't engaged in a full-scale war, their relationship was far from friendly. Many demons had died at the hands of humans, and many humans had died at the hands of demons. Therefore, Luo Xingchen immediately abandoned the idea. Inside Phoenix Palace, Xingchen slowly regained his senses, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside the window. Suddenly, that stunningly beautiful figure appeared in his mind. With his current cultivation level, Xingchen could clearly sense the drop of his natal blood essence within him. He thought to himself, Imperial blood, interesting. I saw you, and you saved me. Could this be the legendary, predestined marriage? Chapter 3 The Lion's Invincible Conspiracy. An unexpected coincidence at this moment, with Xingchen's current cultivation at the Heavenly Emperor realm, he easily sensed the drop of essence blood that Luo Xingchen had used to save him. It was actually a drop of Emperor blood. Recalling the stunningly beautiful figure he had seen, Xingchen couldn't help but think to himself, you saved me, and I saw you, and we even met across the river of time. Could this be destiny? Xingchen looked up at the sky, clearly feeling the joy and intimacy emanating from the great Tao. Xingchen smiled slightly, having made a decision. In his previous life, he had stayed in the human world. In this life, he might as well spend some time among the demon race, observing the differences between humans and demons. That would be quite interesting. In the evening, Luo Xingchen returned to Phoenix Perch Palace and, to the astonishment of the maids, ate dinner with Xingchen. Before leaving, Luo Xingchen glanced at Xingchen, as if she had something to say but didn't know how. She turned and returned to her room in Phoenix Palace. Originally, Luo Xingchen wanted to tell Xingchen that she would send him away after a while, but the words caught in her throat. Whether it was due to her own blood essence or because she had heard from humans during her time there that once a woman's virginity was seen by a man, she had to marry him, Luo Xingchen remained silent and simply turned and left. Xingchen also sensed that Luo Xingchen seemed to have something to say to him, and thought to himself, please don't send me away, please don't send me away. Thus, one didn't want to leave, and the other didn't want to tell the other to leave, and the two tacitly avoided discussing the topic further. The next morning, Xingchen woke up refreshed. This was the first time in many years that he had slept until he naturally woke up. Possessing immense strength and surrounded by beautiful scenery, Xingchen decided to go out for a stroll. As long as he didn't leave the vast Phoenix Perch Palace, he could roam freely. However, with Xingchen's current strength, he could travel throughout the entire Divine Martial Continent. But for now, Xingchen only wanted to stay here and experience the customs and culture of the demon race. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Xingchen's ears. Ding, you can sign in today. Would you like to sign in? Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen remembered that he could sign in every day and immediately said to the system, System, sign in. Ding, system sign in progress. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, True Understanding of Alchemy. The true understanding of alchemy is the treasure of the ancient sect, the alchemy sect. After learning it, the host will be able to directly learn the alchemy sect's methods for refining all pills. In ancient times, the alchemy sect was destroyed by a coalition of other sects because of this book. The true secrets of alchemy were lost forever, and the level of alchemy on the divine wilderness continent plummeted, making alchemists highly sought after by all forces on the continent. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen's eyes lit up. He was already powerful enough, and now the system was rewarding him with the title of a esteemed alchemist. This was going to make him incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, Xingchen directly addressed the system. System, learn the true explanation of alchemy. Ding, learning the true explanation of alchemy. Congratulations to the host for learning the ancient sect's treasured technique, the true explanation of alchemy, the true explanation of alchemy. Because the host possesses the chaotic body of the great Tao and is naturally blessed with extraordinary fortune, the hidden alchemy techniques within the true explanation of alchemy have been automatically deciphered, granting access to ancient alchemy techniques. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xingchen found himself flooded with a vast amount of information. Deepest within his mind, a figure radiating a crystalline, jade-like light sat solemnly in the deepest part of his consciousness. A book emitting a bluish-green light slowly appeared in his right hand. The true explanation of alchemy, the treasured technique of the alchemy sect. That figure, like an ancient giant, was solemn and incomparably domineering. It was Xingchen's heavenly emperor divine infant. At this moment, a halo appeared behind the divine infant, firmly protecting Xingchen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xingchen seemed to have been immersed in the art of alchemy for thousands of years. He was very familiar with the application of alchemy techniques, the control of various heat levels, the names of countless spiritual herbs, divine medicines, and poisons, as well as their ingredients and proportions. He also understood that pills, like martial arts techniques and cultivation methods, have corresponding grades. At this moment, Xingchen's mind was clearer, and his divine sense was stronger. Instantly, Xingchen's mood improved greatly. He hummed softly as he walked towards the Phoenix Perch Palace's flower courtyard. Xingchen remembered there was a pavilion there, built over a natural lake. Xingchen planned to cut a bamboo stalk in the courtyard to make a fishing rod. He could fish in the pavilion in his spare time, and perhaps even set up a tea table to enjoy some tea. That would be a great pleasure. As he passed the Phoenix Perch Palace study, he saw an absolutely stunning figure sitting there. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded naturally, her eyebrows were like crescent moons, her eyes like stars, her lips were a deep, peach red, slightly upturned, her neck was as white as snow, and her figure was graceful. She seemed like a goddess descended from the heavens, her beauty flawless, truly a woman of unparalleled grace and beauty. No wonder she was called the most beautiful woman. This left Xingchen, standing outside the door, stunned. Recalling the plastic surgery-obsessed actresses of his past life, he realized Luo Qingchen's beauty and demeanor far surpassed theirs. However, Luo Qingchen seemed to be thinking of something unpleasant. Her brows were furrowed, which only enhanced her unusual allure. The sudden presence of a familiar aura made Luo Qingchen turn sharply. Upon discovering it was Xingchen, she casually slammed the study door shut, leaving a bewildered Xingchen. He smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, the road to winning this beauty's heart is long and arduous. Without further thought, Xingchen ascended the stairs to the Phoenix Palace garden, heading towards the bamboo grove. He selected a suitable emerald green bamboo, crafted it into a pole of appropriate length, searched the garden for some earthworms, and bent and tied the silk thread and silver needles he had brought from the room. Satisfied, he looked at himself and then walked towards the pavilion in the natural lake. Every move Xingchen made was observed by Luo Qingchen, who was standing by the window. After watching Xingchen bustle about for a while before heading towards the lake, Luo Qingchen slowly sat back down. Suddenly, there was a knock on the study door, and the maid Qinger's voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, the Lion Prince requests an audience." Hearing Qinger's words, Luo Qingchen frowned slightly and said, "Send him to the council hall. I will be there immediately." The maid Qinger outside responded and then turned and left. At this moment, Luo Qingchen got up and went to the window, only to find Xingchen already inside the pavilion, casting his bamboo pole into the water and leisurely fishing. Watching the carefree Xingchen, Luo Qingchen felt a pang of envy, smiled slightly, and turned to leave. The scene shifts to the council hall, where a burly man with a fierce expression sits imposingly, his brows furrowed as if in deep thought. He's kneading a red pill in his hand. This man is none other than Lion Invincible, one of the few remaining princes of the Golden Lion clan among the demon race. He is also one of Luo Qingchen's many suitors. His cultivation is formidable, reaching the Immortal Lord realm, just one step away from breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm after passing the heavenly tribulation. He is considered a top genius among the younger generation of the demon race. However, the Golden Lion clan has fewer than 10 members left, all of whom have followed the Great Elder's faction. With a creak, the council hall doors opened. Upon seeing the figure he had longed for, Lion Invincible no longer hesitated. Silently, he gently crushed the red pill in his hand, turning it into powder that vanished into the air. Then, Lion Invincible rose and smiled at Luo Qingchen, saying, "Qingchen, look what I brought back for you this time. I guarantee you'll like it." After speaking, Lion Invincible directly took out an ancient treasure box from his storage ring. It was inlaid with red jewels, clearly brought back from the human race. Lion Invincible presented it to Luo Qingchen like a precious treasure. Luo Qingchen ignored Shi Wuti and walked straight to the main seat in the council hall. After sitting down, she spoke calmly, "Prince Shi, you didn't come here just to deliver this treasure box to me, did you? Also, don't call me by my name. Either call me Empress or Her Majesty the Empress. We're not that close. Don't forget your place." As soon as Luo Qingchen finished speaking, a terrifying imperial aura descended. Shi Wuti involuntarily took several steps back, clenching his teeth and gathering all his magical power to resist this terrifying pressure. Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, a glint of madness flashed in Shi Wudi's eyes. He bowed and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Luo Xingchen, saying, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It was my fault. Seeing Your Majesty, I was so happy that I forgot everything." Shi Wudi's eyes, filled with hatred, blazed inwardly. HMPH, Luo Xingchen, I am a prince of the Golden Lion clan, a divine beast. Although my strength is inferior to yours, my status, position, and bloodline are no less than yours. How dare you treat me like this? I'll make you pay later. I refuse to believe it. This time, I've prepared a grand gift for you. Let's see how you escape my grasp. This time, no matter what, I will make you my woman. According to the custom of the demon race, you will have no choice but to obediently marry me. Then, the entire demon race will be in the hands of the Golden Lion clan. Only then will I become the true ruler of the demon race, and you, Luo Xingchen, will be subservient to me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Thinking this, Shi Wudi felt the time was almost up and, contrary to his usual behavior, burst into laughter, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, seeing Shi Wudi's unusual behavior, vaguely sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, Luo Xingchen felt weak all over and her body burning with heat. She tried to suppress this feeling by circulating her magic power, but the more she suppressed it, the stronger the feeling became. At this moment, Luo Xingchen's face was flushed, and her breathing was rapid. Having been to the human territory, she knew exactly what had happened. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she said angrily, "Despicable. Lion Invincible, how dare you?" Likely, Lion Invincible looked at Luo Xingchen, who was half lying there, her beautiful face flushed, her snow-white neck slightly red, her breathing rapid, and her body weak. He no longer pretended and laughed loudly, saying to Luo Xingchen, don't resist anymore. Be my woman. This is a celestial grade pill, the Myriad Desires pill, that I specially purchased at a high price from a disciple of the Xingchen Palace. The greatest benefit of this pill is that no matter how powerful you are, you cannot undo it unless you cultivate with a man, otherwise, you will only die from burning lust. Luo Xingchen, haven't you always wanted to lead the demon race out of their predicament? Come, obediently submit to this prince and become my woman, otherwise, without your life, it's all just empty talk. At this moment, Shi Wudi's fierce face was filled with an expression of victory in hand, his eyes gleaming with an unusual fiery light as he brazenly scanned Luo Xingchen's two jade-like legs. With a wicked grin, he walked towards Luo Xingchen. At this moment, Luo Xingchen's breathing became increasingly rapid, waves of shame rushing to her mind. Seeing Shi Wudi approaching, Luo Xingchen shouted, "Shi Wudi, how dare you!" Luo Xingchen truly hadn't expected that Shi Wudi, after his trip to the human realm, would do such a thing. She bit her tongue hard to stay conscious. She unleashed a powerful palm strike at Shi Wudi. Shi Wudi, caught off guard by Luo Xingchen's furious palm strike, hadn't anticipated her resistance and was struck directly in the chest. A furious palm strike from a celestial emperor was far beyond what Shi Wudi, a celestial monarch, could withstand. He was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, beyond any hope of survival, even his demon core shattered. Luo Xingchen didn't even glance at Shi Wudi, desperately clinging to her last shred of sanity. A man's figure flashed through her mind, and without hesitation, she vanished in a flash. When Luo Xingchen reappeared, she was in the natural lake of Phoenix Perch Palace. Seeing Yi Xingchen leisurely fishing, Luo Xingchen waved her hand, sweeping Yi Xingchen away and disappearing from the lakeside. Yi Xingchen noticed Luo Xingchen the moment she appeared, but seeing her flushed face, rapid breathing, and eyes filled with a strange fervor, he didn't have time to say anything before Luo Xingchen vanished from the lakeside with a burst of magic, leaving only a green bamboo pole gently swaying. A fish had taken the bait. The scene shifts to Luo Xingchen's palace. Yi Xingchen, his cultivation sealed by Luo Xingchen, is unable to move and is tossed onto the bed. Luo Xingchen, retaining the last shred of her sanity, comes to Yi Xingchen's side, her clothes slowly slipping down. Only when darkness fell did Yi Xingchen glance at Luo Xingchen curled up in his arms. Her face was slightly flushed, making her even more alluring. Gone was the aloofness of the Demon Empress, she was like a girl next door. Xingchen never imagined he would one day be the one being seduced, especially by the peerless beauty of the Demon Empress. As if sensing Xingchen's gaze, Luo Xingchen slightly opened her eyes. Looking at the handsome man before her, Luo Xingchen silently rose, ignoring Xingchen's stare. She quietly dressed and calmly said, "I know your human customs. I will take responsibility." With that, Luo Xingchen vanished, leaving a bewildered Xingchen searching for his tattered clothes. Upon seeing the glaring red stain on the bed, Xingchen's heart skipped a beat, his eyes growing brighter. As if he had found his purpose in life, he looked towards the spot where Luo Xingchen had disappeared and smiled slightly. Chapter 4 The Tragic Golden Lion Clan. The ruthlessness of the Grand Elder. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen was slightly taken aback. When he saw the splash of red on the bed, his eyes shone brighter. As if he had found his purpose in life, he looked in the direction Luo Xingchen had left, a slight smile playing on his lips. Looking at the darkening sky, Xingchen knew that the demon territory wouldn't be peaceful tonight. After leaving Phoenix Palace, Luo Xingchen calmly arrived at the Golden Lion territory. The Golden Lion clan had long lost its ancient glory. Including Lion Invincible, the entire clan numbered less than 100. Moreover, they were all old and frail. The strongest among them was the clan leader, Lion Tianba, whose cultivation was only at the half-step immortal emperor realm. These remaining 100 clan members would have been wiped out by other clans long ago if not for their great contributions under the Great Elder. The reason they can live peacefully in the demon realm now is entirely due to the Grand Elder's influence. However, their dwelling is the worst, and the reason for this is obvious to any intelligent person. At this moment, within the Golden Lion territory, a dilapidated palace reflects the decline of the Golden Lion clan. On the main throne of the palace, a middle-aged man with a full beard looked down with an air of authority at his less than 100 clansmen below. His eyes gleamed with a strange light as he addressed them. "My invincible son, you've been at the Phoenix Palace where the Empress resides for quite some time now. It seems your great undertaking has succeeded. After all, that was the immortal grade pill, the Myriad Desires pill, that our Golden Lion clan acquired at the cost of our last reserves. HMPH, our Golden Lion clan once rendered great service to the demon race, yet we were exiled here. I swear I will avenge the suffering we've endured all these years. From a young age, I've had Invincible get close to Luo Xingchen, all to gradually lower her guard. Now, judging by the time, Invincible's plan should be complete. From now on, Luo Xingchen will be under my control." Ha 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 ha. Lion Heavenly Tyrant grew increasingly ecstatic, bursting into laughter. The other Golden Lion clan members below also wore expressions of delight. One elderly man with a full head of white hair, whose cultivation had reached the Earth Immortal realm, said with a somber tone, "The clan leader is right. Our Golden Lion clan has rendered great service to the demon race, yet we were ultimately banished to the worst territory by the Grand Elder. He said he had no choice, it was all that woman Luo Xingchen's doing. Now, according to the demon race's rules, Luo Xingchen can only marry into our Golden Lion clan. With our relationship with the Grand Elder, the entire demon race will be under our control." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The white-haired elder immediately chimed in upon hearing Lion Tianba's words, and then, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter as well. The other clan members also wore smiles, as if the demon race was now under the control of their Golden Lion clan. Lion Tianba, seated in the main seat, also smiled, looking at his clan members below and saying, "Indeed, without the Grand Elder's secret favor, the Golden Lion clan would have been wiped out long ago. Over the years, the Grand Elder has secretly provided us with countless resources. My decision back then was correct. By following the Grand Elder, sooner or later we will be able to restore the glory of the Golden Lion clan. Although demons can transform into human form upon reaching the innate realm, we haven't undergone tribulation, nor do we possess the same meridians as humans. We rely entirely on our powerful physiques and innate divine abilities. If it weren't for the resources secretly provided by the Grand Elder, relying solely on our demon cores absorbing immortal spiritual power, how could I have broken through to the half-step immortal emperor realm so quickly, and you all couldn't have broken through to the earth immortal realm so quickly. Therefore, we must thank the Grand Elder. Moreover, this trip to the human territory to purchase the Myriad Desire pills was something the Grand Elder unintentionally mentioned. Looking at the crowd below, Lion Tianba said smugly. After all, it was he, Lion Tianba, who chose to follow the Grand Elder. Now, so many years later, if it weren't for Luo Xingchen, the Grand Elder might have already given the best territory to their Golden Lion clan. Looking at his clansmen below, Lion Tianba continued, now that this matter is settled, I have already sent someone to inform the Grand Elder. I believe he will arrive soon. Everyone behave yourselves and don't offend the Grand Elder. Lion Tianba looked at the crowd below and said in a deep voice. Yes, clan leader, the other Golden Lions replied. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, who had vanished into the void, could hardly believe her ears upon hearing Shi Tianba's words below. For so many years, thanks to the Golden Lion clan's contributions, Luo Xingchen had sent them massive amounts of resources annually and arranged for them to reside in the best territories. Now, it had become that she herself had allowed them to live in this place. What was even more infuriating was that those resources, which she herself had given to the Golden Lion clan, were now being attributed to the Grand Elder. What angered Luo Xingchen even more was that the Grand Elder had mentioned the myriad desire pill. A glint of wisdom flashed in Luo Xingchen's eyes, and in an instant, she understood many things. She had initially thought that her differences with the Grand Elder were merely ideological, but ultimately, it was all for the sake of the demon race. After all, the human race was now powerful, and the demon race was secretly eyeing them covetously. If the demon race did not unite, they would ultimately be slaughtered, enslaved, or become delicacies for other races, an outcome Luo Xingchen did not want to see. Luo Xingchen hadn't expected that the seemingly always smiling elder, despite their many disagreements, was someone who genuinely cared for the demon race. She hadn't realized how deeply he concealed his true intentions. Tonight, Luo Xingchen had originally planned to annihilate the Golden Lion clan upon arrival. However, seeing the pitiful state of the Golden Lions below, their desperate surrender, and wanting to see what would happen when the elder arrived, she suppressed her anger and refrained from attacking. At that moment, Luo Xingchen made a decision. Sometimes, enduring the pain of cutting away rotten flesh might help wounds heal faster. It seemed it was time for a complete overhaul of the demon race. In a short while, Luo Xingchen sensed a divine sense sweeping across the void around her, its cultivation reaching the half-step immortal emperor realm. Luo Xingchen knew without a doubt that the Grand Elder had arrived. However, the fact that he was cautiously using his divine sense to probe the surroundings showed his meticulousness and prudence. After confirming that there was nothing amiss, he flashed into the palace where Shi Tianba was, his face now beaming with smiles. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, Shi Tianba immediately rose to greet him. The Golden Lion clan members looked at the Grand Elder with grateful eyes. Chanting in unison, "Greetings, Grand Elder." A thin, withered old man in black robes, his face sallow, smiled kindly at Shi Tianba. With a wave of his hand, the Golden Lion clan members felt a terrifying force lift them up. He then smiled slightly at them and followed Shi Tianba to the main seat. Seeing that Shi Tianba was sitting with him, a flash of killing intent flickered deep in his cloudy eyes. He looked at Shi Tianba with a smile and said, "Tianba, you invited me here today, and seeing your radiant face, you must have something to celebrate. Tell me." The Grand Elder looked at Shi Tianba with a smile, his voice hoarse and carrying a sinister undertone. However, Shi Tianba, completely oblivious to this, heard the Grand Elder's words and said smugly, "That's right, Grand Elder. What the old man said that day, Tianba has done. Now that Wudi is achieved, Luo Xingchen can only marry my son Wudi." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Shi Tianba's words, the Grand Elder's expression changed slightly. He scanned the surroundings with his powerful divine sense again, and only after confirming that no one was there did he slowly rise, his smile fading as he looked at Shi Tianba and said, "Oh. I heard that this afternoon, news came from the Divine Soul Hall that the Golden Lion clan's monstrous genius, Shi Wudi, has had his Divine Soul tablet shattered and is beyond dead." The Golden Lion clan members, who had just been smiling, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the elder's words, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Lion Tianba, who had been laughing heartily, now seemed to have been grabbed by the throat, staring intently at the elder and saying, word by word, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son, Wudi, is a peerless prodigy about to break through to the immortal emperor realm. His physical body is powerful, and he has even mastered the Golden Lion clan's innate divine power, Lion's Roar. Who could easily kill my son? At this moment, Lion Tianba's appearance became ferocious as he roared at the elder. The first elder, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Shi Tianba, said with a forced smile, "Besides me, is there anyone else who knows about the myriad desire pill?" Shi Tianba, seeing the first elder's grim face and murderous intent, instantly sobered up and stammered, "No, no, besides the clansman, Tianba hasn't told anyone." Hearing Shi Tianba's words, the first elder smiled grimly and said, that's good, that's good. Now your entire clan can be reunited." After the Grand Elder finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and he lightly struck out with his palm towards Lion Tianba. Seeing the Grand Elder's murderous intent, Lion Tianba seemed to have been prepared. He channeled all his magical power to block the palm strike, but his figure was directly slammed into the hard wall of the palace, coughing up blood. His eyes, however, held a hint of madness as he looked at the Grand Elder. The next moment, all the Golden Lions unleashed their full power, attacking the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder glanced at the Golden Lions charging towards him, smiled contemptuously, and let out a soft snort, calmly saying, "Overestimating yourselves." Without even turning his body, he casually struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm transformed into a towering hand, grabbing nearly 100 Golden Lions members into its grasp. With a gentle squeeze, nearly 100 Golden Lions were instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. He tossed it aside, and it turned into a rain of blood, staining the entire palace red. After doing all this, the Grand Elder clapped his hands lightly, as if he had done something insignificant. He glanced at Lion Tianba, embedded in the wall, coughing up blood and on the verge of death, and turned to leave, but suddenly heard a faint voice. "Why? The Golden Lion clan is loyal to you, why do you do this? Why?" Hearing the voice, the Grand Elder turned around and calmly said to Lion Tianba, "Hey, now that things have come to this, I'll let you die knowing the truth. Those resources were actually sent by Luo Xingchen, not by me. And they were a massive amount, you only received a small fraction. Your Golden Lion clan's residence here wasn't arranged by Luo Xingchen, but by this elder. I deliberately said this to you, ha ha ha. Originally, seeing that you had followed me for many years, made many contributions, and almost wiped out your entire race, I thought I'd let you fend for yourselves here. I never expected that such a monster like Lion Invincible would emerge, breaking through to the immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. If it continues for a while, his cultivation might surpass mine." At this moment, the Grand Elder looked at Lion Tianba, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose face was contorted with rage, and chuckled mockingly. "Therefore, I inadvertently mentioned the myriad desires pill. I know your Golden Lion clan is inherently arrogant and would absolutely not tolerate Luo Xingchen treating you this way, nor do I know you will succeed. This way, Lion Invincible will die at Luo Xingchen's hands, and since your Golden Lion clan wanted to harm the Empress, I, as elder, will exterminate your entire clan. This will not only show Luo Xingchen my goodwill but also demonstrate my loyalty to others. Anyone would do something like this, wouldn't they? But don't worry, I'll tell the others later that Lion Tianba, because his son Lion Invincible harmed the Empress, felt ashamed to face Her Majesty and perished with his entire clan. That will leave you with some dignity." The Grand Elder finished speaking, standing there with a smile as he looked at Lion Tianba. At this moment, Lion Tianba, remembering what he had done, how he had always been used as a pawn while he had been so smug, couldn't help but burst into laughter, struggling to climb out of the wall. Lion Tianba, with his cultivation at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, was no match for the half-step Immortal Emperor Grand Elder. He knelt there, speaking viciously to the Grand Elder, "Eastern Emperor, don't be so smug. Sooner or later, your fate will be even worse than the Golden Lion clans. I'll be waiting for you down there." It turned out the Grand Elder's name was Eastern Emperor. Hearing Lion Tianba's words, he laughed, glanced at Lion Tianba contemptuously, and said nothing more. He simply stood there quietly, wanting to watch Lion Tianba slowly die, revealing his ruthless heart. After Lion Tianba finished speaking, he stared straight behind the Grand Elder and actually laughed, as if something behind him had appeared that would make him happy. He quickly turned his head, only to find nothing. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying energy rushing towards him from behind. He turned to defend himself, only to see Lion Tianba, his face resolute, shouting, "Eastern Emperor, die!" Lion Tianba had shattered the demonic infant and demonic core within him, gaining an instant power boost. He unleashed a terrifying attack equivalent to that of a celestial emperor, hurtling towards the Eastern Emperor. The Eastern Emperor immediately sensed something amiss and turned to defend. Although the Eastern Emperor was powerful enough to block Lion Tianba's fatal blow, the hasty defense forced him back several steps, blood trickling from his mouth. Looking at the almost lifeless Lion Tianba, the Eastern Emperor slammed his palm down. A deafening boom resounded, half of the palace collapsed. Lion Tianba had already turned to dust, his body utterly destroyed. Thus, the Golden Lion clan was wiped out. Seeing this, the Grand Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief and said fiercely, "Trying to deceive me even on your deathbed. Do you really think I'm as stupid as you? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Just as the Eastern Emperor was laughing heartily and letting out a long breath, a cold voice rang in his ears, "Is that so? I think you're even more stupid than them." Chapter 5 The Grand Elder's Execution. The Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor, feeling a surge of satisfaction, looked at the mangled corpse of Lion Tianba and said viciously, "Trying to deceive me even in death. Did you really think I was as foolish as you? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Suddenly, a cold voice rang in the Eastern Emperor's ears, "Is that so? I think you're even more foolish than them." The sudden familiar voice made the Eastern Emperor turn around instantly. When he saw Luo Xingchen looking at him coldly behind him, the Eastern Emperor's pupils contracted, and he immediately smiled and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Luo Xingchen, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I have important matters to report to Your Majesty. I discovered that the Golden Lion clan was plotting against Your Majesty and came to capture them. I didn't expect Lion Tianba to resist to the death. He has now been executed on the spot. I beg Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly." At this moment, the Eastern Emperor bowed slightly to Luo Xingchen, smiling as he spoke. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he bowed, showing that his heart was far from calm. Dongfang Huang wanted to take a gamble, because he had already scanned the surroundings with his divine sense when he arrived and there was no one there. It was probably because the commotion he made when he attacked in anger was too great and was discovered by Luo Xingchen, which is why he came here. As for Luo Xingchen's comment about being even more foolish than them, it was already ignored by the Eastern Emperor in his nervousness. At this moment, Empress Luo Xingchen looked at the Eastern Emperor putting on an act before her. If she hadn't witnessed it all with her own eyes, she would have truly been fooled by him. She couldn't help but say, "Everyone says humans are as cunning as foxes, but I think the Grand Elder is no less so. Does the Grand Elder think I'm foolish, or does he believe all demons should be played by him? While there are indeed vicious demons, they are a minority. Most demons never compete with humans, which is why they cooperated with humans during the ancient war between gods and demons. Although they ultimately defeated the demons, they were driven out of the most prosperous regions by humans. Even so, most demons had no complaints. Why has the Grand Elder become even more insane than humans? Is it really the greed humans speak of? Do you really want to sit on the demon throne?" Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, the Eastern Emperor knew she had witnessed everything. He stopped pretending, his smile fading, replaced by a sinister look. He looked at Luo Xingchen and said in a deep voice, "The throne belongs to the capable. I've devoted myself to the demon race, and in the end, it's been won by you, this naive little girl. No matter how high your cultivation, under your leadership, the demon race will only grow weaker and weaker, and one day they'll be devoured by the human race. I don't know why those old fogies support you. I refuse to accept it. In terms of cultivation, I'm only slightly inferior to you. Why should you be the ruler of the demon race?" The Eastern Emperor became increasingly agitated, his face darkening, his eyes filled with madness. Across from him, Luo Xingchen listened to the Eastern Emperor's increasingly frantic words, her face expressionless, calmly watching him, and said, "Have you all heard this? The Eastern Emperor slaughtered his own kind, causing the extinction of the Golden Lion clan. His crime is tantamount to treason. Today, I, the Emperor, will exterminate him. Do you all no longer object?" Luo Xingchen calmly looked at the Eastern Emperor and spoke serenely to the void. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, the Eastern Emperor was shocked. Looking around at the void, he discovered that, without him noticing, the hidden powerful figures of the demon race had slowly appeared in the surrounding space. Their powerful auras were like those of celestial deities, their eyes coldly fixed on the Eastern Emperor. One of them, a white-haired elder in a green robe, looked at the Eastern Emperor and said indifferently, "Eastern Emperor, do you know your crime?" The Eastern Emperor was already terrified, retreating to a corner. Looking at the terrifyingly powerful figures radiating supreme majesty in the void, he knew these were the very essence of the demon race, rarely revealing themselves, always in slumber, only appearing when the demon race was in its most perilous situation. Now, awakened by Luo Xingchen, Dongfang Huang was terrified and speechless. He looked pleadingly at one of the elders, knelt on the ground, and cried out excitedly, "Ancestor, save me." An elder in the void, his face as black as charcoal and exuding an incomparably domineering aura, glanced at Dongfang Huang with disappointment and calmly said, "Harming your own kind, framing the Empress in injustice, your wicked intentions have brought you the consequences." With that, the elder turned and vanished. Hearing that his only hope of saving him, his ancestor, had turned and left, Dongfang Huang utterly slumped, as if his soul had left his body. He knew he had no chance to escape, and suddenly felt a sense of relief. His body swelled rapidly, then instantly shriveled up, gushing blood and fragments of internal organs. He had actually self-destructed his natal demon core, which, locked within his body, shattered his internal structure, yet he didn't die immediately. This was the advantage of not undergoing the transformation tribulation, preserving the powerful physique of the demon race. The only downside was that breaking through realms was extremely difficult, which was why the Eastern Emperor had been unable to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. After all, in his youth, the Eastern Emperor was considered a top-tier prodigy among the demon race. Now, however, the life essence in his eyes was rapidly draining away. Looking at the calm Luo Xingchen, he spoke with difficulty, "Empress, I was wrong. Everything I did was for the demon race, but the direction was wrong. Your Majesty's choice was right. I was ultimately wrong. Please forgive my race." After speaking, the Eastern Emperor's body slowly crumbled, turning into dust and dissipating in the wind. Looking at the Eastern Emperor, now reduced to dust, Luo Xingchen sighed softly and calmly said, "All those who followed the Eastern Emperor and participated in this matter, capture them all and imprison them in the blazing fire cave for 100 years. Anyone who resists, kill them." At this moment, Luo Xingchen's face was full of majesty, like an emperor descending to earth. The imperial aura emanating from her body made even the powerful demon race behind her feel immense pressure. As soon as Luo Xingchen finished speaking, 6 figures clad in black robes appeared in the void, exuding terrifying auras. They knelt on one knee, clasped their fists towards Luo Xingchen, and said, "As the Empress commands." Having spoken, they vanished. These people moved swiftly, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. All those involved were captured and imprisoned in the blazing fire cave. Anyone who resisted was instantly killed. Thus, the entire demon race was now under Luo Xingchen's control, and the demon race was unified. Upon hearing this news, Luo Xingchen took a deep breath and appeared before the powerful elders of the demon race. She said softly, "Elders, the matter is now completely resolved. The demon race is truly unified. I apologize for troubling you all to remain in your slumber, it was my fault. Now that the Eastern Emperor has been executed, please return." Although Luo Xingchen was the Demon Empress, she was still a junior. She bowed slightly to these former demon lords and spoke softly. At this moment, an old woman with a kind face, leaning on a cane, approached Luo Xingchen and said gently, "Xingchen, we old folks have watched you grow up. You were a prodigy from a young age. You began cultivating at 3, and by 6 you had mastered all the techniques of our demon race. You underwent the transformation tribulation, transforming into human form. At 9, you broke through to the thunder tribulation realm. At 12, you withstood 6 heavenly tribulations to reach the immortal realm. At 18, you entered the celestial immortal realm and began your training among humans. In just 100 years, you reached the immortal emperor realm. Considering the long lifespan of our demon race, you've only just come of age." The old woman looked at Luo Xingchen with a kind expression and continued, "This old woman watched you grow up, knowing you've always had exceptionally high standards. You even famously declared that your husband, Luo Xingchen, would be an unparalleled genius, a towering figure, a peerless hero who would dominate an entire era. Now, countless young talents, both demon and human, have suitors. You, too, combined human and demon cultivation techniques to create your own heavenly Dao level technique, the Demon Emperor scripture, which has become our demon race's treasured technique. For so many years, my Xingchen has strived for our demon race, rejecting countless suitors. Now, that little thief, Shi Wudi, has taken advantage of you. Fortunately, you've already killed him, but it has caused you great suffering. The kind old woman was Luo Xingchen's blood ancestor, her strength having long surpassed the immortal emperor realm. She was also the previous empress of the demon race. Hearing the Eastern Emperor say that Shi Wudi had used the myriad desires pill on Luo Xingchen, she assumed Luo Xingchen had already been taken advantage of by Shi Wudi and spoke with some hardtake. Hearing her ancestor's words, Luo Xingchen lowered her head slightly, her beautiful face flushed, and whispered to the kind old woman, "Ancestor, I was not succeeded by Shi Wudi. I maintained my last bit of consciousness, killed Shi Wudi, and escaped, but. Luo Xingchen looked at the old woman, then at the many powerful figures of the demon race before her, stammering, unsure how to begin. Her face was flushed with shame, as if she had made a decision, and she said shyly, "But I was poisoned by the myriad desires pill, losing my true nature, and I have already lost my virginity to a human man. According to the rules of the demon race, this man will be my husband from now on, even if he is just an ordinary human in the body refinement realm. I have only chosen him. I beg you, ancestors, to grant my request." Looking at the assembled elders, Luo Xingchen could only speak thus to protect Xingchen. However, Luo Xingchen was inwardly conflicted. Her elders were right, she, Luo Xingchen, had always had exceptionally high standards. Over the years, countless suitors had pursued her, all of them top tier in terms of talent and strength, yet none had caught her eye. Her ideal husband possessed unparalleled talent, peerless beauty, and strength that could dominate the ages, but fate had played a cruel joke on her. Now, she feared the elders' disapproval and the potential harm to Xingchen. Luo Xingchen was deeply conflicted, which was why she spoke. Upon hearing that Luo Xingchen had lost her virginity to an ordinary human in the body refinement realm, a surge of emperor-level aura erupted, dozens of emperor-level divine senses sweeping towards Phoenix Perch Palace. Meanwhile, Xingchen sat leisurely in Luo Xingchen's bedchamber, lost in thought. Suddenly noticing dozens of emperor-level divine senses sweeping over him, Xingchen smiled slightly, gazing at the beautiful night view outside his palace window, feigning complete ignorance and remaining calmly at ease. The dozens of emperor-level divine senses scanned Xingchen from head to toe, discovering that this human, aside from his handsome appearance and unparalleled temperament, possessed almost no cultivation. However, they discovered a drop of natal blood essence imbued with Luo Xingchen's aura within him. They withdrew their divine senses, their bodies erupting in terrifying power, filled with extreme rage. Several elders, in particular, stared at the spot where the Eastern Emperor had vanished, secretly furious. Luo Xingchen believed that if the Eastern Emperor were still alive, he would likely be instantly killed by one of these elders. The old woman frowned deeply and said, "This human must be exterminated. He cannot be allowed to live. Aside from his appearance, he is utterly useless. His cultivation only broke through to the body refinement realm after being modified by your life essence blood, Xingchen. How can he be worthy of my child, Xingchen?" After speaking, the old woman unleashed a terrifying burst of Emperor realm cultivation, extending a finger. Terrifying energy concentrated at her fingertip. She was about to point at Xingchen's location when Luo Xingchen swiftly blocked her path. Her face was icy as she said to the old woman, "No matter what, ancestor, Xingchen is now Xingchen's husband. If ancestor wants to kill Xingchen's husband, then please kill Xingchen first." At this moment, Luo Xingchen understood that if she didn't take a firm stance, Xingchen's life would be in danger. In the eyes of these elders, Xingchen was nothing more than an ant. Killing him would elicit no reaction. Yet, Xingchen, sitting by the window, smiled wider and wider, as if he had heard something that pleased him. The old woman and the other elders, seeing Luo Xingchen's resolute attitude, all frowned. The old woman continued, "Even if Xingchen resents me for the rest of my life, I cannot let this person live. Otherwise, if word gets out, Xingchen will be ridiculed throughout the entire divine wilderness continent, a dignified immortal emperor, actually submitting to a mere human. Absolutely not. She then lifted her foot to walk towards Phoenix Perch Palace, her feet treading on the void, invisible ripples spreading from beneath her. Dozens of demon clan leaders surrounded Luo Xingchen, who was trying to stop the old woman, their terrifying auras of immortal emperors firmly binding her. At this moment, Luo Xingchen was filled with anxiety, as if she were about to lose her most cherished possession. Her heart pounded violently, and a terrifying emperor-level power erupted. Her hands gripped her neck like claws, and she shouted at the old woman, "If Ancestor truly intends to kill Xingchen's husband, then Xingchen will die before Ancestor first." At this moment, dozens of demon race immortal emperors were astonished by Luo Xingchen's resolute demeanor. The old woman seemed not to hear her and continued walking towards Phoenix Palace. Luo Xingchen was frantic. She circulated the Demon Emperor Sutra throughout her body, and a terrifying aura surged forth, seemingly attempting to break through the combined attack of dozens of demon race immortal emperors. Meanwhile, Xingchen, sitting by the window, suddenly sighed softly, as if recalling something unpleasant. He sighed softly, then slowly stood up, as if relaxing after sitting for too long. He stretched his back, turned his neck, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, calmly gazing at the beautiful night scenery. As her ancestor approached the Phoenix Palace, Luo Xingchen's terrifying aura surged forth. She coldly addressed the dozens of demon clan elders. "Elders, if you don't move aside, don't blame Xingchen for being rude." With that, Luo Xingchen's terrifying aura reached its peak, threatening to spiral out of control. Suddenly, from the deepest part of the demon territory, an ancient voice, seemingly transcending the river of time, reached the ears of the dozens of demon clan leaders and Luo Xingchen. "This matter is granted." Upon hearing this voice, the dozens of demon clan immortal emperors widened their eyes, and the old woman who had already reached the top of the Phoenix Palace stopped in her tracks, her face filled with shock. However, he didn't take another step forward. He flashed back to the void where Luo Xingchen was, exchanged glances with dozens of powerful demon race members, clasped his hands in a fist salute, bowed towards the deepest part of the demon realm, and said in unison, "We respectfully obey the great emperor's decree." This ancient voice actually belonged to a living great emperor of the demon race. This caused Luo Xingchen to be slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected that the great emperor of the demon race, who slumbered in the deepest part of the demon realm, would actually speak, and acknowledge Xingchen's presence. After a slight pause, she also clasped her hands in a fist salute, bowing towards the deepest part of the demon realm. Chapter 6 The Overlord Sword Technique, Unrivaled Talent. Seeing that the voice had fallen silent, the dozens of immortal emperors slowly rose, their eyes filled with confusion. They all extended their divine senses, scanning towards Xingchen's direction. They knew that the one deepest within the demon clan was the only living great emperor in the demon clan's millennia-long history. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he was also proficient in divine calculation, his insight unwavering. He would never speak for an ordinary mortal like Xingchen without reason. Now, not only had he spoken, but he had actually agreed. This was tantamount to acknowledging Xingchen's identity, his status as the husband of the demon clan empress Luo Xingchen, and simultaneously recognizing him as a human. After half an hour, the dozens of immortal emperors, their divine senses sweeping over Xingchen, sighed helplessly. They couldn't see anything special about Xingchen, he was just an ordinary human. However, since the great emperor had spoken, there must be a reason. The old woman withdrew her divine sense, looked at Luo Xingchen, sighed helplessly, and said calmly, "Since the great emperor has acknowledged this person, there must be a reason. I have nothing more to say. I only hope that you, my child Xingchen, can be happy. However, this child's cultivation is too low. An ordinary human's lifespan is no more than 100 years. Even if you give him a divine medicine to extend his lifespan, without strong cultivation to support him, he will slowly age. At that time, for you, who possesses almost endless lifespan, it may not be a happy thing. I only hope that this child can settle down in our demon race, cultivate diligently, and not betray my child Xingchen's good intentions." After the old woman finished speaking, she looked up at Luo Xingchen and said kindly. Hearing the old woman's words, Luo Xingye lowered her head slightly. Her heart was in turmoil. She herself didn't know how she felt about Xingchen. Just now, Facing that situation, she simply didn't want to see Yi Xingchen die. Just like their first meeting, Luo Xingchen could have easily killed Yi Xingchen, but in the end, she used her own life essence to save him. Similarly, seeing the ancestor about to kill him just now caused her immense pain, as if she were about to lose something precious to her. This feeling was something Luo Xingchen had never experienced before. As the Demon Empress, Luo Xingchen should be a very rational person, never acting on emotion. However, since meeting Yi Xingchen, even Luo Xingchen herself didn't know why she felt this way. From the beginning, Luo Xingchen wanted to know who brought him to her bathing place and what their purpose was, but now she didn't know what she was really thinking. Actually, this wasn't Luo Xingchen's fault. Often, those involved are blinded by their own feelings. No matter how powerful Luo Xingchen was, she was still a woman. Most women, when entrusting themselves to a man, would develop inexplicable feelings. However, Luo Xingchen had never experienced this before, so her most instinctive reaction was her truest thought. Luo Xingchen didn't understand it simply because she was caught up in the situation. The old woman looked at Luo Xingchen, who had lowered her head, sighed softly, glanced at Yi Xingchen's palace one last time, then turned and disappeared, along with dozens of powerful figures from the demon race. After these people disappeared, Luo Xingchen glanced slowly in the direction Yi Xingchen had been. She had many things to attend to tonight, and in a flash, she arrived at the main palace of the demon race, the Empress's palace. This was where Luo Xingchen usually handled demon race affairs. Tonight, because of the Eastern Emperor's matter, there were many follow-up matters that Luo Xingchen needed to deal with. On the other hand, Luo Xingchen didn't know how to face Yi Xingchen. After all, she was the one who. Thinking of this, Luo Xingchen's pretty face flushed slightly. She turned to look at the transparent starry sky above the main palace, lost in thought. The scene shifted, and Yi Xingchen, with a smile on his face, turned and went to the embroidered bed in Luo Xingchen's palace. Smelling the familiar fragrance on the bedding, Yi Xingchen slowly fell asleep, his heart utterly at peace. The next morning, Yi Xingchen was awakened by Luo Xingchen's maid, Qinger. Qinger looked at Yi Xingchen shyly. This was the first time she had ever seen a man enter the Empress's palace, and he even slept on the Empress's embroidered bed. If the Empress hadn't left a message, knowing that the man before her might be her future husband, Qinger would have already devoured Yi Xingchen. Don't be fooled by Qinger's petite and cute appearance. To become the Empress's personal maid, her cultivation level is definitely not low. Qinger is currently a great demon king of the celestial immortal realm. After having breakfast served by Qinger, Yi Xingchen, as always, took his bamboo fishing rod and went to the pavilion by the natural lake to begin his fishing expedition. Lying comfortably in his recliner, Yi Xingchen closed his eyes, crossed his legs, and didn't care whether the fish in the lake were biting. Instead, he mentally said to the system, "System, sign in for today." Ding, the system is signing in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Chaos Taizan Technique. The Chaos Taizan Technique is a great Tao-level cultivation method, evolved from endless chaos at the time when heaven and earth were divided. After the host begins cultivation, the Chaos Taizan Technique can autonomously absorb immortal spiritual energy, whether it's immortal spiritual energy or demonic energy, any gas that can be absorbed to increase cultivation. It can automatically absorb it and transform it into immortal spiritual energy beneficial to the host, unaffected by any spatial influences. Combined with the Great Tao Chaos Body, its effects are unparalleled. Ding, does the host wish to immediately begin cultivating the Chaos Taizan Technique? Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xingchen was overjoyed. He had been lacking a suitable cultivation technique, and the system had immediately provided one, a Great Tao-level technique at that. It could absorb any gas in any environment, unaffected by space, and transform it into beneficial immortal energy. Moreover, it didn't require manual cultivation, it operated autonomously at all times, increasing his cultivation level. This was practically a cultivation method tailor-made for him. Yi Xingchen excitedly exclaimed, "System, immediately begin cultivating the Chaos Taizan Technique." Ding, the Chaos Taizan Technique is being cultivated. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the Chaos Taizan Technique. Because the host possesses the Great Tao Chaos Body, with unparalleled innate fortune, the Chaos Taizan Technique has been directly cultivated to its highest level. As soon as the system finished speaking, all the cultivation information of the Chaos Tai Zan technique suddenly appeared in Xingchen's mind as he lay back in his chair. As if he had cultivated for countless years, countless streams of immortal energy entered Xingchen's body on their own, circulating throughout his body along specific meridians, slowly increasing his cultivation level. This feeling was truly exhilarating. No wonder it was a cultivation technique that evolved spontaneously from chaos. From now on, Xingchen wouldn't need to deliberately cultivate. Even while he slept, the technique would operate automatically, constantly enhancing his strength. Furthermore, the great Tao chaotic body could also absorb immortal energy on its own. Although it couldn't increase Xingchen's cultivation level, it could make his physical cells even stronger, and it kept Xingchen in optimal condition at all times, without any depletion. This made Xingchen realize the system's power, and he couldn't help but say to it, "System, I love you so much. System, please remain rational, host." This system is the invincible luck sign in system, destined to lead you to sweep away all enemies and dominate an era. This is just the beginning. Xingchen was speechless upon hearing the system's voice, thinking to himself, this system is becoming more and more human-like, and its tone is getting more and more arrogant, but I like it very much. System. Feeling his cultivation constantly increasing, Xingchen's lips curled into a smile, and his crossed legs couldn't help but twitch slightly. Suddenly, the system's pleasant voice rang in his ears again. "Ding, the system is signing in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Overlord Sword Technique." The Overlord Sword Technique is a great Tao-level martial art, derived from the insights gained by an ancient supreme expert after breaking through to the supreme realm. It consists of 7 forms, each incredibly domineering. These 7 forms are: 1 sword strike, and the world trembles. From then on, even immortal lords are as insignificant as weeds. 2 sword strikes, and the heavens shatter, even immortal kings must avoid its edge. 3 sword strikes, and the world cracks, even immortal emperors are terrified. 4 sword strikes, and all living beings perish, immortal emperors vanish without a trace. 5 sword strikes, and the heavenly Tao collapses. From then on, no one dares to call themselves an immortal. 6 sword strikes, and the great Tao suffers, all things in the world are reduced to nothingness. 7 sword strikes, and the world shatters, as if a new world has been created. Ding, does the host wish to immediately cultivate the Overlord Sword Technique? Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen jumped up excitedly, throwing his fishing rod into the pavilion, his right fist clenched and waving incessantly. The Overlord Sword Technique, it sounded like an incomparably domineering technique. It was actually a technique created by an ancient powerhouse after breaking through to the Supreme Realm. Moreover, just from the system's description, it was clear that these 7 forms corresponded to all realms after the Immortal Lord realm. First form, World Shattered. Once unleashed, it slaughters Immortal Lord level experts like mere weeds. Any Immortal Lord level expert can only obediently submit to its slaughter. Second form, Sky Shattering Strike. Even immortal kings must obediently avoid its sharpness, daring not to engage in combat. Third form, Heaven and Earth Rifted. Just as its name suggests, even immortal emperors are shocked upon encountering it, daring not to directly confront this sword. Fourth form, Annihilation of all beings. Once this sword is unleashed, all living beings perish, even immortal emperors must obediently flee, or they will only meet their demise in the northwest. The more he read, the more excited he became. Xingchen excitedly skipped over the next 3 forms. This Overlord Sword Technique perfectly matched Xingchen's dream martial art. A single, simple strike would annihilate any enemy, no matter how powerful they might be. He could destroy them with a single sword. In his previous life, Xingchen had read countless fantasy novels and dreamed of being like the protagonists, wielding a 3-foot-long divine sword and sweeping away all enemies. Now that he finally had the chance, he couldn't help but shout to the system, "System, immediately cultivate the Overlord Sword Technique." Ding, the Overlord Sword Technique is being cultivated. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the Overlord Sword Technique. Because the host is a chaotic body of the Great Tao, naturally close to the Great Tao, with heaven-defying luck, the Overlord Sword Technique has been automatically cultivated to its highest level. Please note, host, the 7 forms of the Overlord Sword Technique are for different realms after Immortal Lord. If the host's cultivation has not reached the corresponding realm, forcibly using them will result in a backlash from the 7 forms of the Overlord sword technique. At best, it will cause injury, at worst, it may even threaten life. Please use them with caution. As soon as the system finished speaking, a terrifying and domineering aura emanated from Xingchen's body. 7 divine sword shadows appeared around him, each carrying unparalleled terrifying power. This terrifying energy seemed capable of cleaving through the void, soaring straight to the heavens, and annihilating stars with a single sword strike. At this moment, Xingchen resembled a god from the chaos. If it weren't for the Xuanwu concealment technique, which hid this terrifying and domineering sword intent, the entire divine wilderness continent would likely have sensed its overwhelming power. His eyes flashed with sword light, exuding an aura of dominance that was awe-inspiring, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Then, the sword light slowly faded into the depths of his eyes and disappeared. Feeling the 7 overlord forms within his mind, Xingchen knew that with his current strength, he could only barely execute the first 4 forms. If he wanted to use the remaining 3 forms, Heavenly Tao Collapse, Great Tao Suffering, and World Shattering, he would have to wait until he broke through to the corresponding realms. Moreover, although he had completely comprehended these last 3 forms, as if he had cultivated them for many years, they appeared as a dark gray in Xingchen's mind. The first 4 forms, on the other hand, shimmered with a brilliant and sharp golden light. Therefore, Xingchen deduced that with his current strength, he was unable to use the latter 3 forms. It seems the ancient legends are true. After the ancient war between gods and demons, many supreme beings may indeed have ascended to higher realms. Therefore, even though Xingchen's strength has now broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, his final 3 moves still appear dark gray, but it doesn't matter. He possesses a powerful system. One day, he will stand at the peak, suppressing all ages. Slowly sitting down in the recliner, Xingchen gradually calmed his excited emotions. He took a few deep breaths, exhaled slowly, then smiled, picked up the fishing rod from the ground, and cast it out gently. At this moment, Xingchen's casting motion appeared so relaxed and carefree that he couldn't help but softly sing. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible, alone at the summit, the cold wind constantly blowing, who can understand my loneliness, how lonely it is to be invincible. Suddenly, a clear, sweet voice entered Xingchen's ears with a PFFT. Hearing the familiar voice, Xingchen quickly turned around. When he saw the person approaching, it was none other than the most beautiful figure in his heart. Xingchen immediately threw down his fishing rod, completely disregarding the fish that had just taken the bait, and swiftly went to the side of that stunning figure, softly saying, "You've come." The one who had just laughed was none other than Empress Luo Xingchen, who had just finished dealing with the aftermath of the Eastern Emperor's affairs. Originally, Luo Xingchen had gone straight to her palace to explain the situation to Xingchen. However, upon returning to her palace and finding the room empty, she turned and went to her embroidered bed. Seeing the neatly folded bedding and newly changed sheets, and noticing the neatly folded sheet beside her, with its conspicuous splash of red, Luo Xingchen's pretty face flushed slightly. She carefully placed the sheet away. As if sensing something, she went to the window and looked towards the pavilion in the lake. Spotting that familiar figure, Luo Xingchen darted forward and quietly appeared behind Xingchen. Seeing Xingchen leisurely lying there fishing, seemingly having encountered something happy, he suddenly started singing, and in a rather comical way. Luo Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle, then suddenly realized her mistake and her face instantly flushed red. Looking at Xingchen, who approached her with a beaming smile, Luo Xingchen slightly raised her head to look at his handsome face. His beautiful features, flushed red, were even more alluring, and she didn't know what to say, only giving a soft, The 2 stood there quietly. Xingchen silently looked at Luo Xingchen, while our empress didn't dare to meet his gaze, slowly turning her head to the side. Suddenly, a plop broke the awkward silence between them. It turned out that Xingchen's fishing rod had been dragged into the lake by a fish. Xingchen turned his head, watching the fishing rod being pulled into the lake, then turned to the pavilion, watching the fishing rod recede into the distance, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. Suddenly, the fishing rod, which had been dragged away by fish in the lake, flew up and headed straight towards the pavilion, landing steadily in Xingchen's hand. Xingchen paused slightly, turning to find Luo Xingchen beside him. Looking at the fish still struggling in the lake, she said softly, "If you don't pull up the fishing rod soon, the fish will get away." Only then did Xingchen come to his senses. With a strong pull, a plump fish surfaced. He carried it to the pavilion, quickly removed the hook, and presented the fish to Xingchen like a treasure, saying, "I'll treat you to grilled fish tonight." After saying this, Xingchen looked at the plump fish in his hands and noticed its swollen belly. It was a fish already carrying roe. Xingchen also noticed this, but then heard Xingchen say helplessly, "It seems I can't treat you to grilled fish tonight. This fish is already pregnant. Let's release it. Killing it would be against nature." After saying this, Xingchen carefully squatted down and gently cast the plump fish into the lake. Xingchen didn't notice that at that moment, Xingchen's eyes flashed with light, and a tenderness flashed by. Chapter 7 Warm Reunion. System check-in. As Xingchen turned to throw the large fish back into the water, he didn't notice the glint in Xingchen's eyes, a fleeting moment of tenderness. Watching the large fish slowly disappear into the lake, Xingchen said, "Hurry up, swim to the farthest point. Don't get caught if you keep tempting yourself. If you run into someone else, they won't be as kind as me to let you go." Hearing Xingchen's words, Xingchen's beautiful face flashed a smile. Looking at Xingchen, who had turned to look at her, she said softly, "Come on. I'll treat you to fish." Hearing Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and asked, "How about you provide the fish, and I'll cook it for you?" Hearing Xingchen's words, Xingchen was slightly taken aback, then smiled brightly and said softly, "All right, I'll try your cooking today." The two chatted naturally, like a married couple of many years, their eyes filled with an indescribable affection. Though neither spoke aloud, the scene shifts to the kitchen of Xingchen's palace. Xingchen is busily working in the kitchen, while Xingchen sits in the dining hall, watching the busy figure with great interest, her eyes filled with tenderness. In a short while, Xingchen has prepared a sumptuous meal. Within the demon realm, there are countless rare ingredients and exotic beasts. These cannot be called demons, but rather beasts, so Xingchen experiences no discomfort while eating them. Xingchen hadn't expected that this man, who had unintentionally entered her life, would be such a good cook. Moreover, the food was completely different from what she had eaten during her training among humans. It was far more delicious. Gently patting her full stomach, she said shyly to Xingchen, "It's really delicious. Thank you for treating me to dinner today. And that fish was cooked exceptionally well. I've never tasted anything so delicious before." Hearing Xingchen's praise, Xingchen looked at her shy face, smiled slightly, and said, "I'm glad you like it. It's just some simple hometown dishes. If you like it, I'll cook it for you often." At this moment, looking at Xingchen's radiant smile, Xingchen felt a little dazed. Suddenly, she felt that spending a lifetime with Xingchen like this wouldn't be such a bad thing. As if making a momentous decision, she stood up and said to Xingchen, You, take these next few days to prepare. I keep my word. According to human customs, I will take responsibility for you. I have already informed my elders, and we will be married in the next few days. Although there won't be a grand banquet, many people from within the demon realm will still come." Xingchen looked at Xingchen, her beautiful face flushed, and spoke softly to him. Hearing Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and looked at her gently, saying, "All right, I'll listen to you." Xingchen hadn't expected that a meal and a fish could have such an outcome, and he was secretly delighted. Meanwhile, Xingchen, hearing Xingchen's words, blushed even more, left a few words, and turned to disappear. Then, "You should prepare these next few days, and I'll let you know when the time comes." Watching Xingchen flee as if escaping, Xingchen smiled slightly. Perhaps spending his life here wasn't such a bad choice. Xingchen called Qinger to clear the table, then picked up his bamboo fishing rod and headed towards the pavilion on the natural lake. With Xingchen's current strength, he could easily sense Xingchen's feelings for him. Unlike his previous life, Xingchen's affection, and the tension and protection she showed when the old demon immortal tried to kill him during the crisis, slowly warmed Xingchen's once cold heart. Arriving at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Xingchen continued his fishing. Now, Xingchen used a straight hook, much like Zhang Taigong fishing, waiting for those willing to take the bait. Looking up at the huge moon in the sky, Xingchen no longer felt the hatred he had before, but rather a profound peace within. Gazing at the countless twinkling stars in the sky, a breathtakingly beautiful face slowly appeared in Xingchen's eyes. Luo Qingxin's figure gradually materialized in the sky, and seeing this graceful figure, a tender feeling welled up in Xingchen's heart. Packing up his fishing rod, Xingchen turned and headed towards Phoenix Perch Palace. Qinger was already waiting there. Seeing Xingchen from afar, Qinger hurriedly came to greet him, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. Young Master Yi, the Empress has instructed Qinger that you will reside in Phoenix Perch Palace starting tonight. From now on, you will be the master of Phoenix Perch Palace. Her Majesty the Empress specifically instructed that you reside in her room. Hearing Qinger's words and seeing her blushing face, Xingchen knew that Luo Qingxin must have told Qinger the news of their upcoming wedding. With a slight smile, Xingchen said, "All right, thank you for your trouble, Qinger." Hearing Xingchen's gentle voice, Qinger replied, "Young Master Yi will be the Empress's husband from now on, and Qinger's master. This is what Qinger should do." Hearing Qinger's words, Xingchen smiled slightly, then walked towards Luo Qingxin's room without lingering. Back in Luo Qingxin's room, seeing the already changed sheets, Xingchen knew that Luo Qingxin wouldn't be returning tonight. The demon race had just been unified, and there were still many things that Luo Qingxin needed to handle. Lying on the soft bed, smelling the familiar scent of the blankets, Xingchen closed his eyes contentedly. In his previous life, he had worked tirelessly, never taking a proper rest. Now, he could finally do whatever he wanted. Late at night, Xingchen, still asleep, sensed someone entering his room. After a slight adjustment, he realized it was Luo Qingxin. Xingchen could feel Luo Qingxin's rapid heartbeat. At this moment, Luo Qingxin looked at Xingchen, who was fast asleep on the bed, and gently exhaled, unaware that Xingchen had already noticed her arrival. Originally, Luo Qingxin hadn't planned to return tonight, as she still had many things to take care of, but for some reason, she had inexplicably returned. At this moment, looking at the sleeping Xingchen, Luo Qingxin felt a warm current rise in her heart, especially recalling the moment Xingchen caught the female fish. A slight smile appeared on her beautiful face. Watching the sleeping Xingchen, Luo Qingxin slowly went to the soft couch by the window. Perhaps it was because she had experienced too much in the past 2 days, or perhaps because the pressure in her heart had been relieved. Luo Qingxin slowly lay down on the couch and fell asleep. Seeing Luo Qingxin quickly fall asleep, Xingchen smiled slightly, not waking her up or telling her to go to bed, but also gently closing his eyes and slowly falling asleep himself. The next morning, Luo Qingxin slowly opened her eyes. This was the most peaceful sleep she had ever had. She slowly got up and found herself covered with a soft blanket, so she turned her head to look at the bed. She saw Xingchen sitting by the bed with a smile on his face, looking at her with tender eyes. Seeing the tenderness in Xingchen's eyes, Luo Qingxin's exquisite face instantly flushed crimson. She lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers somewhat awkwardly. The dignified Demon Empress actually possessed such a shy and alluring side. Such a captivating and charming side could only be appreciated by Xingchen, and Luo Qingxin would only display this allure in front of him. "You're awake. Wash up, let's have breakfast." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Qingxin nodded shyly. Luo Qingxin didn't ask if Xingchen had covered her with the soft blanket, and Xingchen didn't ask why Luo Qingxin had returned last night. The two maintained a tacit silence. After having breakfast together, Luo Qingxin had some business to attend to and hurriedly left, while Xingchen, free and at ease, picked up his fishing rod and went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to continue his fishing. Shortly after sitting down, the system's voice suddenly rang in Xingchen's ears. "Ding, today's check-in is available. Would you like to check in?" Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "System, today's check-in begins." Chapter 8 The Overbearing Emperor's Sword, Extraordinary Rewards. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "System, today's check-in begins." Ding, the system is checking in. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, the Emperor's Sword. The Emperor's Sword is a great Tao-level divine weapon, transformed from a pillar supporting the heavens at the beginning of time. Only the host can use it. When this sword is born, its sword aura is awe-inspiring, causing all weapons to submit. the Emperor Sword is also known as the Lord of all weapons. All divine weapons in the world will bow down before this sword. After the host uses it, he will be surrounded by imperial aura, suppressing all spirits. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen was overjoyed. It was exactly what he wanted. He possessed the Overlord Sword technique, but lacked a good divine weapon. The system immediately rewarded him with a great Dao-level divine weapon, the Emperor Sword. Using the Overlord Sword technique with this sword, Xingchen was confident that he could cleave the heavens with his sword. Any powerful being could be annihilated by Xingchen with a single strike. Silently reciting a mantra, he retrieved the ancient sword, radiating an overwhelming imperial aura from his system space. It was none other than the Lord of all weapons, the Emperor's Sword. The moment this sword appeared, the space around the pavilion in the middle of the lake trembled, cracks appearing everywhere. Even the space itself couldn't withstand the force, torn apart by the Emperor's Sword's fierce aura. The imperial sword light emanating from it instantly swept across the ancient divine wilderness, causing countless divine weapons to tremble violently. Even more remarkably, some weapons automatically emerged from their forms, bowing towards the direction of the Emperor's Sword. And the entire demon race, all their divine weapons, emerged from their forms, facing the direction of Phoenix Perch Palace, swaying incessantly as if kneeling before an emperor. Xingchen inwardly cursed, immediately storing the Emperor's Sword back into his system space. Xingchen hadn't expected the Emperor's Sword to radiate such power. He was secretly delighted. It truly lived up to its title as the Lord of all weapons. The next moment, all the powerful members of the demon race, including Luo Xingchen, appeared in the void above Phoenix Perch Palace. Luo Zhannu, a blood relative of Luo Xingchen, spoke directly. Just now, a terrifying imperial might emanated from the direction of Phoenix Perch Palace. Although it was only for a moment, it caused my divine weapon to automatically emerge and pay homage. Could it be that a divine weapon has been born in Phoenix Perch Palace? Hearing Luo Zhannu's words, Luo Xingchen replied, I also sensed it, but it disappeared in a short while. I thought I was mistaken, but it turns out the ancestors sensed it too. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Luo Zhannu nodded slightly. With a sweep of her divine sense, the entire demon realm appeared in her mind. Everything was crystal clear. There was no divine weapon being born. She frowned slightly. Could it be that a Sword Dao Emperor had passed by? After scanning the area again with her divine sense, she saw Xingchen fishing in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Luo Zhannu shook her head slightly. Looking at Luo Xingchen, who was being looked at by her ancestor, Luo Xingchen blushed slightly. Looking at her only remaining blood relative, Luo Xuanyu sighed softly. My child Xingchen, since the Demon Emperor has agreed, your ancestor will no longer object. However, due to your life essence blood, this child has only just entered the innate realm. This cultivation level is far too low. You must supervise him closely and ensure he cultivates diligently. Looking at Luo Xingchen, who was blushing and looking at Xingchen, Luo Xuanyu also sighed helplessly. The Demon Emperor's approval suggests your husband must possess extraordinary abilities. However, the ancestor also hopes that you, Xingchen, will find happiness. Now that you've chosen this man, I hope he won't betray you. With that, he and the Demon Emperor vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Luo Xingchen stood blankly in the void, watching Xingchen fishing leisurely. She smiled slightly and disappeared. Xingchen, sitting there, was utterly speechless. Luckily, he was quick, otherwise, he would have been discovered again. It wasn't so much that his strength was discovered, but the crucial point was that he and Luo Xingchen had just established trust. If he suddenly displayed his power again, what would Luo Xingchen think? Everyone would assume Xingchen had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would a legendary supreme being remain within the demon clan? Luo Xingchen would probably never trust him again. Thinking of this, Xingchen felt a pang of fear. After all, true character is revealed in times of crisis. Luo Xingchen's protectiveness during that time warmed Xingchen's heart once more. Xingchen didn't want to lose such a woman. Therefore, without waiting for the system to speak again, Xingchen directly said, System, could you please make less of a commotion when taking out system rewards in the future? I almost exposed myself just now. Ding, the system has received the host's request and has automatically adjusted for the host. All rewards taken out of the system space will be accompanied by a barrier. Unless the host cancels the barrier, no one will be able to sense the situation inside the barrier. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen's face lit up with joy, thinking to himself, "System, I love you so much. You're practically my idol. Ding, please control your emotions, host. Don't overreact. This is such a simple matter, it's no challenge for this system." Hearing the system's words, Xingchen was speechless. Then, the system's pleasant voice rang out again. "Ding, the system is checking in. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, one 9-turn Emperor Pill. The 9-turn Emperor Pill is a great Tao-level divine medicine, impossible to replicate or test. It is formed by refining 9 divine herbs with 9 layers of pill fire, then undergoing 9 heavenly tribulations, and finally being nurtured by the chaotic energy for 81 years. On the day the pill was completed, a celestial phenomenon occurred. Purple Qi traveled 90,000 miles eastward, shocking the world. After consuming this pill, any injury, no matter how severe, will be instantly healed as long as there is a breath left. Limb regeneration is a given. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xingchen eagerly took the 9-turn Emperor Pill from his system space. On one hand, he wanted to check if the barrier adjusted by the system was reliable. On the other hand, the effects of the 9-turn Emperor Pill were simply too powerful. It was practically like having an extra life. Looking at the 9-turn Emperor Pill in his hand, beneath its golden exterior, there were no visible energy fluctuations, not even the 9 pill patterns emitted any light. Xingchen was proficient in ancient alchemy techniques and the true essence of alchemy. He could instantly replicate any pill simply by touching, smelling, and looking at it. Furthermore, it would combine the most suitable proportions based on pharmacology and medicinal properties to refine an even more perfect pill, surpassing its predecessor. At this moment, Xingchen looked at the 9-turn Emperor Pill in his hand, only to find that even with his mastery of ancient alchemy techniques and the true essence of alchemy, he couldn't decipher the names and proportions of the divine herbs used. This 9-turn Emperor Pill was something even Xingchen couldn't replicate, causing him slight surprise. Thinking about it, it made sense. If Xingchen could easily refine great Tao-level divine herbs, he probably wouldn't need the system reward, since the system's rewards had never disappointed him. Looking at the golden 9-turn Emperor Pill in his hand, Xingchen carefully placed it into the system space, waiting for the system's notification. However, after a while, he noticed that no more system notifications sounded. Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the rewards for each sign in by the luck sign in system were different. Sometimes there were many rewards, and sometimes only one. The big gift packs still offer more rewards. If they could give more big gift packs, that would be awesome. Xingchen thought to himself. However, looking at the Emperor Sword of the Lord of 10,000 Weapons and the 9-turn Emperor Pill, which was equivalent to having an extra life, in his system space, Xingchen couldn't help but smile. Such powerful rewards, any one of them would cause a bloodbath on the divine wilderness continent, and he could possess them so easily. This was the power of the system, the benefit of a cheat code. Thinking of this, Xingchen suddenly felt an immense sense of anticipation for the future. Chapter 9 The Empress's Wedding. The Great Tao offers congratulations at this moment. Xingchen, thinking of all the treasures he had so easily acquired thanks to the system, was suddenly filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Currently, Xingchen held his fishing rod in one hand, a look of contentment on his face. He began to organize the system's rewards from the past 2 days, gaining a basic understanding of his own strength. He now possessed the first divine body, the Great Tao Chaos Body, born under the protection of the Great Tao, with unparalleled fortune. His martial arts included the Underworld Sword Finger and the Overlord Sword Technique, which could make even immortals and demons retreat and all paths submit. His cultivation techniques included the Chaos Tai Zan Technique and the Xuanwu Concealment Technique. The Chaos Tai Zan Technique allowed him to absorb any immortal spiritual energy at any time, converting demonic energy into beneficial immortal spiritual energy, ignoring spatial influences. The Xuanwu Concealment Technique was a cultivation technique that could hide one's strength and realm. Unless he chose to, no one could detect him. His weapon was the master of all weapons, the Emperor's Sword. Furthermore, he possessed the life-saving divine medicine, the 9-turn Emperor Pill. Xingchen's mind raced through his repertoire of the past 2 days, and he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly become invincible. Moreover, thanks to the chaos profound technique, he could cultivate autonomously even while sleeping. Xingchen discovered that his strength was hindered from breaking through due to some mysterious force, but the immortal spiritual energy he continuously absorbed was nourishing and transforming his physical strength. Now, Xingchen's physical strength was comparable to that of an ordinary divine weapon. If this continued, Xingchen believed that it wouldn't be long before he could achieve physical sainthood. A realm that others could never reach in a lifetime, he had achieved in just a few days because of his system. Thinking of this, Xingchen couldn't help but say in his mind, "System, you're absolutely amazing. I love you so much." Ding, please control your emotions, host. Don't get too excited. This is just a small part of this system's power. As the only system in all realms, I am destined to help you suppress heaven and earth and sweep across the ages. This is just the beginning. Please keep your emotions in check. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen couldn't help but pout. This system is getting better and better at bragging, but why do I like listening to it so much? System. In the evening, Xingchen returned to Phoenix Palace with his empty fish trap and fishing rod. As soon as he entered, Xingchen discovered that Luo Xingchen had actually returned today. Seeing Xingchen return, Luo Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "You're back. Tidy up and get ready for dinner." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen suddenly felt a little dazed, and suddenly felt that this was the life he had always wanted. Now that she possessed such power, she was determined to protect everything she had. Anyone who dared to destroy it would pay the price. Seeing Xingchen, who was slightly dazed, Luo Xingchen blushed slightly and said, "Nothing happened in the clan today, so I came back. Also, and please prepare, tomorrow is the wedding." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." After finishing his sentence, Xingchen put down his fishing rod, tidied up, and came to the dining table. Looking at the delicious food laid out, he smiled and said, "You're truly amazing. I never expected your cooking skills to be so good. It's a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen said shyly, "I spent a long time among humans and learned a few things. Sit down and try some." Xingchen didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down, took a bite, and his eyes lit up instantly. He then began to wolf down the food. Watching Xingchen's behavior, Luo Xingchen felt a surge of tenderness, as if they were a longtime married couple. Luo Xingchen chuckled and said, "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen, with his mouth full of food, couldn't speak, and could only nod and smile repeatedly. After dinner, the two sat quietly by the window, gazing at the starry night sky. Xingchen turned to look at Luo Xingchen's exquisite profile and asked, "It's the wedding tomorrow, is there anything I need to do?" Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen lowered her head shyly, giving him a charming glance before speaking in a captivating voice, "I was going to tell you even if you didn't ask. The weddings of the demon race are basically the same as those of the human race. The clothes are all prepared. Someone will come later to tell you about the etiquette. I also have some things to prepare, so according to demon race rules, I won't be back tonight. I'll be going now." After speaking, Luo Xingchen seemed to remember something, her cheeks flushed red, and she fled as if escaping. Watching Luo Xingchen leave shyly, Xingchen's eyes were filled with tenderness. The next morning, Xingchen, attended by a group of maids, put on his bright red wedding robe. Last night, an old woman came and gave Xingchen a long lecture, explaining what he needed to be careful about here and there. After finally finishing his instructions, she arranged for Xingchen to bathe in a natural bath filled with divine water imbued with rich immortal spiritual energy. As soon as Xingchen entered the bath, several stunningly beautiful demon maids, dressed provocatively, entered to serve him. Looking at these women, Xingchen immediately refused. To his surprise, these beautiful, curvaceous women looked pitiful. They said it was the custom of the demon race, and as the Empress's husband, Xingchen had the right to receive the best treatment. They said it was their duty, and if he drove them away, he would be looked down upon. Xingchen refused. Even if he liked such treatment, he wouldn't do it. It would be irresponsible not only to Luo Xingchen but also to these women. Finally, Xingchen threatened to refuse to bathe until the women left. thus forcing the maids to depart. Unbeknownst to Xingchen, this matter also reached Luo Qingchen's ears. Upon hearing it, Luo Qingchen smiled slightly, remaining silent, but inwardly she was overjoyed. As time passed, Xingchen was carried towards the Empress's palace, with countless demons vying to watch the spectacle along the way. Countless demon prodigies were filled with envy. The Empress's wedding was too sudden and unexpected, even though they had never dared to dream of marrying her. However, upon learning that the Empress had been married to a human man, their faces were still filled with jealousy. At this moment, Xingchen, seeing the undisguised jealousy of those demon prodigies, smiled and, following the old woman's instructions, waved his hand towards the crowd. Immediately, countless people shouted, and the crowd buzzed with discussion. "Hey! Hey! Look, the Emperor is waving at us!" Shouted out. "Look, although we heard the Emperor's strength is only at the innate realm, his temperament, his appearance, what do humans say? A gentleman as fine as jade, unparalleled in the world. Yes, that's it. He's absolutely worthy of the Empress. Unlike us roughnecks. What do you know? We heard that although the Emperor's strength is low, he's a scholar among humans. The Empress was attracted by his literary talent. Strength can be improved through cultivation, but literary talent is innate. The demon race calls the Empress's husband, Emperor, something Xingchen only learned last night. Throughout the journey, Xingchen listened to the countless whispers, constantly waving and smiling, until his face felt almost stiff from smiling too much. Finally, he was carried to the Empress's palace, where Luo Qingchen handled demon affairs. Led by a group of demon children, Xingchen arrived at the Empress's palace. He knew these adorable children were demons who hadn't yet undergone the transformation tribulation. Xingchen discovered that these demon children were just as innocent and carefree, lacking the evil, violence, and bloodthirstiness he had imagined. Although he had seen jealousy on the faces of many young demon men along the way, it was all written on their faces. They harbored no hatred towards him. With Xingchen's strength, he could easily sense their thoughts. He realized that demons were more sincere and straightforward than humans. Upon entering the Empress's palace, the first person Xingchen saw was Luo Qingchen, seated in the main seat, flanked by numerous powerful demon warriors. Luo Qingchen, also dressed in a bright red wedding robe, possessed an unparalleled beauty and noble bearing, making her appear like a goddess descended from heaven, unattainable. Following the old woman's instructions, Xingchen walked step by step towards the seat where Luo Qingchen was sitting. Upon reaching Luo Qingchen, he extended his hand. Even as the Demon Empress, Luo Qingchen blushed slightly. In the demon clan's wedding tradition, Luo Qingchen placing her hand in Xingchen signified the completion of their marriage. Xingchen looked at Luo Qingchen with tender eyes, seemingly giving her immense courage. Luo Qingchen raised her hand and grasped Xingchen's. The next moment, extraordinary phenomena appeared throughout the demon clan's sky. 7-colored auspicious clouds descended, divine light illuminating millions of miles. Auspicious omens danced in the sky, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. Xingchen and Luo Qingchen exchanged a glance, then led the way to the outside of the Empress's palace. Watching the frequent phenomena in the sky, their hands clasped tighter and tighter. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it was as if the great Tao itself had descended upon the void. Fragrance filled the air, and golden light shimmered. The next moment, dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness, a perfect match made in heaven. 8 large golden characters appeared in the void. Those illuminated by the golden light experienced breakthroughs, those of lower strength directly broke through a major realm, while those of higher strength gained profound insights and benefited greatly. Suddenly, from the deepest part of the demon realm, an ancient voice resounded, "Good, good, good." A match made in heaven, recognized by the great Tao. The great Tao descends with golden light to celebrate. Hearing the demon emperor's personal address, coupled with the celestial phenomenon and the immense benefit the 8 golden characters brought to countless demons, they immediately knelt and kowtowed to Xingchen and Luo Qingchen, saying, "Congratulations to the Empress and the Emperor on their wedding. A match made in heaven, recognized by the great Tao, a double joy. Congratulations to the Empress and the Emperor on their wedding. A match made in heaven, recognized by the great Tao, a double joy." Chapter 10 The Shock of the Demon Race. The Empress's excitement at this moment, witnessing the astonishing phenomenon in the sky, coupled with the immense benefits they had just gained, countless powerful demons bowed to Yi Xingchen and Luo Xingchen, saying, "Congratulations on the marriage of the Empress and the Emperor. A match made in heaven, recognized by the great Tao, a double joy. Congratulations on the marriage of the Empress and the Emperor. A match made in heaven, recognized by the great Tao, a double joy." Even Luo Xingchen was slightly stunned at this moment. The astonishing phenomenon, the 8 large characters, dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness, a perfect match, shining with golden light, left Luo Xingchen speechless. Looking at Yi Xingchen beside her, who had a smiling face, she thought to herself, he really is my destined match. Otherwise, how could the great Tao have descended to congratulate him? Thinking of this, Luo Xingchen tightly grasped Yi Xingchen's hand, their hearts drawing ever closer. What Luo Xingchen didn't know was that Yi Xingchen, as a chaos body of the great Tao, was naturally favored by the great Tao, like its own son. On the day of his beloved son's joyous occasion, how could the great Tao not offer its congratulations? It's just that the divine desolate continent, where Yi Xingchen resides, is too far from the great Tao, otherwise, the celestial phenomena would have been even more astonishing. At this moment, all the powerful figures across the entire divine desolate continent looked up in shock at the 8 large characters in the void. From among countless forces, an ancient voice resounded, "Investigate. See who is getting married, that the great Tao itself has come to offer its congratulations." Meanwhile, within the demon race's territory, countless demon race prodigies, looking at the 8 golden characters in the sky and hearing the demon race emperor's words, no longer felt any jealousy. Didn't they hear the demon race emperor speak? The Empress and the Emperor's marriage is a match made in heaven, approved by the great Tao. Moreover, the great Tao's personal congratulations just now bestowed boundless blessings, allowing many of them to instantly break through a major realm. What else is there for them to be jealous of? The Empress and the Emperor are a match made in heaven. The 8 large golden characters in the sky persisted for an hour before slowly disappearing, their golden divine light benefiting countless people within the demon race. Meanwhile, the major powers received news almost simultaneously. It was the wedding of the Demon Empress, Luo Xingchen, and the extraordinary phenomenon had occurred within the demon realm. Upon hearing this news, the various powers were all somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected the Demon Empress to marry so quietly, and even have the great Tao personally attend to offer her congratulations. At the same time, this also filled countless powers with curiosity about Luo Xingchen's husband, prompting them to begin their investigations. At this moment, Luo Xingchen's suitors and secret admirers felt a surge of jealousy and disappointment. That powerful and stunningly beautiful woman now had someone she loved. At this moment, Luo Xingchen turned to look at Yi Xingchen, and said shyly, "Husband, it's time for them to get up." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Yi Xingchen's heart warmed. That single word, husband, brought tears to his eyes. What he couldn't do in his past life, he had finally accomplished today. He was no longer alone, he now had a family. The woman before him, with her unparalleled beauty and slightly flushed face, would henceforth be his wife. From this day forward, wherever she was would be home. Seeing Yi Xingchen's slightly reddened eyes, Luo Xingchen gently squeezed his hand, her eyes filled with boundless tenderness. Sensing Luo Xingchen's affection and seeing the concern in her eyes, Yi Xingchen smiled gently at her. "Please rise, everyone. To be able to marry the Empress today is Yi Xingchen's blessing. I hereby swear that I will cherish Xingchen, love her, and protect her for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, may I be struck down by heaven and earth." As soon as Yi Xingchen finished speaking, thunder roared in the heavens, fiery clouds gathered for thousands of miles, and terrifying pressure descended. The heavenly Tao had actually acknowledged Yi Xingchen's vow. Yi Xingchen's heartfelt vow shocked Luo Xingchen, then warmed her heart. She truly hadn't expected Yi Xingchen to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's vow, all the demons present felt no more jealousy. In the divine wilderness continent, vows to the heavenly Tao were highly valued and considered extremely effective. Few were willing to swear such oaths. Yi Xingchen's actions demonstrated his deep affection for Luo Xingchen. Watching the powerful demon slowly rise, Yi Xingchen gazed at Luo Xingchen with deep affection and softly said, "Until the mountains crumble, the rivers run dry, thunder roars in winter, snow falls in summer, heaven and earth unite, only then will I part from you." Upon hearing this poem, Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up, Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she looked at Xingchen excitedly, as if instantly transformed into a devoted fan. Xingchen had gone to the human realm to train at the age of 18, and was quite proficient in poetry, which she loved dearly. Now, hearing Xingchen recite poetry so fluently, how could she not be excited? Her husband was truly a talented scholar. To establish Xingchen's imperial prestige within the demon race, Xingchen specifically ordered her trusted confidants to praise him as a talented scholar in public. After all, the demon race had always been looked down upon by humans. Even after undergoing the transformation tribulation and taking human form, they were still considered a beast race. Therefore, demons generally admired talented human scholars. Xingchen did this to enhance Xingchen's prestige among the demons. Xingchen had even invited many great human sages to preach in the demon realm, but they all resolutely refused. While these sages spoke eloquently about the equality of all beings, when it came to actually doing it, they revealed their despicable nature. From that moment on, Xingchen no longer believed the words of those so-called sages. The hypocrisy of humans far surpassed that of the demon race. Hearing Xingchen recite a beautiful poem to her with such deep affection, how could Xingchen not be moved? Moreover, Xingchen could feel the profound love Xingchen held for her within the poem. Among these demons, there were many who understood poetry, and even some wise demons who educated the demon race. Upon hearing Xingchen's poem, they couldn't help but exclaim, "So your Majesty the Emperor is truly a human genius. This poem is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary human talents. Having your Majesty is a blessing to our demon race. Your Majesty the Empress truly has discerning eyes." At this moment, countless powerful demons around were shocked upon hearing the words of the white-haired demon sage. Even Xingchen's confidants were stunned. How could this be different from what the Empress had instructed? The Emperor was actually a great talent of the human race. Now they were at a loss for what to do. A loud slap rang out. A burly, strong man slapped another equally tall and imposing man on the head, his voice booming, "Second brother, what are you standing there for? Keep shouting." The man who had been slapped looked aggrieved and said, "Boss, what should I shout? I don't know what to say anymore. You brat, at this moment, just shout something nice, and you're guaranteed to be right. Come on, shout with me. The Emperor is mighty. The Emperor is mighty." Two loud voices rang out, causing all the demons outside the Empress's palace to instinctively cover their ears and glare angrily at the two men who had shouted. Xingchen, hearing the loud noise, turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw two tall, burly men grinning foolishly at him. Xingchen slightly clasped his hands in a fist salute and nodded to them. Meanwhile, Xingchen frowned slightly and glared fiercely at the two men. At this moment, the two burly men completely ignored Empress Xingchen's glare, their faces beaming with glee. "Second brother, did you see that? We shouted correctly. The Emperor bowed to us brothers in thanks. Big brother, we saw it. He even nodded at us, which means he wants us to continue, right?" The slightly shorter man looked excitedly at the man beside him and spoke loudly. "Haha, not bad, second brother's gotten smarter. Come on, let's continue." Just as the two were about to continue, Xingchen, as if understanding their temperaments, spoke up, "Shangwufa, Shangwushan, you two shut up for me." Hearing the Empress's words, the two realized the angry gazes of the people around them, scratched their heads sheepishly, and chuckled awkwardly. Hearing Xingchen's words, Xingchen looked at the two and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Shangwufa, Shangwushan. Wufa Wushan. Interesting." Xingchen, standing beside him, gave a helpless wry smile and said, "These two simpletons may not be the brightest, but they are extremely loyal to me. Their voices were loud just now, but their intentions were good." Hearing Xingchen's words, Xingchen knew she was trying to comfort them. After all, the noise at their wedding was quite loud, sounding more like disruption than celebration. He held Xingchen's hand tightly and said softly, "My wife, there's no need for that. Today we are married, husband and wife, everything is good. Your husband is blessed to have married you." Even if their voices were loud, it was their intention. Your husband isn't so petty. At this moment, hearing Xingchen call her wife, Xingchen blushed slightly. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep affection. Luo Xingchen gripped Yi Xingchen's hand tightly, and their hearts drew closer together at that moment. Chapter 11 Heartwarming Moments, Wedding Gift Package. Luo Xingchen gripped Yi Xingchen's hand tightly, their hearts drawing ever closer. The rest of the ceremony proceeded according to the rules of the demon race. Hand in hand, Luo Xingchen and Yi Xingchen walked from the Empress's palace to the Phoenix Perch Palace. This was a custom of the demon race. Along the way, they received congratulations and toasts from the demons. It must be said, the demon brewed wine was utterly unpalatable to Yi Xingchen. Not only was it bitter and tasteless, but its alcohol content was also extremely low. Drinking it felt more like taking a sip of herbal medicine to cool him down. However, seeing the demons seemingly enjoying it, Yi Xingchen had no choice but to accept it, considering it a way to cool himself. After a flurry of activity, the two finally returned to the Phoenix Perch Palace. With that, the wedding was officially over, leaving them with time alone until the early hours of the next morning. During this time, no one was allowed to linger within Phoenix Perch Palace except for Luo Xingchen's personal maid, Qinger. They could only guard the outer perimeter. Luo Xingchen's face was already slightly flushed. Even with the low alcohol content of the wine, she felt slightly tipsy. However, according to the rules of the demon race, she couldn't use her internal magic to remove the flush. The reason was self-evident. Seeing Luo Xingchen's slightly flushed face, Yi Xingchen showed no reaction. He gently took Luo Xingchen's hand and led her into their bridal chamber. The room was filled with the glow of flickering red candles. The bridal chamber was exquisitely decorated. Large red, double happiness characters adorned the windows, highlighting the joy of the newlyweds. On the bed, a brocade quilt embroidered with 100 children pattern shimmered in the festive atmosphere, exuding a sweet fragrance. On the antique dressing table, a bright bronze mirror gleamed, and jade hairpins and gold ornaments shimmered softly in the dim candlelight. A sumptuous feast was already prepared on the table made of ancient sandalwood. Yi Xingchen took Luo Xingchen's hand, and under her shy gaze, the two slowly sat down at the table. At that moment, their eyes met, and Luo Xingchen shyly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting her handkerchief. Luo Xingchen, in this state, exuded a captivating charm, which completely mesmerized Yi Xingchen. After a long silence from Yi Xingchen, Luo Xingchen shyly raised her head to look at him, only to find him gazing at her with a look of adoration. The deep affection in his eyes made Luo Xingchen let out a soft humph, and instantly turn away. Only then did Yi Xingchen come to his senses, looking at Luo Xingchen's graceful back, and smiled gently. He rose and approached Luo Xingchen, slowly kneeling down to take her hand and softly saying, "My wife, you've been busy for so long and drunk so much wine. Why don't we eat something first?" Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen finally felt a pang of hunger. She chuckled, but then realized it was inappropriate, her cheeks instantly flushing red. She softly murmured, Seeing Luo Xingchen's shy expression, Yi Xingchen stood up. Looking at the table full of dishes, he picked up a wine cup, poured a glass of wine, and placed it in front of Luo Xingchen. He then poured another glass for himself, looking at Luo Xingchen and saying, "My wife, this is a toast to you, to thank you for everything you've done for me today." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen said, "You, husband, he knows." Luo Xingchen's address of husband made Yi Xingchen's heart flutter with joy. Looking at Luo Xingchen affectionately, he said, "My wife was afraid that my strength was too low, and that the demons would look down on me. To establish my prestige, she had her trusted men spread the word among the people that I was a talented human. I'm not stupid, how could I not see through it?" Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's pretty face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. At this moment, Yi Xingchen stood up, walked to Luo Xingchen, and crossed his arms with hers, saying, "My wife, in the human race, drinking like this is called cross-cupped wine, symbolizing that husband and wife will share joys and sorrows, and stand together through thick and thin. Today, my wife, are you willing to drink this cross-cupped wine with your husband?" Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's eyes brightened, and she nodded firmly. The two drank their wine together. Looking at Luo Xingchen's alluring appearance, Yi Xingchen clicked his tongue and said with a wry smile, "My wife, when I have some free time in the next few days, I will brew some wine for you to try. Our demon race's winemaking skills are truly nothing to write home about." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's pretty face flushed slightly, and she nodded happily. She had trained among humans for a long time and tasted their wine. Indeed, it was fragrant and mellow, with a sweet and strong flavor, incomparable to the wine brewed by the demon race. The two ate their meal in sweet intimacy. As dusk settled, Qinger cleared away the food, and Yi Xingchen, holding Luo Xingchen's hand, led her to the window. They gazed at each other frequently, savoring their tender moment. Just then, Yi Xingchen remembered he hadn't checked in. Today, with nothing else to do, he quickly checked in. Otherwise, there wouldn't be time later. So, he mentally said to the system, "System, check in today." Ding, the system is checking in. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Chaos Furnace. The Chaos Furnace has no grade, it is forged from Chaos Divine Iron. Using the Chaos Furnace to refine pills, regardless of the type, guarantees a 100% success rate. The same type of pill refined using the Chaos Furnace will also have a higher quality. Ding, the system has detected that the host is getting married today. As a reward, a wedding gift package has been stored in the system space. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. This system actually rewarded him with a wedding gift package. How humane. Ding, please note, host, this system is unique in all realms and possesses all emotions. Please do not be alarmed. Yi Xingchen. The two stood affectionately by the window, gazing at the distant natural lake, their hearts drawing closer. The moon rose above the willow branches, their rendezvous after dusk. As time passed, Luo Xingchen gently rested her head on Yi Xingchen's shoulder. Yi Xingchen, supporting Luo Xingchen's slender waist, whispered in her ear, "My wife, it's late, let's rest." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen shyly buried her head in Yi Xingchen's chest, looking at her alluring appearance. Amidst Luo Xingchen's gasp, Yi Xingchen scooped her up and carried her to the large red bed. Gently placing her on the bed, Yi Xingchen eagerly went to her side, gazing deeply at the stunning woman before him. Yi Xingchen secretly vowed to protect and care for the woman before him, to make her happy and joyful. Looking at the man gazing at her with such affection, Luo Xingchen bravely met his gaze. Seeing Luo Xingchen's alluring appearance, Yi Xingchen slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with deep affection as he thought to himself, "I finally have a home, this is my wife." Seeing the deep affection in Yi Xingchen's eyes, Luo Xingchen said softly, "Husband, it's late, let's retire for the night." With a wave of her hand, the entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. Outside the window, the moon shyly hid behind the clouds. Chapter 12 Couples Trip, Sword Domain. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen blushed even more and buried her head in his chest. Looking at the deep affection and passion in Yi Xingchen's eyes, Luo Xingchen said softly and alluringly, "Husband, it's late, let's retire for the night." With that, Luo Xingchen waved her hand, and the entire room instantly plunged into darkness. Outside the window, the moon shyly hid behind the clouds. The next morning, Yi Xingchen woke up, opened his eyes, and looked at the woman in his arms, his heart filled with tenderness. As if sensing the affection in Yi Xingchen's eyes, Luo Xingchen, nestled in his embrace, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Looking at the man whose eyes were full of tenderness, a uniquely feminine charm appeared on Luo Xingchen's face. Husband. That one word, husband, made Yi Xingchen's heart flutter with joy. Nothing could be more delightful than the Demon Empress calling him, husband. "My lady, you're awake." Seeing the smile on Yi Xingchen's face and the deep affection in his eyes, Luo Xingchen felt a surge of shyness and softly murmured, Turning her head, she saw that it was already bright outside. She rose and looked at Yi Xingchen gently, saying, "Husband, let me help you get dressed." Looking at Luo Xingchen's graceful figure, a fiery glint flashed in Yi Xingchen's eyes, while Luo Xingchen naturally displayed her perfect figure before him. That's how demon women are, they only show their most alluring side to the one they love most. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Yi Xingchen chuckled and said softly, "Hee hee, my lady, let's swap clothes, swap clothes." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen blushed shyly. The two playfully dressed, of course, during which Yi Xingchen took advantage of her in several ways, earning Luo Xingchen a few eye rolls. The two finally finished getting ready. Luo Xingchen sat shyly on the edge of the new bed and said to Yi Xingchen, "Husband, according to the wedding traditions of the demon race, there is one more thing I need you to do." I wonder if you would be willing. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly, came to her side, and smiled gently. My wife, we are now husband and wife as one. You are now my closest person. You only need to tell me what you need to do. How could I not be willing? Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's pretty face flushed red, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes as she looked tenderly at Xingchen. Husband, according to the rules of the demon race, on the second day of the marriage, the husband must carry his wife from the bedroom to the living room, symbolizing mutual support and shared hardship. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen didn't hesitate at all. With his back to Luo Xingchen, he slowly squatted down in front of her, smiled gently, and said softly, "Wife, come on, your husband will carry you to the living room." Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up at Xingchen's words. She knew her husband would carry her to the living room, but she hadn't expected him to agree so readily. After all, in the demon race, many newlywed couples experience some unhappiness because of this. All demon men feel that carrying a woman on their back would be laughable, so many demon men wouldn't carry their wives to the living room on the second day of their marriage. Seeing her husband come to her without hesitation, Luo Xingchen was deeply moved and shyly climbed onto Xingchen's back. Xingchen, smiling, carried Luo Xingchen into the living room. Qinger was already waiting in the living room. When she saw the emperor carrying the empress into the living room, her eyes lit up and her face was full of joy. Xingchen gently placed the shy Luo Xingchen on a chair in the living room, and then, with Qinger's help, they ate breakfast. Because it was their wedding day, Luo Xingchen didn't need to deal with matters of the demon race. Instead, she took Xingchen's hand, intending to show him around the demon race and let him familiarize himself with its customs and traditions. The entire demon race's territory was vast and boundless, known as one of the forbidden areas of the divine wilderness continent, filled with countless spiritual herbs and immortal plants. As the core of the demon race, Yunya Mountain is covered with towering trees that form a green barrier, blocking out the noise and restlessness of the outside world. Only the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers echo within, making it an absolutely beautiful place. Among the buildings built around the mountain, Luo Xingchen, having spent several years training among humans, combined human architectural styles with her unique creativity to create the exotic architectural complex that stands today. This was Xingchen's first time leaving Phoenix Perch Palace. Luo Xingchen led him, allowing him to experience the unique scenery of the demon race, which filled Xingchen with admiration. My wife, the scenery of our demon race is so beautiful, it's like the realm of gods. Hearing her husband's words, Luo Xingchen felt a surge of joy. As long as her husband liked and accepted the demon race, that made her happier than anything else. It's good that my husband likes it. I was afraid he wouldn't like it and wouldn't be used to living in the demon race. Luo Xingchen glanced at Xingchen carefully and said. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen turned to look at her, gently taking her hand and saying earnestly, "My wife, I was an orphan since childhood, with no one to rely on. To be able to marry you must be a reward from heaven for all the good deeds I did in my past life. Wherever you are, that's my home. How could I not feel comfortable living here? I could never get enough of it." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen gripped her husband's hand tightly, her face flushed with excitement as she looked at him. "Husband, is it true, husband? I could never get enough of it." Looking at Luo Xingchen's excited, blushing face, Xingchen smiled gently and looked at her earnestly. "Where my wife is, that's my home. How could I ever get enough of my own home? Besides, the scenery here is so beautiful, and the demons are so warm and simple-minded. I could stay here for 10 lifetimes, let alone a lifetime." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but tightly grasp his hand, her eyes filled with boundless tenderness. Suddenly, a figure in black robes appeared behind them, bowing respectfully. Luo Xingchen frowned slightly. It was only the second day of her marriage. Unless something major had occurred, her guards wouldn't have appeared. She glanced at Xingchen apologetically, then spoke authoritatively, "What is it?" The figure in black robes spoke in a deep voice, "Greetings, Empress." "Greetings, Emperor. The trade of spiritual herbs with the human race has run into trouble again today. The elders are unable to resolve it. We have no choice but to request your majesty's intervention." Luo Xingchen glanced at Xingchen, her eyes filled with apology. She had promised to take her husband out for a stroll through the demon realm, but now she couldn't. Seeing Luo Xingchen's apologetic expression, Xingchen smiled slightly, took her hand, and said softly, "Our marriage is for life. We have many more years together. My wife, please don't mind. Go and handle the matter first. I'll go back to Phoenix Perch Palace to fish and see if I can catch one to cook for you tonight." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen chuckled, her mood instantly improving. "My husband's fishing, even the hook's straight. No wonder he can't catch anything." Luo Xingchen looked at Xingchen's smiling face, remembering her husband's fishing antics, and instantly laughed. She reached out her jade-like hand, took her husband's hand, and in a flash returned to Phoenix Perch Palace. Only then did she give Xingchen a charming smile before turning and speeding towards the Empress's palace. Xingchen watched Luo Xingchen's beautiful figure disappear, then went to the study window. He hadn't checked in today. He hadn't checked the system's wedding gift pack from yesterday, so he'd take this opportunity to see what was inside. System, check in for today. Ding, system is checking in. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Sword Domain. The Sword Domain is the highest realm of swordsmanship, formed by the unity of sword intent, sword momentum, and sword domain, a realm of power. Its power is immense and indescribable. Hearing the system reward of a sword domain, Xingchen was overjoyed. Those who could cultivate a domain were all top-tier geniuses or powerful figures. This included domains like fire domain and water domain, but no one in the entire Divine Wilderness continent could cultivate a sword domain, simply because cultivating a sword domain was extremely difficult. Ding, host, would you like to immediately fuse with the sword domain? Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen excitedly shouted, "System, fuse with the sword domain." Chapter 13 An Amazing Reward, Luo Xingchen's troubles upon hearing the system's voice, Xingchen excitedly shouted, "System, fuse with the sword domain." Ding, the system is fusing with the sword domain. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing with the sword domain. Because the host is a chaotic body of the great Tao, with heaven-defying luck, you have directly comprehended the highest level, the domain realm. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xingchen discovered that deep within his sea of consciousness, a majestic and domineering divine infant sat cross-legged, its left hand holding a sword domain radiating an aura of death. This sword domain shone brightly, yet carried a chilling deathly intent, the opposite of the alchemy true scripture radiating a rich life force in its right hand. These two, one on the left and one on the right, accentuated Xingchen's divine infant, making it appear like a deity controlling life and death, exuding an unchallengeable majesty that inspired awe. Feeling the incomparably majestic divine infant within his sea of consciousness, Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. The feeling of easily controlling the life and death of others with his left and right hands was simply too exhilarating. Picking up his fishing rod, Xingchen leisurely strolled to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, a spot that had become his personal domain. He reclined comfortably in a chair and cast his line. Remembering the wedding gift package the system had rewarded him with the previous night, Xingchen directly addressed the system. "System, open the wedding gift package." Ding, the system is opening the wedding gift package. Congratulations, host, for receiving the gift package reward, 1 million bottles of top-grade divine wine. Ding, the system is opening the wedding gift package. Congratulations, host, for receiving the gift package reward, 1 million top-grade immortal stones. After waiting a while, Xingchen noticed the system was silent and was slightly taken aback. "System, this is your wedding gift package. You only rewarded me with 1 million bottles of wine. 1 million top-grade immortal stones. While the wine should be good, these two items are far too little. At least give me some heavenly Tao level martial arts techniques, or elixirs for improving comprehension and aptitude." Ding, please note, host, this wedding gift package is a gift from the system for your wedding, not a reward for your daily luck check-in. Furthermore, this wine has been improved by the system, making it unique in the entire Divine Wilderness continent. After drinking it, the aroma is intoxicating, the taste is mellow, and it can quickly replenish your immortal spiritual power, increasing your cultivation level, comparable to a celestial grade elixir. If you don't like it, this system can take it back. Hearing the system's words, Xingchen's eyes lit up. This wine is impressive. After the system's improvements, it's comparable to a celestial grade elixir. Only a fool wouldn't want it. I love it. I love it. As expected of a system product, awesome. I love it so much. Please don't take it back, please don't take it back. Upon hearing the system's intention to reclaim the reward, Xingchen immediately exclaimed, "System." Looking at the millions of bottles of system specially crafted top-grade divine wine and millions of top-grade immortal stones in the system space, Xingchen was overjoyed. Recalling the demon brewed wine he drank yesterday, not only was it bitter and tasteless, but its alcohol content was also extremely low, like drinking a sip of Chinese medicine with a faint alcoholic taste. It was simply unacceptable to Xingchen, who valued fine wine. Lying back in his chair, Xingchen casually took out a bottle from the system space and examined it carefully. The bottle, a pure white jade color, radiated a soft glow. It was actually crafted from spirit stones, a truly extravagant gift. The wine was nourished by the spiritual energy within the spirit stones at all times. It would be strange if it weren't a top-tier item. Throughout the entire divine wilderness continent, any wine worthy of being held in a spirit stone was undoubtedly of the highest quality. Moreover, spirit stones were the primary currency on the divine wilderness continent. Of course, there were also extremely rare immortal stones and divine stones. Spirit stones weren't just for trading, they could also be used for cultivation, accelerating the process. Basically, unless one was from a top-tier power or an unparalleled expert, no one would use spirit stones to hold wine. It would be a complete waste. Thus, it was clear how astonishing the wedding gift the system had given him was. Leaving aside the fine wine inside, the bottle itself, made from 1,000,000 spirit stones, was already a considerable fortune. And then there were 1,000,000 top-grade immortal stones. This was a reward that would drive countless people mad, still not satisfied. Some people are truly insatiable. Xingchen instantly realized he'd gotten carried away. After cursing himself inwardly, he opened the bottle and gulped it down. Just as the system had said, the wine was rich and smooth, its taste like a divine realm above the clouds. Each sip felt like savoring the shimmering stars, a unique blend of sweet and sour, a smooth texture that made one feel as if strolling through the river of time. Most importantly, the wine was imbued with a rich immortal energy. It truly lived up to the system's improvements. While the wine had little effect on Xingchen, because his strength was too great, it was a top-grade divine brew for others. With just one sip, Xingchen could already detect that this wine was effective even for immortal emperors, and could even slowly increase cultivation. Combined with its mellow, smooth taste and overflowing aroma, it truly deserved to be called a top-grade divine brew. Unbeknownst to him, Xingchen had already finished half of the divine wine in his hand. The wine was indeed delicious, but its alcohol content was high. After placing the remaining half bottle into his system space, Xingchen slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. When Xingchen awoke, he found the sky had darkened, countless stars twinkled, and a huge moon hung high in the heavens. At this moment, Xingchen noticed a familiar figure sitting quietly beside him. The figure, noticing Xingchen's awakening, turned and looked at him tenderly. "Husband, you're awake." Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Xingchen looked at the beautiful woman before him, his heart filled with tenderness. "When did you arrive, my wife? Why didn't you wake me? Shanur just arrived a little while ago. Seeing that you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you. Anyway, I had nothing else to do, I just wanted to stay with you." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Qingchen's lips curved slightly as she spoke softly. However, Xingchen saw a deeply hidden weariness, anger, and helplessness in Luo Qingchen's eyes. Perhaps afraid of worrying him, Luo Qingchen didn't show it outwardly. Seeing that Luo Qingchen didn't seem inclined to speak, Xingchen reached out and took her hand, turning to look at her tenderly. "My wife, is something troubling you? Can you tell your husband about it?" Hearing her husband's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Luo Qingchen's eyes. Although her husband possessed remarkable literary talent, his strength was far too weak, and even if she spoke, he couldn't solve the problem. Why burden him with her troubles? Turning to look at the incomparably elegant man beside her, she was about to say that everything was all right, but seeing the tenderness in her husband's eyes, Luo Qingchen couldn't bear to lie to Xingchen. Seeing the struggle in Luo Qingchen's eyes, Xingchen smiled slightly, took Luo Qingchen's hand, and with a shy gasp, pulled her into his arms. Looking at the blushing Demon Empress, Xingchen felt a sense of accomplishment. My wife, we are husband and wife, one body. You can tell your husband anything. Although my strength is meager, perhaps there are some things I can help you with. After all, 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Qingchen playfully patted his chest. Having lived among humans for many years, she naturally knew this saying and said shyly, "My husband is the cobbler." After saying that, Luo Qingchen actually chuckled, her previously irritable mood instantly improving. Looking at her smiling husband, Luo Qingchen gave Yi Xingchen a charmingly reproachful look before speaking. "I didn't want to tell you, my husband, so you wouldn't have to worry about me. But since you asked, I don't want to lie to you." Glancing at Yi Xingchen, who was listening intently, Luo Qingchen continued softly, "Although our demon race can improve their cultivation by absorbing the immortal energy in the air, we still need a lot of spirit stones to aid in our cultivation. Moreover, many pills also require spirit stones to purchase, such as those that restore the immortal energy within the body, those that restore qi and blood, and those that heal injuries. My husband should know that in the divine wilderness continent, those who can become alchemists are all humans, and even among humans, alchemists are extremely rare. It can be said that even the most ordinary alchemist is a target of fierce competition among various powerful forces. Fortunately, although our demon race cannot refine pills, we have countless spiritual herbs and immortal medicines within our entire demon territory. We often use these spiritual herbs and immortal medicines to exchange for spirit stones from humans. This not only allows our people to improve their cultivation but also allows us to purchase various pills that humans need." At this point, Yi Xingchen saw a flash of anger and resentment in Luo Qingchen's eyes, gently patted her hand, and smiled tenderly. "Is it because the humans who came to buy our medicinal herbs drove down the price so much that my wife is so angry?" Seeing the anger in Luo Qingchen's eyes, Yi Xingchen instantly guessed the reason and chuckled as he spoke. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Qingchen nodded slightly and said with some helplessness, "I once went to the human race hoping to hire an alchemist. Even though I offered the highest possible benefits, not a single alchemist was willing to come to the demon race. Now, our demon race has a treasure mountain, possessing endless spiritual herbs, yet we cannot be self-sufficient. We can only let the humans keep driving down the price of medicine, and there's nothing we can do." Hearing Luo Qingchen's somewhat helpless words, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. "My wife is troubled by this. Why don't we just not sell to them? Can't we sell them ourselves in the human territory?" Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Qingchen spoke up. Shan'er once had the same idea, leading people to sell medicinal herbs in the human territory, but almost all the alchemists there come from the Xingchen palace. No one is willing or dares to buy medicinal herbs from the demon race. Even if our herbs are much more effective than those of the humans, no one is willing to buy them. They're afraid of offending the Xingchen palace. Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Yi Xingchen instantly understood. This was a typical monopoly strategy. Knowing that the demon race needed spirit stones, but lacking alchemists, they could only earn spirit stones by selling medicinal herbs to sustain their needs. And the Xingchen palace, as the #1 alchemy power among humans, held the power. The price of medicinal herbs was entirely up to them. They had exploited their weakness. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen, seeing the anger in Luo Qingchen's eyes, smiled slightly and said, "My wife, you're from the Xingchen palace, aren't you, coming to our demon race to buy medicinal herbs?" Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Qingchen nodded and softly hummed in agreement. Seeing his wife's troubled and helpless expression, Yi Xingchen was displeased. This was simply too much. He could bully others, but he absolutely couldn't bully his wife. "My wife, do you trust your husband?" Hearing Yi Xingchen's words and seeing his earnest expression, Luo Qingchen smiled slightly and said softly, "You are my husband, my closest person. Of course I trust you." Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Yi Xingchen felt a surge of pride. Only he could have shown such a side to the Demon Empress. Yi Xingchen knew in his heart that Luo Qingchen, as the Demon Empress, was definitely a woman with imperial dominance. Now, she nestled in his arms like an ordinary young woman, revealing her most authentic self. This was because Luo Qingchen considered him her most beloved. At this moment, hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Yi Xingchen's heart was filled with tenderness. He said to her, "My wife, those people from Xingchen Palace shouldn't have returned yet, right? Yes, they offered such a low price this time, so Shanur hasn't agreed yet. At most tomorrow, if they haven't reached an agreement, they'll probably go back. All the medicinal herbs the demon race gathered will likely go to waste. Hearing the helplessness in Luo Xingchen's voice, Xingchen hugged her tightly and said softly, "Since my wife trusts me, leave the matter of the medicinal herbs to me tomorrow. Don't worry about anything else, I'll handle it for you." Hearing Xingchen's words, a tenderness flashed in Luo Xingchen's eyes. Although she knew that even if Xingchen went, he couldn't solve the problem of the medicinal herbs, she still nodded, because Luo Xingchen didn't want to embarrass Xingchen at this moment. Having lived among humans for over 10 years, Luo Xingchen understood very well that human men cared most about their reputation. Since her husband wanted to do something for her, Luo Xingchen would fully support him. At worst, she would bear the consequences for him in the end. Seeing Luo Xingchen nod, Xingchen, amidst her gasp, scooped her up in his arms and headed towards Phoenix Palace. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, blushing shyly, nestled in Xingchen's embrace, her heart pounding uncontrollably. The scene shifts. In a luxurious room, a white-haired old man with a wrinkled face sat there smugly, sipping fragrant tea. The aura emanating from him was that of a celestial emperor. A middle-aged man beside the white-haired elder, also beaming, said smugly, "Father, this time we've driven down the price of demon race medicinal herbs again. We can make a fortune. The demon race has mountains of treasure, but not a single alchemist. They can only be constantly exploited by us. As long as they need pills and spirit stones, they'll have no choice but to sell their herbs to us." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the white-haired elder became even more smug, leisurely saying, "This price has already reached the demon race's bottom line. If Luo Xingchen still doesn't agree tomorrow, we'll raise the price slightly. After all, demon race medicinal herbs are not only several times more potent than human herbs, but their price is also only 1/5 of human herbs." Hearing the white-haired elder's words, the middle-aged man nodded, then said, "I heard that Luo Xingchen actually got married, and even received congratulations from the great Dao himself. I wonder who could possibly win such a beauty's heart." At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with a burning desire as he recalled Luo Xingchen's perfect figure. You'd better not get any funny ideas. Luo Xingchen is, after all, the empress of her clan. The reason she's so polite to us is because she needs something from us. Otherwise, do you think an empress of her clan would personally receive us every time? And tolerate our unreasonable demands time and time again? If there were even a single alchemist among the demon race, Luo Xingchen wouldn't personally receive us, much less tolerate our rudeness. She would probably have thrown us, father and son, out of the demon race's territory long ago. So you'd better put away your little schemes. Luo Xingchen is no pushover, she's a renowned empress of the demon race among humans." Hearing his father's words, the middle-aged man instantly sobered up, gave an awkward smile, and remained silent, but a burning desire still lingered deep in his eyes. Chapter 14 The Power of Shangqing Palace. The overbearing emperor. At that moment, the middle-aged man, hearing his father's words, instantly sobered up. He gave an awkward smile and remained silent, though a burning desire still lingered deep in his eyes. The next morning, Xingchen was still half asleep when he suddenly felt an itch on his nose. Opening his eyes, he found Luo Xingchen nestled in his arms, tickling him with her hair. Xingchen reached out his right hand and casually climbed a large breast, causing the smiling Luo Xingchen to blush instantly, let out a soft moan, and glare fiercely at her husband. That one glance, filled with 1,000 charms, seemed to sense something in Luo Xingchen. Blushing, she recoiled from Xingchen's side, only to be pulled into his embrace. Looking at the deep affection and passion in his eyes, Luo Xingchen stammered softly, Husband, it's dawn, we should get up." However, Xingchen seemed not to hear her words. He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her cherry lips. When the two awoke again, it was almost noon. Xingchen looked at Luo Xingchen's flushed face and felt a surge of pride. Looking at Xingchen's smug, chuckling expression, Luo Xingchen rolled her eyes, but her heart was filled with tenderness. Amidst their playful banter, they dressed. Xingchen, carrying Luo Xingchen with a shy blush, carried her to the living room. Qinger, who had been waiting there, was overjoyed to see the empress and the emperor so affectionate. It seemed the Empress had truly found someone she loved, and as the great Tao had congratulated her, the Emperor was indeed her match made in heaven. The two had just finished lunch, served by Xingchen, when a man in black robes came to report that the people of Xingchen Palace had said they would have to leave if the Empress did not appear soon. The elders, having no other choice, had sent the man in black robes to inform the Empress. Xingchen knew that the man in black robes was Wei Donglai, Luo Qingxin's head guard, a powerful immortal lord, a man of few words, extremely steady and loyal. Hearing Wei Donglai's words, Luo Qingxin nodded and looked at Xingchen beside her, only to find her husband smiling at her. Luo Qingxin rolled her eyes at Xingchen before speaking authoritatively. I understand. Go tell them I'll be there shortly. Wei Donglai bowed to the two of them and disappeared. At this moment, Xingchen stood up, took Luo Qingxin's hand, and said softly, my wife, let's go. Your husband will go and meet these people from Xingchen Palace. Let's see what makes them so arrogant, causing you so much trouble. For this alone, I won't let them get away with it. Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Qingxin smiled shyly, while Xingchen, standing beside her, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, you don't know, but the Empress personally receives them every time so that we have enough spirit stones to cultivate and buy pills. But every time, those people from Xingchen Palace are extremely arrogant, constantly driving down the price of our medicinal herbs. Each time, they anger the Empress, and many elders can't stand them anymore and don't want to do business with them. But for the sake of the demon race, Her Majesty the Empress is willing to swallow her anger. Even Xingchen can't bear to watch. Hearing Xingchen's words, Xingchen turned to look at Luo Qingxin, his eyes filled with heartache. He took Luo Qingxin's hand and said, Wife, let's go. Leave today's matters to your husband. You can just watch from the side. Seeing the heartache in Xingchen's eyes, Luo Qingxin felt a surge of emotion. She picked up Xingchen and flew towards the Empress's palace. The two arrived at the Empress's palace. Upon seeing the Empress and the Emperor, the guards immediately bowed in respect, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Xingchen. The Emperor was truly a talented scholar of the human race. Xingchen smiled slightly at the guards, took Luo Qingxin's hand, and walked into the Empress's palace. Inside the palace, an elderly man with a full head of white hair sat leisurely on a throne on either side of the palace, while a middle-aged man frequently glanced outside. Across from them, dozens of demon elders sat on their thrones, their faces filled with anger, clearly quite infuriated by the two men. Suddenly, a powerful imperial aura descended, and a stunningly beautiful figure appeared at the entrance to the palace, accompanied by a tall, handsome man with unparalleled charisma. When they saw the man leading Luo Qingxin into the palace, the white-haired elder and the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. Xingchen, holding Luo Qingxin's hand, ignored the two men from Xingchen Palace and walked step by step to the throne above the Empress's palace. The white-haired elder and the middle-aged man could no longer remain calm when they saw the man sitting firmly on the throne, symbolizing the highest power of the demon race, alongside Empress Luo Qingxin. Only the Demon Empress herself, or her husband, could hold such a position. The next moment, the actions of the demon elders confirmed their suspicions. Upon seeing the two seated, the numerous demon elders below immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, Empress. Greetings, Emperor. At this moment, Luo Qingxin, seated on the imperial throne, spoke calmly and with an air of majesty, Elders, please don't stand on ceremony, please sit. Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, the demon elders slowly sat down. The two from Xingchen Palace opposite them, however, were filled with arrogance, their necks stretched practically to the sky. Luo Qingxin looked at the two arrogant figures, a flash of anger crossing her eyes, as did the demon elders below. The two from Xingchen Palace, at this moment, had all their attention focused on Xingchen. A quick scan with their divine sense revealed that Xingchen was actually a human, and a human at that, only at the innate realm. This discovery filled their eyes with a hint of mockery. The husband of the dignified Demon Empress was actually a weak human. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Feeling the angry gazes of the demon elders, the two barely stood up and gave Luo Qingxin a perfunctory bow, completely ignoring Xingchen. What a joke. A mere innate realm trash like him doesn't deserve their bow. Seeing this, Luo Qingxin was about to explode in anger when Xingchen grabbed her hand, smiled and nodded at her, then calmly looked at the two from the Xingchen palace and said, "Guards, seize them and throw them into the blazing fire cave. Let them experience the true hospitality of our demon race." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the demon elders below immediately brightened up. The emperor's status in the demon race was equivalent to that of the empress. Moreover, the empress remained calm and didn't object. It seemed the emperor would handle this matter today. A powerful aura erupted. The demon elders who could enter the empress's palace were all at the immortal emperor realm. At this moment, the auras of dozens of immortal emperor realm elders rose simultaneously, pressing down on the two from Xingchen palace. The two were no match for them. The white-haired immortal emperor elder's expression changed drastically, and the middle-aged man was completely overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, forced to the ground, unable to move, his eyes filled with terror. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The white-haired elder hurriedly shouted, "Who dares to do this? I am Han Xuanluo, an elder of the Xingchen palace. You dare to capture me? Do you still want to make a deal?" Offending the Xingchen palace means no one in the entire divine wilderness will dare to make a deal with your demon race. You'd better think carefully about the consequences. Moreover, I am an elder of the Xingchen palace. By capturing me, are you demons planning to become enemies of the Xingchen palace? A series of voices rang out. Although Han Xuanluo appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly panicking. The human man above him was completely unpredictable, threatening to capture him and his son without warning. He utterly disregarded the Xingchen palace. The reason they were so arrogant in front of the demon race and the empress was because they were backed by the top human power, the Xingchen palace. At this moment, Yi Xingchen, sitting on the throne above, remained calm, looking at Han Xuanluo below with eyes full of mockery. "Don't you understand what I, the emperor, say? Seize them both and throw them into the blazing fire cave." Sitting there, Yi Xingchen's voice was filled with boundless majesty, radiating an aura of superiority that surprised the demon elders below. They hadn't expected the emperor to possess such domineering power. Beside Yi Xingchen, Luo Xingchen, sensing the boundless majesty emanating from him, had a glimmer of hope. Her husband could actually exude the aura of a superior, which surprised Luo Xingchen, but it was exactly what she wanted. What woman wouldn't want her husband to be so domineering? At this moment, the dozens of demon elders below, who had long disliked Han Xuanluo, unleashed their terrifying immortal emperor auras, pressing down on him without reservation. Han Xuanluo was no match for dozens of immortal emperor experts. He didn't even have a chance to resist. The demon elders sealed his cultivation and threw him to the ground. The middle-aged man was utterly terrified and fainted. Lying on the ground, Han Xuanluo looked up at Yi Xingchen, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. He realized that the one in charge today wasn't Luo Xingchen, but this seemingly peerless, handsome human man. At this moment, the man's eyes held a hint of mockery, radiating an overbearing aura of superiority. Han Xuanluo was convinced that this handsome man was a man of his word, and truly intended to send him and his son into the blazing cave. At this moment, the usually composed Han Xuanluo was genuinely afraid. He saw only mockery in the man's eyes, a mockery of ants. The man's cultivation was clearly only at the innate realm. Seeing the demon elder approaching, Han Xuanluo didn't have time to think and hurriedly called out, "Wait. We can talk things over. Anything is negotiable, including the medicinal herbs. If you really throw my son and me into the blazing fire cave, the Xingchen palace will never trade with the demon race again. This will bring no benefit to the demon race, so why bother?" Hearing Han Xuanluo's words, Yi Xingchen's mockery deepened. With a wave of his hand, the demon elders immediately stood still. Yi Xingchen's calm voice rang out, "Hey! Han Xuanluo, is it? It seems you really don't understand. I don't care about the medicinal herb trade at all. Although the Xingchen Palace controls most of the alchemists, there are quite a few forces with conflicts with the Xingchen Palace and who also possess alchemists. Even without trading with the Xingchen Palace, the demon race can still sell their medicinal herbs, and at a much higher price than the Xingchen Palace. I suppressed you because you have no respect for the demon race, not even the most basic respect for the strong. The Empress is the ruler of the demon race and a powerful immortal emperor, yet you dared not bow to her, displaying extreme arrogance. Even if I killed you on the spot, let alone just suppress you, I believe the Xingchen Palace wouldn't wage war against the demon race for a mere ordinary elder like you. What do you think? Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Han Xuanluo's expression changed drastically. He had come to the demon race countless times for trade, from initial unease to his current arrogance. He had long forgotten that Luo Xingchen was a powerful immortal emperor. He only thought that without the Shangqing Palace, the demon race wouldn't have enough spirit stones to maintain their daily expenses, thus gaining power and becoming increasingly arrogant. Now, Yi Xingchen's words brought him back to reality. Strength is the most powerful voice in the divine wilderness continent. The Shangqing Palace would never wage war against the demon race for its own sake. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Han Xuanluo immediately knelt respectfully on both knees and addressed Luo Xingchen and Yi Xingchen. Please forgive me, Demon Empress and Emperor. I, Han, apologize for my past actions. Han Xuanluo's head was pressed to the ground, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. He thought to himself, HMPH. I'll stall you for now. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. When I return, I will make your demon race pay the price. The husband of the dignified Demon Empress is actually a human at the innate realm. When the time comes, countless people will laugh their heads off. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At this moment, seeing Han Xuanluo kneeling on the ground admitting his mistake, the demon elders and Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected the previously domineering Han Xuanluo to kneel and apologize. Luo Xingchen and the others didn't know, but Han Xuanluo was incredibly shrewd. He was absolutely certain of the disdainful look Yi Xingchen gave him. If he didn't kowtow and admit his mistake, but merely bowed, he probably wouldn't have a second chance. Now, the demon elders, looking at Han Xuanluo on the ground, turned to look at Yi Xingchen with boundless respect. Hearing Han Xuanluo's words, Yi Xingchen remained calm and said, since that's the case, show me your sincerity. I, the Emperor, have something to say up front. You only have one chance. If you cannot satisfy me, I will have no choice but to keep you two as guests in the demon clan. As for when you can leave, that depends on my mood. At this moment, Yi Xingchen looked calmly at Han Xuanluo kneeling on the ground. His words carrying boundless domineering intent, causing Han Xuanluo's heart to skip a beat. Today, he was likely to suffer a great loss. He could only blame himself for being too greedy, now he had shot himself in the foot. Your Majesty is right. I, Han, will absolutely show you sufficient sincerity. Hearing Han Xuanluo's words, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and said, Elders, quickly help Elder Han up and sit down. Making him kneel on the ground is not the proper way for our demon race to treat guests. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the demon elders were taken aback, but immediately stepped forward to help Han Xuanluo to a chair. As for the middle-aged man who had already fainted, since the emperor hadn't spoken, the demon elders ignored him. At this moment, Han Xuanluo looked at Yi Xingchen, who was smiling above him, and his lips twitched. Although this young man's strength was weak, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. With just a few words, he had completely subdued him and his father. This young man had already seen through everything. The Shangqing Palace would never go to war with the demon race for their sake. Furthermore, if others knew that the two of them were buying demon race medicinal herbs at 1/5 of the outside price, they would definitely think it was arranged by the Shangqing Palace. Even if the two of them confessed that it was their doing alone, no one would believe them. For the sake of the Shangqing Palace's millennia-long reputation, they would only become sacrifices. Having understood this, Han Xuanluo felt a wave of fear. He blamed himself for being too greedy, leading to this predicament where he was easily manipulated by this young man. Looking up at Yi Xingchen, who was sitting there with a smile, Han Xuanluo carefully spoke, to show my sincerity, I am willing to compensate for the price difference in the previous transactions. This time, I am also willing to acquire him at twice the price offered elsewhere. I wonder if your Majesty is satisfied. At this moment, hearing Han Xuanluo's words, Luo Xingchen turned to look at Yi Xingchen, her eyes filled with joy. The demon elders below all brightened up. They hadn't expected that a few simple words from the emperor would cause such a drastic change in the usually arrogant Han Xuanluo, leading him to proactively raise the price for medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen, seated above, casually glanced at Han Xuanluo. That single glance, however, instilled in Han Xuanluo, a celestial emperor, a terrifying pressure akin to facing an ancient behemoth. This puzzled Han Xuanluo greatly. He was a powerful celestial emperor, while the other was merely a piece of trash at the innate realm. Why was he exerting such immense pressure on him? Little did Han Xuanluo know that although Yi Xingchen displayed innate realm strength, even a slight release of his aura from Yi Xingchen, a heavenly emperor realm cultivator, was something Han Xuanluo couldn't withstand. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Xuanluo hurriedly stood up, bowed deeply to Yi Xingchen, and said, I, Han, am willing to offer my sincere intentions. Please, Your Majesty, give your instructions. The next moment, Yi Xingchen's calm voice rang out, causing everyone present to tremble. At the same time, it made everyone realize that the emperor could possess such a domineering side. Chapter 15 The Shock of the Crowd. The emperor is actually an alchemist at this moment. Yi Xingchen's calm voice rang out, causing everyone present to tremble. It was at this moment that everyone truly understood how domineering the emperor was. Hearing Han Xuanluo's words, Yi Xingchen's expression remained calm, but his words carried an undeniable air of dominance. Hand over your storage rings, father and son, and you can leave. The demon race is not a place where you two can run wild. Hearing Yi Xingchen's undeniable domineering voice, Han Xuanluo's heart skipped a beat. Looking up at Yi Xingchen, who had just been smiling, without hesitation, he removed his own storage ring and the middle-aged man's storage ring, respectfully handing them to a demon race elder. Han Xuanluo dared not hesitate. Having struggled through the human race for so many years to reach the immortal emperor realm, Han Xuanluo's greatest pride was his ability to judge people. Although this young man wasn't particularly strong, the unconscious aura of authority he exuded was unmistakable. Han Xuanluo had saved his and his son's lives thanks to his judgment, only later realizing how accurate his initial assessment had been. Han Xuanluo dared not linger. He bowed respectfully to Yi Xingchen and Luo Xingchen above, hoisted the middle-aged man onto his back, and flew out of the Empress's palace. At this moment, Luo Xingchen looked at her husband, her eyes gleaming with divine light. She hadn't realized her husband possessed such a domineering and authoritative side. Although she had only known her husband for a short time, and their relationship had even been brought together by an accident, Luo Xingchen could sense Yi Xingchen's feelings for her. Seeing her husband's domineering side now surprised Luo Xingchen slightly, but she was mostly happy. Regardless, the man before her was the one she would spend her life with. Below, dozens of demon elders stared in shock at the two storage rings in the hands of one of the elders. Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, turned to Luo Xingchen, and said, My wife, there's no need to be shocked. These two merely lowered the price they were paying for medicinal herbs. Now, your husband is simply reclaiming the spirit stones that our demon race is rightfully owed. Han Xuanluo is very clever. He handed over the rings without hesitation, presumably having already hidden away anything important before coming to the demon race. The rings probably only contain some spirit stones, but the quantity isn't small. Moreover, the two wouldn't dare report back to the Xingchen Palace. After all, this would damage the Xingchen Palace's reputation. If the Xingchen Palace found out, they would be the first to face them. However, someone must have instructed them behind this, otherwise, Han Xuanluo and his son would never have had such audacity. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Luo Xingchen, Yi Xingchen calmly analyzed. The next moment, just as Yi Xingchen had predicted, the two rings contained nothing but a huge number of spirit stones. Looking at the millions of spirit stones on the ground, Luo Xingchen directly addressed one of the demon clan experts. Elder, collect the spirit stones for the demon clan members' daily cultivation. Send someone to the human race to purchase some restorative pills. Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, a strong, honest-looking middle-aged man below immediately stood up and casually collected the millions of spirit stones. This man was none other than Wan Qinli, the great elder of the demon clan. Sitting on the throne, Yi Xingchen watched Wan Qinli collect all the spirit stones before speaking to Luo Xingchen beside him, somewhat guiltily, and said, Actually, my wife doesn't need to go to the human race, to buy pills. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, and seeing her once domineering husband suddenly become guilty, Luo Xingchen found it somewhat amusing. Husband, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly stuttering? Although we didn't sell the medicinal herbs this time, these spirit stones should be enough for the demon race to sustain themselves for a while. We can just find a human force that buys medicinal herbs. Just as you said, husband, if Xingchen Palace won't buy them, its rival forces will definitely. Our medicinal herbs are definitely no worse than those of the human race. Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, Xingchen looked at her and said somewhat awkwardly, husband means we don't need to buy pills from the human race anymore. Wife, husband might also refine some pills, hee. At this moment, Xingchen raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Xingchen really didn't know how to explain to Luo Qingxin. After all, he couldn't tell her about the system, some secrets couldn't be shared with others. At this moment, Xingchen was terrified. He had always been just an ordinary person, and now he suddenly claimed to know alchemy. He feared Luo Qingxin would misunderstand and start thinking things. At this moment, everyone in the demon race, including Luo Qingxin, stared wide-eyed in disbelief upon hearing Xingchen's claim of alchemy. The Grand Elder, Wan Qinli, exclaimed excitedly, the Emperor is actually an alchemist. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, all eyes turned to Xingchen. Feeling the intense gazes of the crowd, Xingchen glanced guiltily at Luo Qingxin. Luo Qingxin, her eyes filled with excitement, showed no anger at his concealment, but rather a hopeful expectation for her husband's success. Looking at Luo Qingxin's expectant eyes, Xingchen smiled slightly, took her hand, and said softly, my wife, I didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just. Before Xingchen could finish speaking, Luo Qingxin reached out and grasped his hand, her eyes filled with affection, and said softly, my husband doesn't need to explain. No matter what you do, I believe you, because you are my husband, the man I trust most in this life. Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, Xingchen was truly moved. He gripped her hand tightly, a feeling of happiness spreading between them. Meanwhile, the demon elders standing to the side were extremely embarrassed. The Empress and the Emperor were openly displaying their affection in front of them, leaving the demon elders feeling helpless. However, these demon elders were secretly very happy, because they could sense that the Empress was truly happy now. They had all watched the Empress grow up. For so many years, she had remained alone for the sake of the demon race. Now, seeing her so happy, they were genuinely happy for her. Seeing the two so affectionate, it was only a light cough from the Grand Elder that brought them back to their senses. Luo Qingxin blushed shyly. Xingchen, however, directly addressed the Grand Elder, Wan Qinli, Grand Elder, please make arrangements. Tomorrow, I, the Emperor, will refine pills in front of all the clansmen, and I also have a big surprise for them. Ideally, it should be a large place, large enough to accommodate countless clansmen. Hearing Xingchen's words, the elders' eyes lit up. The Grand Elder exclaimed, Emperor, if a large place is needed, then let's go to our 10,000 Demon Plaza. That's where our demon clan disciples gather for important matters. It's not only large enough, but it's also a place the demon clan disciples frequently visit. Hearing Wan Qinli's words, Xingchen nodded slightly. Very well, then I'll trouble you elders to go and prepare. As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, the elders below immediately rose and bowed to Xingchen and Luo Qingxin, saying, we respectfully obey the Emperor's decree. Watching the elders leave excitedly, Luo Qingxin felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Xingchen, with a smile on his face, leaned close to Luo Qingxin's ear and said in a cheeky voice, wife, your husband has done a great service to the demon race this time. How does your wife plan to reward your husband? Looking at her husband's cheeky appearance, Luo Qingxin gave him a charmingly glare. How does my husband want me to reward him? Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he whispered something in Luo Qingxin's ear, instantly making her face turn bright red. She threw herself into Xingchen's arms, playfully pounding his chest, and said in a sweet voice, my husband always teases me. You naughty husband. Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, Xingchen hugged her tightly, his heart filled with tenderness. He was probably the only one who could make the mighty Demon Empress so shy. He just wondered when this wish of his would be fulfilled. Chapter 16 Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower, Great Yan Auction. At this moment, gazing at the alluring Luo Qingxin, Xingchen thought to himself, when will this wish of mine be fulfilled? The two were newlyweds, deeply in love. Suddenly, outside the Empress's palace, a black-robed guard appeared, bowing respectfully to them. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, Emperor. Looking at the guard, Luo Qingxin calmly asked, what is it? Reporting to the Empress, the Great Yan dynasty has sent an envoy to request an audience. Hearing the voice from below, Luo Qingxin frowned slightly. Seeing Luo Qingxin's expression, Xingchen asked, "My wife, what's wrong? What is the background of this great Yan dynasty?" Hearing her husband's question, Luo Xingchen realized that although her husband was human, he was merely an ordinary human and knew nothing of the power structures of the entire divine wilderness continent. So she explained, "The great Yan dynasty is a top-tier power among the human race, extremely strong. The demon race has no dealings with the great Yan dynasty. I don't know why they would suddenly send an envoy to the demon race." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Yi Xingchen instantly lost interest, looking utterly bored. Noticing Yi Xingchen's boredom, Luo Xingchen smiled helplessly and said, "If my husband is bored, he can return to Phoenix Perch Palace first, or go to the demon race for a stroll. After we've dealt with these matters, I'll come find him." Luo Xingchen looked at the bored Yi Xingchen and said, the two had just gotten married, and she should have been able to rest for a few days and accompany Yi Xingchen to explore the demon race. However, there were matters to attend to, so she had to let Yi Xingchen return first. Through these past few days, Luo Xingchen had come to understand her husband's personality to some extent. Her husband was naturally quiet and disliked crowds, so she could only say this helplessly. Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Yi Xingchen immediately stood up, smiled slightly at Luo Xingchen, and eagerly turned to head towards Phoenix Perch Palace. Watching Yi Xingchen disappear, Luo Xingchen's eyes were filled with tenderness. She glanced at the black-robed guards below before saying in a deep voice, "Let the envoy from the great Yan dynasty in." The scene shifts, and Yi Xingchen has leisurely returned to Phoenix Perch Palace. He picked up his fishing rod and walked towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he cast his line and sat down in a chair, enjoying the moment with a contented expression. Of course, he didn't forget the most important thing, and immediately said to the system, "System, sign in for today." Ding, the system is signing in. Signing in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower. The Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower is an ancient demon clan's clan-protecting artifact. It was bestowed by heaven and earth, naturally formed, and has no grade. It allows demons who haven't undergone the transformation tribulation to enter and directly transform. After the war between immortals and demons, it disappeared without a trace, greatly weakening the demon clan's strength. The system had already placed the Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower into its system space. When used, only a wisp of immortal spiritual power was needed to instantly enlarge the Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower, making it a true clan-protecting artifact. At this moment, Yi Xingchen, sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, heard the system's voice and jumped up excitedly. The Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower, the ancient demon race's clan-protecting artifact. It allows all demons to transform directly without undergoing the transformation tribulation. This is simply heaven-defying. I never imagined I'd actually obtain a demon race clan-protecting artifact. Yi Xingchen exclaimed in shock upon hearing the system's description. The Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower truly lived up to its name as a clan-protecting artifact. He took the Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower out of his system space and examined it carefully. Because the system had been improved, Yi Xingchen was afraid of a repeat of the Emperor Sword situation. Looking at the miniature Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower in his hand, the entire tower bore crisscrossing marks, as if it had withstood millions of years of wind and rain, exuding an ancient aura that immediately revealed its extraordinary nature. Looking at the calm lake surface, Yi Xingchen fell into deep thought. How should he deliver this Heavenly Demon Transformation Tower to his wife? The scene shifts to the Empress's palace. A middle-aged man dressed in bright yellow brocade robes and a young man sat on a throne below. The young man picked up his teacup, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the stunningly beautiful figure above, his eyes filled with astonishment. The young man was none other than Yan Jing, the eldest prince of the great Yan dynasty. The middle-aged man was Yan Wushuang, a prince of the great Yan dynasty and the emperor's younger brother. At this moment, gazing at the exquisitely beautiful figure above, Yan Jing's eyes were filled with amazement, and he thought to himself, "It's said that Empress Luo Xingchen of the demon clan is incredibly powerful and possesses unparalleled beauty, attracting countless suitors among humans. Seeing her today, it's clear her reputation is well deserved. It's just a pity, though. I heard she suddenly married, breaking the hearts of countless suitors. I wonder who is so fortunate as to have won the heart of such a woman." At this moment, Yan Wushuang stood up and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Luo Xingchen above him, saying, Empress Luo, I have come to the demon clan to invite you to the first imperial auction of the Great Yan dynasty, to be held in 1 month. There will also be an opportunity for young disciples to exchange ideas. I urge you to attend. This is the invitation. After Yan Wushuang finished speaking, a dark golden invitation appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, a mysterious force dragged the invitation slowly to Luo Xingchen. Hearing Yan Wushuang's words and seeing the dark gold invitation before her, Luo Xingchen gently reached out and accepted it. Her calm and authoritative voice rang out, Since Prince Yan has personally come to invite you, I will certainly go. However, which forces have been invited to participate in the first auction of the Great Yan dynasty? Could you please inform me, Prince Yan? Hearing Luo Xingchen's question, Yan Wushuang smiled slightly and proudly replied, As a top-tier force in the Divine Wilderness, the Great Yan dynasty has naturally invited all forces in the Divine Wilderness to participate in its first auction. The items auctioned will absolutely not disappoint the Empress. Hearing Yan Wushuang's words, Luo Xingchen nodded slightly, suddenly showing some interest in the Great Yan auction. In that case, I will go in a month. Someone, take Prince Yan and Prince Yan to rest. Treat them well and do not neglect them. As soon as Luo Xingchen finished speaking, Yan Wushuang immediately said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Since the invitation has been delivered, I shall take my leave. Yan Jing, standing nearby, heard Yan Wushuang's words and stood up with some disappointment. He clasped his hands in a respectful bow to the stunning figure above. Upon hearing Yan Wushuang's words, Luo Xingchen's calm voice rang out, In that case, I will not force you. Go back and inform Emperor Yan that I will personally travel to Great Yan in a month. I have a business deal I wish to discuss with Great Yan for long-term cooperation. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Yan Wushuang was slightly taken aback. Although he did not know what Luo Xingchen meant by long-term cooperation, he immediately replied, I will certainly convey Your Majesty's words to Emperor Yan. In a month, I will personally welcome Your Majesty to Great Yan. Hearing Yan Wushuang's words, Luo Xingchen nodded slightly. After having the two escorted out of the Empress's palace, she fell into deep thought. Once my husband refines the elixir, perhaps we can cooperate with the Great Yan dynasty. The demon race might undergo a significant change because of him. Recalling the guilty expression on her husband's face when he said he could refine elixirs, Luo Xingchen's eyes filled with tenderness. Luo Xingchen could easily sense Yi Xingchen's nervousness at that moment, the nervousness of losing her, a fear stemming from love. Although her husband wanted to explain, Luo Xingchen interrupted him. As she had once said, Yi Xingchen was her husband, and she would always believe in him. That alone was enough. Looking up towards Phoenix Palace, a tall figure appeared in Luo Xingchen's mind. Remembering Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's face flushed instantly. Touching her cherry lips, she murmured shyly, My darling, if you really succeed in refining the elixir, I'll grant your request. Humph, you're just teasing me. As if remembering something, Luo Xingchen gave a charming hum, her eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 17 Conquering the Demon Race. The Chaos Furnace appears at this moment. Luo Xingchen's eyes were fixed on the direction of Fengqi Palace, filled with deep affection. She smiled slightly and then flashed towards the palace. Inside the Fengqi Palace's main hall, Yi Xingchen was busy in the kitchen, and fragrant aromas wafted from within. Back at Fengqi Palace, Luo Xingchen watched Yi Xingchen working in the kitchen, a slight smile playing on her lips, and slowly walked towards him. That night, looking at Luo Xingchen sleeping peacefully in his arms, a look of contentment on her face, Yi Xingchen felt an immense sense of pride. What he hadn't achieved in his past life, he had accomplished in this one. He not only possessed immense power but also a woman who truly cared for him. These were things Yi Xingchen needed to protect. They couldn't be destroyed by anyone, especially Luo Xingchen, who had now practically become Yi Xingchen's Achilles heel. Yi Xingchen himself couldn't imagine how frantic he would become if anything happened to Luo Xingchen. The next morning, the two dressed tacitly, without any playful banter, because today was a very important day. When Yi Xingchen and Luo Xingchen arrived at the Myriad Demon Plaza, it was already packed with people. Practically every humanoid demon had arrived. Seeing Luo Xingchen and Yi Xingchen arrive hand in hand, all the Demons bowed in respect. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, Emperor. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, Emperor. The two reached the central platform of the myriad demon plaza. Xingchen looked down at the light in the eyes of the demons, a light of recognition and admiration for the powerful. Turning to Luo Xingchen beside him, he saw the stunningly beautiful woman looking at him expectantly. Feeling Luo Xingchen's gaze, Xingchen felt encouraged. Just as he was about to stand up, Luo Xingchen grabbed his hand, then whispered something in his ear, her pretty face slightly flushed. Xingchen's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Seeing Xingchen's excited expression, Luo Xingchen gave him a charmingly reproachful look and said sweetly, "Husband, just do your best, even if it's simple and unsuccessful, Shan'er promises you." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen gave her a reassuring look, then turned and went to the edge of the platform. At this moment, many demon ancestors hidden in the void were secretly transmitting their thoughts. Our Emperor's cultivation is still at the innate realm, but I always feel that our Emperor's true cultivation is far more than that. I wonder if any of you feel the same way. One demon ancestor transmitted his thoughts to several demon immortal Emperor ancestors beside him. Not bad, I feel the same way. But we don't need to worry. I haven't sensed any harm from our Emperor to the demon race. I'm confident in that. Hearing this ancestor's words, the other immortal Emperor ancestors all rolled their eyes at him. Isn't that obvious? Didn't you see the Empress and the Emperor's expressions just now? Their eyes were practically glued to each other, their relationship was incredibly close. Besides, how could someone approved by the Demon Emperor pose a threat to the demon clan? It seems the great Emperor's vision is far superior to ours. He saw this boy's extraordinary potential from the very beginning. I have no other thoughts. As long as my child, Xingchen, is happy, I am content. Standing in the void, Ancestor Luo Xingchen, Luo Zhan, looked down at Xingchen and spoke softly. Meanwhile, on the platform below, Xingchen looked at the many demons around him. He didn't recognize many of them, but he vividly remembered two strong, honest-looking men not far away. They were none other than the Shang brothers, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan. As if remembering something, Xingchen smiled and beckoned to the two, saying, "Shang Wufa, Shang Wushan, you two brothers, come up to the platform. This emperor has something for you to do." The two men, standing in the crowd, were looking at Xingchen on the platform with admiration. Suddenly hearing the emperor call their names, they were both slightly stunned, somewhat disbelieving their ears. It wasn't until they were pushed down from the platform by other demons that the two awoke with a start. Shang Wufa looked at Xingchen, who was smiling at them, and said in a simple, honest voice, "Emperor, were you calling us brothers just now?" Yes, Emperor, were you calling us?" As soon as Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan finished speaking, a burst of good-natured laughter erupted from the demon crowd. Standing beside the platform, the demon elder Wan Qinli, maintaining order, immediately spoke up angrily, "How dare you, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan? You two are becoming increasingly outrageous. How can you call the emperor your brother? Guards, take Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan away." Hearing the elder's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "Elder, there's no need to be angry. They're all brothers. They're not wrong to call him boss. Since they've called him boss, then this emperor will acknowledge them as brothers." At this moment, upon hearing Xingchen's words, the eyes of several ancestors hidden in the void lit up. The demons below were even more shocked. They had never imagined that the emperor would be such an unconventional and magnanimous person. Several elders of the demon race were thrilled upon hearing Xingchen's words. They had witnessed his unparalleled domineering presence, and now they saw his soaring, heroic spirit. At this moment, the elders of the demon race truly acknowledged Xingchen's identity as the demon race's emperor. The next moment, Xingchen's incredibly domineering voice rang out, "Brothers, you can call me emperor, or you can call me boss. We're all brothers. There are no formalities here." As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, countless young demons below looked at each other, their eyes filled with fervor and excitement. As if by telepathy, they clasped their hands and bowed deeply to Xingchen on the platform, saying, "Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss." In this moment, with just a few words, Xingchen had conquered countless demons. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, standing in the center of the platform, looked gratified and her eyes were full of tenderness. At this moment, the demon ancestors hidden in the void all nodded slightly, looked towards the deepest part of the demon realm, and bowed slightly. Good, good, good. Since you've acknowledged me as your leader, I'll give you a surprise today. Shang Wufa, Shang Wushan, what are you two still doing standing below the platform? Come up here. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan snapped out of their excitement, jumped onto the platform, and came to Yi Xingchen's side with simple, honest expressions, awaiting his instructions. The next moment, with a loud boom, a dark black cauldron, radiating divine light, appeared on the platform. Seeing the shocked expressions of everyone, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, and his words instantly stunned all the demons present. Even the ancestors in the void appeared one after another, while Luo Xingchen on the platform covered her lips, tears of happiness welling in her eyes. Chapter 18. The elixir formula revealed, approved by the demon clan. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "This furnace is the chaos furnace. No one but me, the boss, can take it away. Therefore, from now on, this chaos furnace will be placed here on the platform. Of course, if any brother, elder, or ancestor doesn't believe me, you can try. No one can move this furnace even an inch except for the furnace itself. Also, since you all call me boss, I won't be stingy. Today, I'll show you the wonders of the chaos furnace." At this moment, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan, standing beside Yi Xingchen, looked at the chaos furnace, which radiated divine light, their faces filled with eager anticipation. Yi Xingchen turned to look at the expressions on the two men's faces, immediately understanding what these two simpletons were thinking. He couldn't help but smile helplessly and said to them, "Shang Wufa, Shang Wushan, do you two want to try lifting the chaos furnace?" Hearing Yi Xingchen's question, the two men's eyes immediately lit up, and they nodded repeatedly at Yi Xingchen with serious expressions. Seeing their comical appearance, Yi Xingchen smiled and pointed to the chaos furnace beside him. Seeing Yi Xingchen's gesture, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan immediately started walking towards the chaos furnace. Below, the demon race members watched the Shang brothers walk towards the chaos furnace and began to discuss among themselves. "Hey, old Lu, these two Shang brothers are among the strongest in our demon race. Do you think they can lift this chaos furnace?" Hearing his companion's words, old Lu confidently replied, "Are you stupid? Is that even a question? Didn't our emperor say that no one but him can do it, not even our demon race's ancestor? The emperor, such a bold and domineering man, wouldn't lie. These two brothers' strength is useless." Hearing old Lu's words, those around nodded slightly. Since the emperor dared to say such a thing in public, it must be true. At this moment, Shang Wufa on the platform had already half-squatted down, his arms wrapped around the chaos furnace, veins bulging on his thigh-thick arms, his legs exerting a slight force. With a roar, Shang Wufa unleashed a tremendous force capable of moving mountains. Those around him, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, were filled with admiration. In terms of sheer strength, Shang Wufa was indeed one of the top demons. Those below, witnessing his terrifying power, were filled with awe. However, the next moment, Shang Wufa's face turned bright red, his muscles bulging. He had even used his heavenly immortal realm cultivation, yet he couldn't lift the chaos furnace even slightly, not even sway it. Shang Wushan, standing nearby, widened his eyes in shock. He knew all too well how powerful Shang Wufa was. Seeing his flushed face was a sign that his strength had reached its peak. Shang Wushan imitated Shang Wufa, the two brothers each taking half, trying to lift the chaos furnace together. But even with their combined strength, the chaos furnace remained unmoved. The crowd below was utterly stunned. Even the ancestors in the void were shocked. They knew the two sons of the Shang family, as their ancestor was right beside them, and they were well aware of his power. However, the combined strength of the two of them couldn't move the chaos furnace even an inch. How could they not be astonished? Seeing the two men's flushed faces and gritted teeth, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. After they stood up, observing their sullen and panting expressions, he spoke. "Now you know why I, your elder brother, am so confident in saying this. No one but me can move the chaos furnace even a fraction, let alone take it away. Moreover, the chaos furnace's function is not limited to this. Next, you will know its true wonders." Looking at the puzzled crowd below, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and continued, "Our demon race has countless spiritual herbs and immortal plants. Now, I, your elder brother, will refine 3 kinds of pills. These 3 types of pills have never appeared before in the divine wilderness continent. You'll all see carefully how the boss refines them in a moment. The names of these 3 pills are: to restore the immortal spiritual energy within the body, profound origin pill; to heal internal injuries, restoration pill; to treat severe poisoning within the body, poison eliminating pill. Looking at the Grand Elder maintaining order, Xingchen spoke up. Grand Elder, fetch 1 Luotian flower, 2 Mojin fruits, and 1 Tianling fruit. These are the materials for refining the profound origin pill. 3 blood coagulating grasses, 2 qi gathering fruits, and 1 marrow cleansing leaf. These are the materials for refining the restoration pill. 100 poison grass, 1 he showu polygonum multiflorum, and 3 9-leaf lingzi ganoderma lucidum. These are the materials for refining the poison eliminating pill. Upon hearing Xingchen's words, everyone around, including Luo Xingchen, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Hiss! Luo Xingchen directly exclaimed, "Husband, aren't you afraid of revealing the pill formulas? Moreover, you said that these 3 pills have never appeared in the divine wilderness continent before. Do you know the value of a pill formula in the divine wilderness continent today?" For some reason, Luo Xingchen believed from the beginning that Xingchen could refine these 3 pills. The clever woman didn't ask Xingchen why he had these 3 pill formulas. This was Luo Xingchen's trust in Xingchen. She trusted her husband as much as she trusted herself. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said naturally, "They're all brothers, husband, I believe in them." Xingchen's natural statement of believing in them immediately filled countless demons with emotion. They could see that the emperor's title of leader wasn't an act. It came naturally. Just because they called the emperor leader, he believed them and so easily revealed to them the pill formula that countless people on the divine wilderness continent were obsessed with. At this moment, hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen also smiled helplessly and glanced at her husband. "Husband, the demons are definitely safe. I believe in them too, but if they are subjected to soul searching by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences would be unimaginable." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "My wife needn't worry. Without the chaos furnace, no one can refine my pill formula. Even knowing the formula is useless." What a joke. If something produced by the system could be so easily stolen, would it still be a system reward? When he said he knew how to refine pills, Xingchen had already asked the system. At that time, he already had an idea in mind. Today is the day that idea will be put into practice. Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen nodded slightly and said nothing more. Hearing Xingchen's words, the Grand Elder's eyes also filled with boundless respect. He directly retrieved all the medicinal herbs Xingchen needed from his storage ring and carefully placed them on the platform in the order Xingchen had instructed. Xingchen smiled and nodded to the Grand Elder. The next moment, Xingchen's smile vanished, and an incomparably domineering aura of superiority emanated from his body, instantly shocking all the demon race members. Chapter 19: The Power of the Chaos Furnace. A huge surprise at this moment, looking down at the demon race below, Xingchen's smile vanished, replaced by an incomparably domineering aura of superiority emanating from his body. This instantly shocked all the demon race members. Our demon race occupies the endless forest, possessing countless spiritual herbs and immortal plants, yet we waste a great deal of resources because we lack a single alchemist, and the spirit stones that you brothers possess are extremely scarce. The Empress is deeply troubled by this matter, but from now on, you brothers will no longer need to worry about it. Brothers, look carefully, I believe you have already memorized the 3 pill formulas. Next, simply follow my method and put the medicinal materials into the chaos furnace. The next moment, Xingchen placed the Luotian flower, the ink gold fruit, and the heavenly spirit fruit, all necessary for refining the profound origin pill, into the chaos furnace. Then, turning to the crowd below, he continued, after placing all the medicinal herbs into the chaos furnace, simply infuse a wisp of immortal spiritual energy and wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingchen infused the chaos furnace with a wisp of immortal spiritual energy. The next moment, the chaos furnace blazed with brilliant light, radiating divine radiance. In just a short while, a faint medicinal fragrance filled the air. After the divine light from the chaos furnace disappeared, Xingchen opened it, and an even richer medicinal fragrance spread out. Inside the chaos furnace lay dozens of dark gray pills. Based on the description in the true explanation of alchemy, Xingchen knew they were profound origin pills. He took the dozens of profound origin pills out of the chaos furnace and smiled slightly. At the same time, Luo Xingchen excitedly approached Xingchen. Seeing Luo Xingchen's excited expression, Xingchen placed the profound origin pills into her hand. Looking at the dozens of dark gray pills in her hand, emanating a rich aura of immortal energy, Luo Xingchen's eyes welled up with tears. Her husband had succeeded. The demon race could finally refine their own pills. Although Luo Xingchen had always believed that her husband would succeed in refining the pills, she still harbored some worries. Now that he had finally succeeded, her heart finally settled. Seeing Luo Xingchen's excited expression, Xingchen gently took her hand and smiled tenderly, eliciting a chorus of hisses from the surrounding demons, causing Luo Xingchen's pretty face to flush slightly. Next, Xingchen performed the same procedure, refining dozens of healing pills, but Xingchen's next words shocked countless demons. Even the demon ancestors hidden in the void slowly revealed their true forms. Shang Wufa, following the method the boss just used to refine pills, you refine the poison-eliminating pill. Hearing the emperor's words, Shang Wufa could hardly believe his ears. Emperor, you just said, you want me, old Shang, to refine pills. I'm not an alchemist. Don't make me, old Shang, pay if the furnace explodes. Hearing Shang Wufa's words, Xingchen kicked Shang Wufa's butt in an annoyed tone, which made the guy much more obedient. Shang Wufa imitated Xingchen's method, putting the ingredients for the poison-eliminating pill into the chaos furnace, and then channeling a wisp of immortal spiritual energy into it. The next moment, the chaos furnace also shone brightly, emitting rays of divine light. When the divine light faded, Shang Wufa excitedly opened the furnace, and dozens of emerald green pills appeared before everyone. At this moment, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with shock. Shang Wufa had actually refined pills. How was this possible? Looking at the countless demons below, their faces filled with astonishment, Xingchen smiled slightly and said loudly, "Brothers, you should all know that pills are divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. Grade 9 is also known as divine grade. The power of the chaos furnace lies in the fact that for all pills below grade 3, simply by placing the ingredients recorded in the formula inside and infusing them with immortal spiritual energy, the chaos furnace can automatically refine the pills." Upon hearing Xingchen's words, everyone's mouths dropped open, frozen in place. They had initially thought that the emperor had tampered with the furnace, allowing Shang Wufa to refine the poison-repelling pill. Hearing Xingchen's words, they were shocked to discover that it was the chaos furnace that was at work. This chaos furnace was incredibly powerful. Xingchen didn't reveal the whole story. In truth, everyone on the Divine Wilderness continent only knew that 9th grade pills were divine grade. They were unaware that above divine grade were great Dao grade pills. Xingchen hadn't mentioned it to prevent them from overthinking. Luo Xingchen, hearing Xingchen's words, was also filled with shock and excitement. My husband means that as long as there's a pill formula, and the ingredients are included, the chaos furnace can automatically refine any pill up to 3rd grade. At this moment, all the surrounding demons, hearing the Empress's voice, turned their gazes to the calm and composed emperor. Seeing the burning gazes of Luo Xingchen and the demon clan members, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "My wife is right. Although it can only refine 3rd grade pills, it's enough for our demon clan. Moreover, the profound origin pill, restoration pill, and poison-eliminating pill are far more effective than their human counterparts." Glancing at the completely stunned crowd, Xingchen continued, "From now on, this chaos furnace will be placed here on the platform. Brothers, if you lack pills while on your journeys, you can come here to refine these 3 commonly used pills." Hearing Xingchen's words, everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Such a clan-protecting artifact, placed here by the emperor himself, allowing demon disciples to refine pills at will, this was too domineering. As the empress of the demon race, Luo Xingchen possessed a vision far beyond that of ordinary demons. Looking at the excited crowd below, Luo Xingchen's majestic voice rang out, "Guards, send people to guard the chaos furnace day and night. We respectfully request an ancestor to secretly protect it. Furthermore, since the emperor has spoken, any member of the demon race may come here to refine pills. I will not stop them. However, they are forbidden from selling them privately for spirit stones. Anyone found doing so will be immediately suppressed and expelled from the demon race. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly, looking at the dignified Luo Xingchen, and said softly, "My lady, there's no need to be so serious. Although these 3 pills are much more potent than those refined by humans, they are only suitable for us demons. They will be useless to humans." Xingchen was telling the truth. Possessing the true essence of alchemy, he could easily combine various pills to create elixirs suitable for the demon race. Seeing the hint of sadness in Luo Xingchen's eyes, Xingchen chuckled and continued, "However, your husband has some elixir formulas suitable for humans. I'll tell you later, and you can have someone specially refine them. These elixirs will definitely be very popular among humans, and the spirit stones that have been troubling you will be perfectly resolved." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up. Seeing her husband's grinning face, she immediately understood that he was teasing her. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she glared fiercely at Xingchen. Looking at Luo Xingchen's slightly flushed, exquisitely beautiful face, Xingchen continued, "As for sending people to guard the chaos furnace, there's no need. My wife, have you forgotten what your husband said at the beginning? No one but my husband can move the chaos furnace even an inch, not even the immortal emperor ancestor." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen immediately spoke up. "That's right, my wife can try it herself, or let the ancestors try. It's not that my husband is boasting, but even if an immortal emperor or a great emperor came, they wouldn't be able to move the chaos furnace an inch." At this moment, hearing Xingchen's serious expression, Luo Xingchen, for some reason, subconsciously believed him. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, followed by a tall and imposing figure appearing on the arena. The usually unruly Shang brothers trembled upon seeing this powerful figure, showing how much fear they had of him. "Your Majesty, allow me to try. This chaos furnace is far too important. Though it belongs to your Majesty, it is crucial to the demon race. I wish to test whether it is truly as your Majesty says, that no one but your Majesty can move it even an inch." Seeing the suddenly appearing imposing figure, Luo Xingchen gave a slight bow. The numerous demons below also bowed in respect, with the Shang brothers kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up at the figure. Xingchen looked at the imposing figure. It was an elderly man with gray hair, a resolute face, and an aura of immense power. It was an aura of invincibility. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, and the unusual behavior of the Shang brothers, Xingchen guessed that this elderly man exuding an invincible aura must be the Shang family patriarch. Xingchen bowed to the old man before speaking, "Ancestor, please." The result was predictable. The Shang family patriarch also failed. Even with the combined efforts of dozens of patriarchs, they couldn't move the chaos furnace even an inch. Only then did they realize that the emperor before them hadn't boasted. The chaos furnace was indeed immovable. Since that was the case, whether or not to send someone to guard it was irrelevant. The dozens of patriarchs, especially Luo Xingchen's blood relatives, looked at Xingchen with increasing satisfaction. They smiled at him before disappearing with the other patriarchs. Luo Xingchen, however, looked at Xingchen with boundless tenderness. Her husband had brought the demon race a rare opportunity and a tremendous surprise to herself and the demon race. In the following time, the demon race members all attempted alchemy and successfully refined the pills they needed. At this moment, the entire demon race held Xingchen in deep reverence, looking at him as if he were a god. Xingchen, seeing the deep affection in Luo Xingchen's eyes, approached her with a mischievous grin and whispered something in her ear. Luo Xingchen's face instantly flushed red. She gave her husband a charmingly reproachful look, and then nodded, her face still red. Seeing Luo Xingchen nod, Xingchen jumped up happily. His wish was finally about to come true. Chapter 20 Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun. Wandan Pavilion. Seeing Luo Xingchen nod, Xingchen jumped up excitedly. Seeing her husband's excited expression, Luo Xingchen blushed deeply. Then, Luo Xingchen returned to the Empress's palace. She had many matters to attend to. Xingchen, on the other hand, happily returned to Phoenix Perch Palace, picked up his fishing rod, and headed towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Meanwhile, within the Empress's palace, powerful figures, receiving Luo Xingchen's orders, transformed into streaks of light and departed in all directions. The entire demon race seemed to have transformed into a national machine, frantically operating. Our protagonist, however, sat comfortably in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, speaking to the system. System, today's check-in begins. Ding, system checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the heaven-stealing mask. The heaven-stealing mask, a divine-level mask. When worn, it can conceal the host's aura and disguise their face, making them undetectable. It is an essential artifact for travel, murder, and robbery. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen was speechless. The system had actually rewarded him with a god-level mask. Was it trying to make him hide his identity and commit murder and robbery? System. Please note, host, each sign in reward is random. Please do not speculate about this system. As the only system in the myriad realms, I would never allow you to do such a shameless thing. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen rolled his eyes and ignored this brazen system. He casually took out the heaven-stealing mask from his system space and examined it carefully. Although Xingchen said this, he actually valued every reward he received from the system. The mask was entirely golden, radiating a faint divine light. It felt very soft to the touch, made of some unknown material. Only the eyes and mouth were visible. After putting it on, Xingchen felt as if he weren't wearing a mask at all, without the slightest discomfort. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of a system product, truly extraordinary. After carefully placing the stealing the heavens and changing the sun technique into the system space, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Imperial Divine Fist. The Imperial Divine Fist is a divine-level fist technique created by an ancient heavenly emperor. With a single punch, the aura of the Emperor's Way envelops the body, as if the heavenly emperor himself has descended, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Invincible. Ding, does the host wish to immediately cultivate the Imperial Divine Fist? Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen did not hesitate at all. System, immediately cultivate the Imperial Divine Fist. Ding, Imperial Divine Fist cultivation in progress. Congratulations to the host for completing the Imperial Divine Fist cultivation. Because the host is a great Tao Chaos body, naturally possessing boundless fortune, the Imperial Divine Fist has been automatically cultivated to its highest level. At this moment, Xingchen sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, a terrifying aura of the Emperor's Way emanating from his body, as if he had transformed into an ancient emperor, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. In just a short while, Xingchen had mastered the Imperial Divine Fist to its highest level, controlling it with complete ease, as if he had cultivated for countless years. After briefly sensing the Imperial aura, Xingchen was quite satisfied with it. Sitting alone, worshipped by thousands, that must be the feeling. After waiting a while, seeing no further sound from the system, Xingchen slowly stood up. At this moment, Xingchen possessed handsome features and an extraordinary temperament, like a jade-like gentleman. Anyone who saw him would secretly praise him as a peerless beauty, but who could have imagined that this jade-like gentleman, with his innate cultivation, was actually an unparalleled genius who surpassed all ages. Looking up at the sky, he saw it was slowly darkening. Xingchen knew that Luo Xingchen should be back soon. Remembering Luo Xingchen's promise, a slight smile appeared on Xingchen's lips, and his heart was filled with tenderness. When Xingchen leisurely returned to Phoenix Perch Palace, just as he had predicted, Luo Xingchen was already back inside. The two ate dinner, served by Qinger. Luo Xingchen, blushing shyly, was pulled into the room by Xingchen. Seeing her husband's smiling face, Luo Xingchen, remembering her promise to Xingchen, sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her face flushed with shyness. Looking at the shy Luo Xingchen, Xingchen gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, his eyes filled with laughter. "Wife, is everything arranged?" Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen slowly turned around, her eyes filled with emotion, and smiled gently at him. "Yes, everything's arranged. I believe it won't be long before humans start coming to buy the pills. Although they are only first-grade pills, their effects are indeed much better than those refined by humans. Most importantly, first-grade pills are consumed very quickly. It won't be long before the demon race's pills can penetrate the human market. Shanur has already made the arrangements. A pill hall will be established at the border between the human and demon races, with a demon elder stationed there. Some demons who failed their human transformations will be sent there to sell pills. Furthermore, black-clad guards will be secretly dispatched to protect it and prevent any malicious sabotage. My husband is a talented human, and I want him to name this pill hall himself. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and then said, "How could I dare disobey my wife? How about calling it 10,000 Pills Pavilion? 10,000 Pills Pavilion. What a wonderful name. My husband is amazing. Let's call it 10,000 Pills Pavilion, the pavilion of 10,000 pills. The choice is yours." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up instantly. She happily threw herself into Xingchen's arms, excitedly exclaiming. Feeling Luo Xingchen's excitement in his arms, Xingchen's face softened. Remembering what Luo Xingchen had said about the failed demon transformation, an idea suddenly formed in his mind. Perhaps this heaven-stealing mask could also be used in this way. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, held in Xingchen's arms, breathing in his familiar scent, felt a surge of happiness rising within her. Looking at the stunning woman in his arms, Xingchen smiled mischievously and whispered in Luo Xingchen's ear, "My wife, it's late. Let's rest early. I have many things to do tomorrow." Hearing Xingchen's words, a blush instantly crept onto Luo Xingchen's beautiful face. Looking at Luo Xingchen's shy and alluring appearance, Xingchen gazed at her with deep affection, as if he possessed all the beauty in the world. With a casual wave of his hand, Xingchen plunged the entire room into darkness, gently embracing Luo Xingchen. Feeling the woman's tense breaths in his arms, Xingchen felt an overwhelming tenderness and affection. That night, their hearts drew ever closer. That night, their feelings deepened. That night, the moon in the sky outside the window shyly hid behind the clouds. Chapter 21 Pengu's Steps to the Heavens. The demon ancestor. The next morning, Luo Xingchen woke up, a blush creeping over her as she recalled the events of the previous night. Looking at the sleeping Xingchen, his handsome profile and calm breathing, Luo Xingchen's eyes filled with tenderness. She thought to herself, "This is my husband, the man I will spend my life with." Thinking this, Luo Xingchen smiled slightly and was about to quietly get up when Xingchen suddenly pulled her into his arms, softly saying, "My wife, you're awake." Feeling the breath against her ear and the strong hand encircling her, Luo Xingchen was instantly captivated by Xingchen, inwardly cursing him as a troublemaker. She said shyly, "Husband, please don't tease Shanur anymore. There are still many things to do today. When you come back tonight, Shanur will keep you company." Looking at Luo Xingchen's beautiful and shy appearance in his arms, and recalling her alluring appearance last night, Xingchen felt a surge of emotion. To make the Demon Empress so moved, Luo Xingchen truly loved him deeply. Thinking of this, Xingchen's heart softened, and he said affectionately, "Wife, your husband will help you get up." Looking at Xingchen's eyes full of affection, Luo Xingchen's eyes were filled with tenderness. "Husband, Shanur will also help you get dressed." Their relationship quickly blossomed. Amidst playful banter, they dressed neatly and entered the living room, their faces beaming with happiness. With Qinger smiling, they ate breakfast. Luo Xingchen, needing to deal with yesterday's pill matter, bid farewell to Xingchen and went to the Empress's palace. Leaving Xingchen alone, he didn't plan to go to the lakeside pavilion today. Instead, he told Qinger not to disturb him, saying he intended to cultivate properly. He then went to his room in the Phoenix Perch Palace, as he also had other matters to attend to today. Xingchen planned to use the heaven-stealing and sun-changing skill, pretending to be a demon expert, to deliver the heavenly demon transformation tower to Luo Xingchen. Thanks to the heaven-stealing and sun-changing skill rewarded by the system, otherwise Xingchen truly wouldn't know how to deliver the heavenly demon transformation tower to Luo Xingchen. Before that, Xingchen planned to complete today's sign-in, so he said to the system, "System, sign in for today." Ding, the system is signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Tassel Fairy Gauze. Tassel Fairy Gauze is a defensive secret treasure for women, without grade distinction. It is woven from the silk of the Chaos Divine Beast, the Devouring Heaven Ancient Silkworm. The Devouring Heaven Ancient Silkworm produces very little silk, and its silk is impervious to water and fire, possessing astonishing defensive power. When worn by a woman, it can withstand a full-force attack from a great Emperor realm expert, making it a rare and invaluable defensive treasure. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen was excited. He had been worrying about what gift to give Xingchen. Now the system had immediately rewarded him with a defensive secret treasure for women, and since it was a system product, it was guaranteed to be of high quality. It could even withstand a full-force attack from a great Emperor realm expert. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Just as Xingchen was filled with excitement and joy, the system's voice came through. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Pengu's Heavenly Steps. Pengu's Heaven Treading Step, a Tao-level movement technique, allows one to take a single step, with the sun, moon, and stars surrounding them, and the laws of the Tao accompanying them. It's as if time has reversed, bridging vast distances in a single stride, ignoring any spacetime formations. Ding! Does the host wish to immediately cultivate Pengu's Heaven Treading Step? Upon hearing the system's reward, Xingchen was incredibly excited. This Pengu's Heaven Treading Step was simply too awesome. Ignoring any spacetime formations meant that if he wanted, he could instantly travel to any place with a single step. Xingchen couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed to the system, "System, cultivate the Pengu Heaven Treading Step." Ding! Pengu Heaven Treading Step cultivation in progress. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Pengu Heaven Treading Step. Because the host possesses the great Tao Chaos body, with unparalleled innate fortune, the Pengu Heaven Treading Step has been directly cultivated to its highest level. As soon as the system finished speaking, a majestic figure appeared in Xingchen's mind, taking a step forward, radiating golden divine light, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, with terrifying great Tao laws descending, and countless powerful figures kowtowing in worship. An aura of overwhelming power, invincible throughout the ages, emanated from that majestic figure. Instantly, this invincible aura entered Xingchen's mind, allowing him to experience the feeling of being the center of attention, the sole ruler. Opening his eyes, a glint of light flashed in Xingchen's eyes, and he stood up with a smile. This system is truly amazing. This Pengu Heaven Treading Step is practically tailor-made for me. With this Heaven Treading Step, my appearance will be absolutely awe-inspiring and earth-shattering. Reaching the window, Xingchen looked at the Empress's palace in the distance, thinking excitedly. Seeing no further response from the system, Xingchen took out the heaven-stealing and sun-changing mask from his system space and put it on his face. He felt no discomfort, and his entire aura underwent a tremendous change. With a single step, the masked Xingchen instantly appeared above the Empress's palace, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the entire demon race. Deep within the demon race, dozens of immortal emperor ancestors emerged. Xingchen, inside the Empress's palace, sensed this terrifying aura immediately, appearing simultaneously above the palace. The entire demon race, looking at the majestic figure above the Empress's palace, radiating a terrifying aura, were all astonished. Upon first glance, Xingchen felt a strange sense of familiarity upon seeing the imposing figure. However, the terrifying aura emanating from him immediately dispelled any thoughts she might have had. This fellow Taoist entered the core territory of the demon race without invitation and managed to evade their detection. What is your purpose? Speak quickly, otherwise, while your arrival was easy, your departure will be far from simple. As soon as Luo Zhannu finished speaking, dozens of immortal emperor-level experts instantly dispersed. The area where they stood was vaguely part of an offensive formation. With dozens of immortal emperor-level experts surrounding them, even a half-step great emperor would perish here. Xingchen stood in the void, seemingly unaffected by the terrifying aura emanating from the dozens of immortal emperor-level experts, repeatedly shaking his head slightly. The demon race is truly growing weaker and weaker. Now, within the entire demon race's territory, there is only one great emperor. The supreme glory of the demon race in ancient times has vanished. Xingchen spoke, his voice surprising even himself. This, heaven and earth switch, technique had even altered his own voice, making him even less afraid of being discovered by Xingchen. Hearing this voice, Xingchen frowned slightly and spoke domineeringly. Senior, you haven't come to our demon race to belittle us, have you? While the demon race isn't as powerful as it was in ancient times, it's not something anyone can insult at will. As soon as Luo Xingchen finished speaking, an even more terrifying aura of a celestial emperor emanated from her body, like a monstrous wave, pressing down on Xingchen. Luo Xingchen wanted to test this figure's true cultivation level. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words and feeling the terrifying aura pressing down on him, Xingchen inwardly praised her, but outwardly he still had to maintain his composure. The next moment, an invincible aura befitting a great emperor emanated from him, instantly shocking the dozens of immortal emperors around him, including Luo Xingchen, their faces filled with terror. Although Xingchen only revealed a trace of great emperor aura, it caused the hairs on the heads of these dozens of immortal emperors to stand on end, their expressions drastically changing, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "A great emperor!" This trace of great emperor aura revealed by Xingchen even made many of the demon race members secretly watching feel an urge to kowtow and prostrate themselves. Fortunately, this trace of great emperor aura came and went quickly. The next moment, from the depths of the demon realm, an aged figure, hunched over, stepped through the air, as if walking through the river of time. Though slow, he appeared before Xingchen in an instant. Upon seeing the hunched, aged figure, dozens of immortal emperors bowed deeply, excitedly shouting, "Greetings, great emperor!" Luo Xingchen and Luo Xuanwu knelt directly, their faces filled with joy as they exclaimed, "Greetings, ancestor!" This demon race great emperor was actually Luo Xingchen and Luo Xuanwu's direct ancestor. No wonder a single sentence had made Luo Xuanwu immediately stop her attack on Xingchen. The surrounding demon race members were even more excited. Countless of them had only heard of a great emperor ancestor among the demon race but had never seen him. Now that they had finally met him, everyone bowed deeply, saying, "Greetings, great emperor ancestor." Greetings, great emperor ancestor. Chapter 22. A mysterious powerful demon clan member gifts a divine artifact at this moment, gazing upon the demon emperor who seemed to have stepped out of the river of time. The surrounding demons were filled with excitement. Countless of them had only heard of a demon emperor ancestor but had never seen him. Now, finally seeing him, everyone bowed deeply, saying, "Greetings, great emperor ancestor." Greetings, great emperor ancestor. The hunched figure casually waved his hand, and everyone felt a gentle force lift them up. Then, looking at Luo Xingchen and Luo Xuanwu with a kind expression, he smiled and nodded, causing a surge of joy in their eyes. The next moment, the hunched figure turned, looking at Xingchen, who was wearing a mask, and an aged voice rang out, "Fellow Taoist, with such cultivation, why bother with a junior? I am Luo Tianhe, greetings, fellow Taoist." As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, countless demons around gasped. Hiss. Luo Tianhe's words were tantamount to acknowledging Xingchen as a great emperor-level powerhouse of equal caliber. "I wonder what brings you to the demon clan. Although, as you say, the demon clan is far less powerful than in ancient times, it is still not a place anyone can trespass upon. Please explain the situation, otherwise." As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, he casually raised his hand, and countless laws descended upon the entire demon clan, as if the heavenly Tao itself had descended. A terrifying array appeared, the demon clan's protective mountain array, the myriad demon god-slaying array. Standing in the void, Xingchen sensed the terrifying array and thought to himself, as expected of the demon race. Although their current strength is far less than in ancient times, even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse, their foundation is still profound. This array poses no threat to Xingchen, a heavenly emperor, but it would be enough to give an ordinary great emperor a headache. Seeing this, Xingchen didn't want to start a war with the demon race, so he looked at Luo Tianhe and said, "I have been entrusted by an old friend to return the demon race's clan-protecting artifact. Where is the demon empress?" Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen stepped forward and bowed slightly to him, a gesture of respect befitting a great emperor. This junior, Luo Xingchen, is now the demon empress. Senior, please speak. Looking at Xingchen's figure, Luo Xingchen felt a sense of familiarity, something she couldn't quite explain. Not bad, not bad. So young, yet already a celestial emperor realm expert. A promising future awaits. You must remember, though our demon race doesn't fight or vie for power, we are not to be bullied by anyone. You are the Empress, you must lead the demon race to recreate the glory of the ancient times. Hearing the words of the imposing figure opposite them, many demons were shocked. From the implication of this figure's words, this person was also a demon. As soon as the words fell, Xingchen casually flipped his hand, and a miniature version of the heavenly demon divine transformation tower appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly demon divine transformation tower was lifted by a gentle force and slowly landed in Luo Xingchen's hand. Looking at the small tower in her hand, radiating an ancient aura, Luo Xingchen was puzzled and looked up at Xingchen with a questioning expression. Sensing the questioning look in Luo Xingchen's eyes, Xingchen smiled slightly, his eyes full of gentleness as he looked at her. This tower is the sacred artifact of our demon race, the heavenly demon transformation tower. You should have heard of it. It disappeared after the ancient war between immortals and demons, and I obtained it by chance. I originally didn't want to return it to the demon race, seeing their current state fills me with anger. However, after much thought, although the demon race is far from its ancient glory, its pride remains. I cannot bear to see them weakened, so I have appeared today to return this sacred artifact. Upon hearing Xingchen's words, the entire hall fell silent. Luo Tianhe immediately flashed to Luo Xingchen's side, took the miniature version of the heavenly demon transformation tower in his hands, and examined it closely. The more he looked, the more excited he became, even trembling uncontrollably, and finally burst into laughter. It really is the heavenly demon transformation tower. It really is the heavenly demon transformation tower. The clan's sacred artifact has finally returned to the clan. It's a blessing for the demon race. Good, good, good. These three consecutive exclamations of good instantly awakened all the demons. The great emperor ancestor had personally authenticated it. It truly was the demon race's sacred artifact, lost since ancient times. This really is the legendary demon race's sacred artifact, the heavenly demon transformation tower. Truly, the heavens bless the demon race. The heavens bless the demon race. A celestial emperor ancestor, hearing Luo Tianhe's words, cried out excitedly, tears welling in his eyes. Dozens of other celestial emperor powerhouses of the demon race were equally excited. The many demons watching the spectacle below were even more excited, their faces flushed. The heavenly demon transformation tower was something every demon had heard of since childhood. It was a sacred artifact that every demon had searched for their entire life. They never expected it to be returned, and that the person who returned it was likely a living demon emperor. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, gazing at the miniature heavenly demon transformation tower in her hands, was equally excited, her face flushed. The clan-protecting artifact that could save all demons from the tribulation of transformation was now in her hands. How could she not be excited? Looking at the majestic figure before her, Luo Xingchen bowed deeply. Seeing this, all the demons, including Luo Tianhe, a great emperor, bowed to the majestic figure. This bow was done willingly by everyone. This bow was accepted with pride by the figure. Having calmly accepted the bow from the demons, Xingchen casually lifted them all up with a gentle force. When used, only a wisp of immortal spiritual power is needed to restore the heavenly demon transformation tower to its original size. The heavenly demon transformation tower, now restored to its normal size, can immediately connect to the demon race's immortal veins, merging with the entire demon race to suppress their destiny. No one can take it away. You can safely place it anywhere within the demon race. As for where it's placed, I don't care. Now that the divine artifact has been returned, I'm leaving. After Xingchen finished speaking, he was about to leave when Luo Tianhe's aged voice rang out. You and I are both great emperors of the demon race. Now that you've returned, why are you leaving again? Could it be for? Hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Xingchen dared not answer carelessly, otherwise he would directly expose that another great emperor of the demon race had disappeared, and he didn't know what he had gone to do. This was not something to be answered casually. Hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Xingchen didn't answer directly, but instead said, the great era is approaching, and the divine wilderness continent will undergo tremendous changes. I have other matters to attend to. If the demon race is in trouble, I will return. After speaking, Xingchen turned to Luo Xingchen beside him and said, You are the Demon Empress, why do you possess such a strong human aura? Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen was slightly taken aback, her pretty face flushed, but she still said, reporting to the great emperor ancestor, my husband is a human. Since this person was a great emperor ancestor of the demon race, Luo Xingchen didn't hide anything and spoke directly. As soon as Luo Xingchen finished speaking, a terrifying divine sense swept over her. After a moment, Xingchen smiled slightly and pretended to say, not bad, not bad. The human man in Phoenix Palace possesses great fortune and unparalleled temperament. He is a good match for you. After speaking, Xingchen directly took out the tassel immortal gauze, a system reward, from his system space and casually waved it into Luo Xingchen's hand. This is the tassel immortal gauze, woven from the silk of the devouring heaven ancient silkworm. It is impervious to water and fire, and its defensive power is astonishing. When a woman wears it, she can withstand a full-force attack from a great emperor. I, the emperor, present it to you today, hoping that the two of you can work together and lead the demon race to regain its glory. After speaking, Xingchen didn't linger. He took a step and vanished instantly, unnoticed by anyone. The next moment, Xingchen appeared inside Phoenix Perch Palace, casually removing the heaven and earth changing weapon. As if nothing had happened, he smiled, picked up his fishing rod, and walked towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Meanwhile, in the void of the Empress's palace, Luo Tianhe murmured, this person's strength far surpasses mine. Phoenix Perch Palace has an array that even my divine sense couldn't penetrate, yet this person detected it with a single scan. His strength is truly formidable. Fortunately, we are both demons, what a stroke of luck. Hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Luo Xingchen asked, Ancestor, where is this great emperor ancestor going? Hearing Luo Xingchen's question, Luo Tianhe turned and took a step, disappearing into the depths of the demon realm. His aged voice echoed in the air, this is a matter of great cause and effect, which I cannot speak of, and the Empress should not ask. First, properly place the clan's protective artifact, and allow those demons who have not yet taken human form to do so. I too must now enter slumber. Now, with the great era approaching and the clan's protective artifact returning to the race, the demon race will surely prosper. Moreover, this man's vision is the same as mine. Xingchen is indeed a good match for the Empress. The future of the demon race will surely owe its debt to this child. Looking in the direction where her ancestor had disappeared, Luo Xingchen's pretty face flushed slightly as she turned towards the Phoenix Perch Palace. She saw her husband's figure heading towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Seeing this figure that filled her heart and soul, Luo Xingchen's eyes filled with deep affection. Chapter 23 The Rise of the Demon Race and the Reaction of the Human Race. Hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Luo Xingchen smiled slightly and turned to look towards the Phoenix Perch Palace. She saw her husband, fishing rod in hand, heading towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Seeing his back, a figure that filled her heart and soul, Luo Xingchen's eyes filled with deep affection. Meanwhile, the surrounding demons were recovering from their shock. Hey, did you hear that? Our demon race actually has another great emperor realm expert. And Ancestor Luo himself said that his strength is even greater than his. A demon expert said to another demon beside him, that's right, and he even found our demon race's lost clan protecting artifact, the heavenly demon transformation tower. This is something we've been taught since childhood. We never expected it to return. From now on, the younger generation of our demon race will no longer need to undergo the transformation tribulation. Our demon race's strength will only grow stronger. Another demon expert added, hearing his friend's words. And our emperor. Even that ancestor recognized his extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the emperor possesses immense fortune from birth, making him a perfect match for the Empress. Indeed, no wonder the great Dao personally congratulated the Empress on their wedding. It shows how strong the Emperor's fortune is. He's also a talented human, and a highly respected alchemist. Now, if we need pills, we can just refine them directly in the chaos furnace. We can refine as many as we need, and when we go out to train, we no longer need to be frugal. That's right. The Emperor has done so much for our demon race since he arrived, solving our biggest problems. Then, the clan's guardian artifact returned. Is it all because of the Emperor's extraordinary fortune? A powerful demon said with some emotion. The concept of fortune is too profound, but the Emperor's character is absolutely admirable. He has none of the arrogance of humans and is very approachable. I'd gladly acknowledge the Emperor as my leader. Another young demon said excitedly. At this moment, listening to the discussions among the demon race below, Luo Xingchen's eyes deepened with affection as she looked at Xingchen. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and looked at the dozens of immortal emperor ancestors around her. Luo Xingchen spoke. I have decided to place the heavenly demon divine transformation tower in the myriad demon plaza where the chaos furnace is located. What do you all think? Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, the dozens of immortal emperor ancestors all nodded in agreement. Even the two demon race great emperors had said that no one could take it away, so they had even less to worry about regarding the heavenly demon divine transformation tower. Seeing that none of the ancestors objected, Luo Xingchen directly flashed to the void above the myriad demon plaza. Looking at the chaos furnace below, which still emitted a faint divine light, Luo Xingchen couldn't help but smile slightly. At this moment, all the demons had arrived at the myriad demon plaza, awaiting the exciting moment. With this clan-protecting artifact, from now on, all demons would no longer need to endure the tribulation of transformation. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Standing in the void, Luo Xingchen looked at the excited and expectant faces of the crowd below. She infused a wisp of immortal energy into the miniature heavenly demon transformation tower in her hand and casually tossed it downwards. The heavenly demon transformation tower actually grew larger and larger in midair, carried by the wind. With a deafening boom, the heavenly demon transformation tower landed, and instantly transformed into a colossal tower approximately 9 meters tall on the central platform of the myriad demon plaza. The tower's surface was covered with crisscrossing marks, as if it had weathered countless storms. It radiated a crystalline light, and an ancient aura emanated from it, instantly revealing its extraordinary nature. Everyone gazed upon the heavenly demon transformation tower before them, radiating crystalline light and exuding an ancient aura, their hearts filled with indescribable excitement. The next moment, the heavenly demon transformation tower emitted rays of divine light, like a colossal world tree, taking root among the demon race. The entire demon race's immortal veins emerged from the void, transforming into a gigantic figure. This figure constantly shifted, roaring towards the sky, as countless purple wisps of energy flew in from beyond the heavens, entering its form. The entire divine wilderness continent trembled. Above the demon race, purple energy gathered for millions of miles. This astonishing scene instantly attracted the attention of countless forces. All the demons sensed the immense joy emanating from the colossal figure, and once again roared to the heavens. The million-mile-long purple aura transformed into a surging torrent, flowing into the colossal figure. The colossal figure's eyes emitted divine light, as if it had gained self-awareness, before transforming into a purple-gold immortal vein and disappearing into the demon race. At this moment, all the demons felt their minds clear, as if they had been enlightened. This was the benefit of the so-called power of destiny, which was why all powers, dynasties, and imperial dynasties used clan-protecting artifacts to suppress their destiny. Those surrounded by destiny possess sharp hearing and vision, naturally awakened comprehension, strong bodies, and immunity to all evil. Now that the demon race's clan-protecting artifact had returned, absorbing the scattered destiny of the demon race throughout the world and suppressing it within their immortal veins, it had invisibly cleansed all the demons, causing them to instantly feel as if they had been enlightened. All the demons were utterly astonished, never expecting that the clan-protecting artifact, which suppressed their destiny, would also bring such a side benefit. They were all filled with excitement. The next moment, Luo Xingchen arrived before the heavenly demon transformation tower, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at it. Grand Elder, starting tomorrow, let all demons who haven't undergone the transformation tribulation enter the heavenly demon transformation tower and transform into human form. From this day forward, our demon race will surely rise. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Grand Elder Wan Qinli immediately agreed. All the demons, upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, were filled with excitement, shouting, "The demon race rises! The demon race rises!" Especially those who were parents, they would no longer have to suffer the pain of losing a child. After all, the transformation tribulation was not something everyone could overcome. Far too many demons had succumbed and been killed by it. Now that the demon race's divine artifacts have returned, they no longer need to endure the agony of transformation. This alone is enough for the demon race to rise again. At this moment, the scene shifts. The tremendous changes occurring within the demon race have also shaken the major human powers. 1,000,000 miles of purple aura has gathered above the demon realm. Something good must have happened to them for such a large concentration of purple aura to occur. What intrigued them even more was that since the Demon Empress's wedding, when the great Tao himself offered his congratulations, the demon clan seemed to have undergone a transformation, as if reborn from its cocoon. Countless forces speculated that this change was due to the Demon Empress's wedding, which fueled their curiosity, prompting them to send people to investigate what kind of man could have won the Demon Empress's heart. What was his background? Was everything that had happened to the demon clan recently related to him? Meanwhile, Elder Han Xuanluo of the Xingchen Palace, gazing in the direction of the demon clan, recalled that incredibly domineering figure and murmured to himself, a great era is approaching. With this young man, the demon clan is destined for a rise, unstoppable. As for his identity, even the palace master hasn't been able to uncover it. It seems my prediction is correct, this person is definitely not simple. Could he be one of those reclusive giants from the holy sect? Thinking of that incredibly domineering yet incomparably handsome man, Han Xuanluo murmured to himself. Meanwhile, far away in the pavilion in the heart of the demon realm's lake, Xingchen was completely unaware of what was happening in the human realm. Even if he knew, he would simply smile and remain indifferent. Xingchen hadn't expected such a strong reaction to the return of the heavenly demon transformation tower to the demon realm. At this moment, Xingchen sat comfortably in the pavilion, a slight smile playing on his lips, a stunningly beautiful figure constantly appearing in his mind. Thinking of his wife, her shy and charming appearance, 1,000 tender emotions flashed in Xingchen's eyes. Chapter 24. The couple talked heart to heart and drank divine wine together. At this moment, while everyone was busy investigating Xingchen's identity, Xingchen sat leisurely in the lakeside pavilion, a slight smile playing on his lips, a stunningly beautiful figure constantly appearing in his mind. Thinking of his wife's shy and charming appearance, 1,000 tender emotions flashed in Xingchen's eyes. As evening fell, watching the sky grow darker, Xingchen packed up his fishing rod and strolled leisurely towards Phoenix Perch Palace, a smile on his lips. By now, Luo Xingchen should have finished her work. Back at Phoenix Perch Palace, just as Xingchen had predicted, Luo Xingchen had already returned. Seeing Xingchen return from afar, Luo Xingchen happily went to greet him. Seeing the smile on Luo Xingchen's face, Xingchen pretended not to know and asked softly, "Judging from your expression, did something make you happy today? Is it related to the purple aura that filled the sky for millions of miles today?" Taking Xingchen's arm, Luo Xingchen gently revealed her true self. Hearing Xingchen's question, she smiled tenderly. "Yes, I was very happy today. Husband, go wash up first, and I'll tell you all about it after dinner." Looking at Luo Xingchen's happy face, Xingchen nodded gently, feeling that everything he had done was worthwhile. After all, making the woman he loved happy was something any man would want to see. After dinner, Luo Xingchen affectionately took Xingchen's arm and led him to the window of the room. Gazing at Luo Xingchen's stunning profile, so full of charm, Xingchen was momentarily lost in thought. Turning to look at Xingchen, Luo Xingchen gave her husband a charmingly glare, then chuckled. This brought Xingchen back to his senses. He gently pulled Luo Xingchen into his arms, lightly kissed her forehead, and looking at her alluring appearance, asked softly, "My husband can tell that my wife is very happy today. What happened? Tell me so I can share in your joy." Xingchen pretended to know nothing, looking at Luo Xingchen and asking softly, "My lord, did you know? Our demon race still has an ancestor at the great emperor realm. And today, he returned to the demon race, bringing back the ancient clan-protecting artifact, the heavenly demon transformation tower, that disappeared long ago. Shanur has already placed the heavenly demon transformation tower beside the chaos furnace. My lord, you can go to the Myriad Demon Plaza to see it when you have time. The return of the clan-protecting artifact connects to the demon race's immortal veins, suppressing the demon race's fortune, which is why it triggered 1,000,000 miles of purple aura from the heavens. Furthermore, from now on, the demon race will no longer need to undergo the tribulation of transformation. All demons who haven't yet transformed only need to enter the heavenly demon transformation tower to transform, without needing to undergo the transformation tribulation again. This is the true foundation of the demon race. Looking at Luo Xingchen, her face filled with excitement and her eyes glistening with tears, Xingchen smiled gently, raising his hand to softly stroke her back to comfort her. Sensing her husband's affection, Luo Xingchen rose from Xingchen's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness, and smiled shyly. Now that the divine artifact has returned to its clan, Shanur is truly overjoyed today. I'm so sorry to have made my husband laugh. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen reached out and gently pinched her pert nose, saying softly, "We are husband and wife, one. Seeing my wife happy makes me extremely happy too. How could I possibly laugh at her?" Feeling her husband's boundless affection, Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up with joy. She nestled into Xingchen's arms, her face flushed with shyness. "Husband, let's rest early." After saying this, Luo Xingchen buried her face in Xingchen's chest, her cheeks red with shyness. Looking at the exquisitely beautiful woman in his arms, Xingchen smiled gently, thinking to himself, "This woman truly loves me. If I cannot make her happy, it would be a terrible sin." With this thought, Xingchen gently lifted Luo Xingchen up and, under her alluring gaze, walked towards the bed. The next morning, when Xingchen woke up naturally, Luo Xingchen was no longer beside him. Xingchen knew that today was a big day for the demon race. Many untransformed demons would be able to transform into human form through the heavenly demon transformation tower. Recalling the events of the previous night, Xingchen's heart was filled with love. Only he could possibly have moved the Demon Empress to such a state. After being helped by Qinger to wash up and eat breakfast, Qinger had already prepared her fishing rod. Looking at Qinger, who was grinning, sticking out her tongue, and looking mischievous, Xingchen reached out and patted her head. Seeing her embarrassed and angry expression, he laughed heartily and walked towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. This was the life he wanted most, a woman who loved him deeply, a lovely little girl, fishing every day, and signing in, it couldn't be happier. Arriving at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Xingchen cast his fishing rod and spoke to the system. "System, today's check-in begins." "Ding, system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 10 undying golden pills." The undying golden pill is a divine-grade elixir, refined by gathering 10,000 kinds of spiritual herbs and immortal medicines, and undergoing 9 indestructible heavenly tribulations. On the day the pill is completed, its fragrance travels for thousands of miles, lingering for 3 days. Consuming it can extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years. Only 1 pill can be consumed per person, it is the pinnacle of divine-grade elixirs. Ding, system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 1 million bottles of top-grade divine wine. Automatically stored in the system space. Sitting in the pavilion, Xingchen listened to the system's voice, a slight smile playing on his lips. The undying golden pill, 1 pill extending one's lifespan by 100,000 years, it's simply amazing. Having mastered the true principles of alchemy from the alchemy sect, which included longevity pills, Xingchen was incredibly excited. While these pills could extend lifespan by a maximum of 100 years, the system's daily login reward, a divine-grade pill capable of extending life by 100,000 years, was overwhelmingly infuriating. Xingchen knew very well that if he were to release an undying golden pill, the entire divine wilderness continent would be plunged into chaos and bloodshed. Looking at the millions more bottles of top-grade divine wine now in his system space, combined with the million bottles previously gifted by the system, an idea instantly formed in Xingchen's mind. This wine was a superior grade spirit wine improved by the system, unique throughout the entire divine wilderness continent. Not only could it restore the immortal spiritual power within the body, but it could also slowly increase cultivation. Such divine wine, if auctioned off, might bring the demon race a tremendous fortune. Xingchen rose, reeled in his fishing rod, and placed it in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. He turned to look at the 10,000 demon plaza. As the emperor of the demon clan, how could he possibly miss such an important day for the demon race? Such an important day wouldn't be complete without fine wine. Thinking this, Xingchen smiled slightly, lifted his foot, and headed towards the 10,000 demon plaza, secretly thinking, fine wine is best enjoyed with brothers. Chapter 25 Pills sell well, the lively brothers. At this moment, Xingchen leisurely arrived at the myriad demon plaza, which was packed with people. Many demons bowed respectfully upon seeing Yi Xingchen's arrival, their eyes filled with admiration. Because of the emperor, they could freely refine pills, no longer needing to scrimp and save as before. The spirit stones they saved could be used entirely for cultivation, greatly improving their strength. Similarly, the overall strength of the demon race also increased significantly. The demon race was already small, and after the ancient war between immortals and demons, countless demons perished. If it weren't for the presence of immortal emperors and a great emperor ancestor suppressing the major forces of the divine wilderness, the demon race might have been devoured long ago. However, for some unknown reason, the demon powerhouses above the great emperor level had disappeared, as had the human powerhouses above the great emperor level. This matter had become a taboo topic throughout the entire divine wilderness continent. Over the years, countless rumors have circulated privately. Some say these powerful figures ascended to higher worlds, others say they secretly guard the divine wilderness continent, still others claim they have long abandoned the divine wilderness, awaiting the invasion of the demon race. Regardless, although the demon race is currently one of the top powers on the divine wilderness continent, ruling the endless forest and possessing countless spiritual herbs and immortal medicines, they are sitting on a mountain of treasures without any alchemists. Now, however, due to the appearance of the emperor, the demon race has undergone a tremendous change. Just as the demon race's great emperor ancestor said, the emperor is born with great fortune and will lead the demon race to regain its ancient glory. Although the emperor is not particularly strong, he lacks the arrogance of humans and, with his unique personal charisma, has gained the recognition of all the demon race members, who respectfully address him as Emperor Boss. Yi Xingchen smiled all the way, seeing the respect in the eyes of the demon race members, and sighed inwardly. The demon race members' hearts were simple and honest, far surpassing those of humans. Seeing Yi Xingchen arrive, Luo Xingchen flashed to his side, her eyes filled with joy. Ignoring the gazes of her clansmen, she affectionately took Yi Xingchen's arm and sat down on a chair beside the heavenly demon transformation tower. All the demons wore expressions of blessing. Seeing the Empress and the Emperor so intimate, all the demons smiled broadly. "Why has my husband come?" Luo Xingchen exclaimed joyfully. "Today is a big day for the demon race, how could my husband not come to see us?" Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's smile deepened. "I know my husband doesn't like crowds, so I didn't invite him to come. I'm so happy that he came." Looking at Yi Xingchen, Luo Xingchen spoke softly with a face full of happiness. "My wife, how is it? The transformation should be almost complete, right?" Yi Xingchen looked at Luo Xingchen with deep affection, smiled slightly, and asked. "Yes, it's basically complete. Except for those demons who haven't reached the age of transformation, all those who haven't yet transformed have completed their transformations. The strength of the demon race will therefore grow stronger and stronger." Hearing her husband ask, Luo Xingchen replied happily. Yi Xingchen nodded with a smile upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared, bowing respectfully to Luo Xingchen and Yi Xingchen. "Your subordinate pays respects to the Empress, pays respects to the Emperor." Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the black-clad figure, all the demons fell silent. The black-clad figure was the Empress's personal guard, all possessing strength at the Immortal King realm. Their appearances always signified important events, hence the complete silence of the demons. Seeing the black-clad guards suddenly appear, Luo Xingchen asked, "Didn't I send you to patrol the Myriad Pill Pavilion? What brings you back to the demon clan?" "Reporting to your majesty, I returned on the orders of the immortal emperor ancestor, to bring back news and spirit stones." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, the black-clad guard answered directly, glancing at Yi Xingchen with admiration. He continued, "The 3 types of pills refined by the Emperor are already in short supply at our Myriad Pill Pavilion. The ancestor instructed me to return and report this to your majesty, so I can bring another batch of pills. On the other hand, all the spirit stones earned from the pills sold this time, after deducting expenses, have been brought back by me, totaling a staggering 1 million. After finishing, the black-clad guard took out a dark gold token in a storage ring, handing them to Luo Xingchen. Hearing the black-clad guard's words, all the demons were shocked. In just a few days, 3 kinds of pills had sold for 1 million spirit stones, something they couldn't even imagine. Turning to look at the smiling emperor, who sat there, the demons' admiration deepened. Luo Xingchen was also shocked. She reached out and took the dark gold token and storage ring, confirming they were genuine ancestor tokens before returning them to the black-clad guard. Then, a wisp of divine sense swept over the storage ring. Seeing the million spirit stones inside, Luo Xingchen's eyes filled with excitement. It wasn't that Luo Xingchen hadn't seen a million spirit stones before, but the fact that such a large income could be generated in just a few days was incredibly shocking and exciting. She hadn't expected the pill business to be so profitable. If this continued, the demons would no longer have to worry about spirit stones, all because of the man beside her. Luo Xingchen turned her head, gazing at Xingchen with deep affection. Countless words wanted to be spoken, but the crowd held them back. At that moment, Xingchen seemed to understand the meaning in Luo Xingchen's eyes. He smiled slightly, tightened his grip on her hand, and their eyes met, as if they understood each other perfectly. Everything unspoken. The countless demons around them, watching the two with eyes that seemed to stretch into silken threads, were instantly subjected to another wave of public displays of affection. Suddenly, two untimely voices shattered this beautiful moment. Second brother, did you see that? From now on, when you look for a wife, you should find one like the Empress. The way she looks at you, with eyes like silken threads, that's true love, understand? Eldest brother, I understand. Just like how Quihua looks at you, her eyes sparkle like stars every time she sees you, that's true love. At this moment, the sudden appearance of two voices silenced the entire demon plaza even more. All the demons' faces twitched, their expressions of wanting to laugh but not daring to, making them blush deeply. Behind Luo Xingchen, a beautiful woman with delicate features, her face flushed, her eyes flashing with a murderous glint, stared in the direction of the two. Boss, I feel a chill all over my body, do you feel the same way? That's strange, I feel it too. Am I just imagining things? This weather shouldn't be like this. This feeling is so similar to how Quihua looked at me. Hearing their conversation, Xingchen's lips twitched. Sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from the woman behind him, Xingchen looked at the two with boundless pity. These two were none other than the lively brothers, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan. The next moment, the woman behind Xingchen vanished, and a heroic voice echoed in the air. Shang Wufa, I'll chop you up. The next moment, the woman's figure appeared beside Shang Wufa, instantly startling him, who was still lost in their world. He recognized that aura all too well. Just as he was about to run, a strong, delicate hand grabbed his ear and twisted it. A thunderous shout rang out. Ouch! 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 Quihua, let go. Are you trying to murder your husband? At this moment, the surrounding demons could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. This made the beautiful Quihua blush even more. All right, Quihua, come back. You know how reckless these two are. The next moment, Luo Xingchen's voice rang out, tinged with helplessness, as she shook her head slightly. After spinning her around once more, Quihua seemed to have finally vented her anger, glaring fiercely at Shang Wufa. She turned and kicked the smirking Shang Wushan to the ground, letting out a soft snort, and flashed back behind Luo Xingchen. She bowed to Luo Xingchen and Xingchen, her pretty face flushed, and looking at the sullen Shang Wufa, a slight smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Luo Xingchen, speechless, looked at the two sullen brothers and spoke to Xingchen beside her. Husband, these spirit stones are yours to earn, you should distribute them. What do you plan to do, husband? Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, everyone's gaze turned to Xingchen, who smiled slightly and softly said to Luo Xingchen, my wife can distribute them. What's mine is mine, no need to distinguish between you and me. This simple, gentle sentence was another dose of public displays of affection, leaving countless demons around them thoroughly fed. Hearing her husband's words, Luo Xingchen's pretty face flushed slightly, her heart filled with tenderness. In that case, Elder, place 1 million spirit stones into the demon clan's warehouse. From now on, the welfare of all demons will be greatly improved, and those who contribute to the demon clan will receive additional rewards. Furthermore, take a batch of each of the 3 types of pills and have the black-clad guards take them back to the Myriad Pill Pavilion. Every few days, the Elder will go to the Myriad Pill Pavilion to deliver a batch of pills and retrieve the spirit stones from their sale. The next moment, Luo Xingchen's authoritative voice rang out, exciting countless demons around her. They would no longer have to worry about spirit stones. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Elder Wan Qinli flashed to Luo Xingchen's side, excitedly accepting the storage ring. He then bowed slightly to Luo Xingchen and Yi Xingchen before disappearing. When he reappeared, he had already handed the 3 storage rings to the black-clad guards. At this moment, the black-clad guards clasped their hands in a fist salute to Luo Xingchen and Yi Xingchen and said, "This subordinate must take his leave now. The ancestor instructed me to return to the Myriad Pill Pavilion as soon as possible, fearing it might affect the sale of pills." Hearing the black-clad guard's words, Luo Xingchen nodded slightly. Seeing this, the black-clad guard turned to leave, but Yi Xingchen's voice rang out. "Since this brother has returned, don't rush off. Today is a double celebration, and I, the Emperor, have some small gifts for everyone. Please have this brother take them back to the Myriad Pill Pavilion." The next moment, Yi Xingchen casually waved his hand, and a surprising scene unfolded. Chapter 26 Complete Conquest. The mysterious emperor seeing the black-clad guard about to leave, Yi Xingchen spoke up, "Brother, don't rush off. Today, our demon race is doubly blessed. This emperor has a small gift for all of you. Please take it back to the Myriad Pill Pavilion." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, everyone's gaze focused on him. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Xingchen conjured countless jade bottles radiating crystalline light in the hands of all the surrounding demons. Looking at the radiant jade bottles in their hands and sensing the celestial energy emanating from them, everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Wow, did you feel it? The celestial energy emanating from these bottles is actually made of top-grade spirit stones." A powerful demon looked at the bottle in his hand, exclaiming in astonishment. "It really is top-grade spirit stones. Is this the Emperor's little gift for us? I feel like there's something else inside the bottle." Another powerful demon said in unison. Seeing the shocked expressions of those around him, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "Brothers, today our demon race is doubly blessed, something to celebrate. How can we not drink? This bottle contains wine I brewed myself, the taste is quite good. Let's drink together today." Although it was a system reward, Yi Xingchen couldn't say it outright. He could only say it was brewed by him and rewarded by the system. That wasn't wrong, Yi Xingchen reassured himself. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, everyone was immediately astonished. Even Luo Xingchen beside Yi Xingchen was surprised. Wine in a bottle made of top-grade spirit stones, how top-grade must this wine be? Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "Brothers, this wine, though it tastes alright, shouldn't be drunk in excess. And of course, don't throw away the bottle after you finish it. It's made from top-grade spirit stones. It's not much, but it's a small token of my appreciation." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, everyone laughed, some even shouting, "Emperor, you're mighty! Emperor, you're mighty!" Hearing the shouts from below, Yi Xingchen raised his hand to acknowledge them, then said, "We're having a good time today, brothers, please share this bottle." After speaking, Yi Xingchen casually waved his hand again, and another identical bottle appeared in the hands of the various demon clans. He continued, "Keep this bottle, brothers. The greatest effect of this wine is that a single sip can quickly restore your immortal spiritual energy and slowly increase your cultivation, comparable to a celestial grade pill. Brothers, don't waste it." At this moment, hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the entire place instantly fell silent, comparable to a celestial grade pill. The Emperor was indeed mighty. When he did act, it was a game changer, leaving all the demons stunned. The next moment, a rich aroma of wine permeated the entire demon plaza, causing countless demons to slowly close their eyes, looking on with obvious enjoyment. It smelled simply too good. It turned out that the 2 lively characters, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan, upon hearing that it was wine brewed by the Emperor, had immediately opened the bottle, and the rich aroma was emanating from the mouth. Glug, glug, the Shang brothers, unable to resist the intense aroma of the wine, immediately opened their mouths and drank. This caused countless demons to swallow hard, their atoms apples bobbing and saliva dripping from their mouths. The aroma was simply too strong, and unlike the Shang brothers, who hadn't even spoken to the Emperor, the others didn't have the audacity to do so. Seeing the expressions of the surrounding demons, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "Come, brothers, let's drink from this bottle together. But let me make it clear beforehand, this wine is extremely strong. Those with a low alcohol tolerance should only drink a small sip, otherwise they'll be drunk instantly. Cheers! Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, all the demons could no longer resist, opened their bottles, and drank deeply. Excellent wine indeed. Indeed, so satisfying. This is true fine wine. Compared to the wines I've drunk before, it's like heaven and earth. Awesome. I can actually feel my cultivation slowly increasing, and this is just one sip. This wine deserves to be called divine wine. Hearing the voices of the crowd below, Luo Xingchen opened the bottle and took a sip. Her eyes instantly lit up. The wine was mellow, sweet, smooth, and refreshing, carrying a rich immortal spiritual power. A small sip felt like swallowing a pill. At the same time, Luo Xingchen could clearly feel a slight increase in her cultivation. This was simply unbelievable. She was a celestial emperor. This small sip of wine could actually improve her cultivation, albeit only slightly, because her strength was so great. Sure enough, the next moment, just as Luo Xingchen had expected, many of the newly transformed demon race members around her, whose strength was still low, experienced flashes of divine light above their heads after taking a sip, and they actually broke through to the next level. The scene that followed was spectacular, with flashes of divine light constantly appearing, astonishing countless people once again. Everyone looked at Yi Xingchen with deep respect, a heartfelt admiration. Such divine wine, yet the emperor so casually allowed them to taste it, such generosity. Who wouldn't feel reverence? The next moment, all the demons, facing the direction of Yi Xingchen, clasped their hands, knelt on one knee, and respectfully shouted, "Emperor, you are mighty. Emperor, you are awe-inspiring. Emperor, you are mighty. Emperor, you are awe-inspiring." At this moment, Luo Xingchen looked at her husband, her heart filled with immense excitement. Kneeling on one knee was the highest form of etiquette among the demons, reserved only for those they deeply respected. Now, all the demons were kneeling on one knee before Yi Xingchen, signifying that they considered him their true leader, a leader for whom they were willing to sacrifice their lives. How could Luo Xingchen not be moved? This gesture represented complete and genuine acceptance. This gesture represented the complete allegiance of all the demons. Seeing the reaction of the demons around him, Yi Xingchen was equally moved. A surge of pride welled up within him, and he shouted, "Good, good, good, brothers, please rise. I accept this bow, not for any other reason than that it is your recognition of me as your leader. As your leader, I deserve this bow." Those below, hearing Yi Xingchen's words, smiled and rose, their gazes towards him filled with utmost respect. "See that? That's our Emperor Lord. Unlike those hypocritical humans. He speaks his mind, no empty formalities." "Nonsense. Do you need to tell me? Our Emperor Lord isn't just anyone. Don't underestimate him just because he's only at the innate realm. Just that one move, in the 10,000 Demon Plaza, with so many people, he casually waved his hand and precisely placed the bottle in everyone's hand. Even immortal kings and immortal lords couldn't do that." A sharp-eyed demon clansman spoke up to his companion. "And to be able to brew such divine wine, comparable to immortal-grade pills, truly worthy of being called our Emperor Lord. Mysterious and powerful." Hearing the discussions below, Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly. He had been so excited that he had forgotten about this. Fortunately, Luo Xingchen hadn't asked, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain. Luo Xingchen smiled, gazing at her increasingly mysterious husband with eyes full of joy. She harbored no doubt, only a deeper affection for him. Luo Xingchen trusted Yi Xingchen. If her husband didn't speak, she wouldn't ask. Everyone has secrets, and she could feel Yi Xingchen's love for her. That alone was enough. Seeing the reactions of the crowd below, Yi Xingchen slightly raised his hand, and the entire Demon Plaza instantly fell silent. Today is a joyous occasion, so let's not just drink together. These wines will be given to the demon ancestor by the maiden. And these, please have this brother take back to the Myriad Pill Pavilion. Today, the demon clan has double joy, let the entire demon clan celebrate." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with even deeper affection as she looked at her husband. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, "Your Majesty is a talented man of the human race, and is born with great fortune. I, this old man, muster my courage, and request that your Majesty grant a discourse to the newly transformed disciples of the demon clan." Chapter 27 The Demon Sage, born with double eyes. At this moment, Yi Xingchen suddenly heard an aged voice. "Your Majesty, as a talented man of the human race, and born with great fortune, I, this old man, muster my courage and request that your majesty bestow upon the newly transformed disciples of the demon race a sermon. As soon as the aged voice fell, the entire demon race fell silent, their faces filled with shock. Giving a sermon to all the transformed demon disciples was no small matter. It was no longer a matter of strength or cultivation, but a matter of the entire demon race's future. This was equivalent to becoming a mentor to humans. If Xingchen were to give a sermon to all the transformed demon disciples, it would be tantamount to becoming their mentor, and from then on, these demon disciples would bear the imprint of Xingchen's influence. It is said that humans respect their teachers and value the way, the demon race even more so. This was an immense honor, and an incredibly heavy responsibility. Similarly, it would grant Xingchen immense power, perhaps even placing the entire demon race under his control. This was no ordinary task, no wonder the entire demon race fell silent instantly. Following the voice, Xingchen saw a white-haired elder with a flushed face, clearly having drunk quite a bit, yet his eyes shone with wisdom. As the elder slowly approached, all the demons bowed in respect. Even Luo Xingchen beside him gave a slight bow upon seeing the elder, demonstrating the elder's high status within the demon race. Xingchen vaguely remembered that this white-haired elder was the demon race's only remaining wise sage. Looking at the elder's eyes gleaming with wisdom, Xingchen also bowed in respect. Elder, it would be unbecoming of a junior to preach to a newly transformed disciple of the demon race. With you here, there is no need for me to preach for the demon race. Hearing Xingchen's words, the white-haired elder's eyes gleamed with wisdom. He smiled slightly, and his aged voice rang out again. Your Majesty, there's no need for modesty. As a wise man of the demon race, I've been doing this for many years. I know my abilities are inferior to those of the great sages of the human race, but I am extremely confident in my judgment of people. The demon race wise man looked at Xingchen, his eyes radiating divine light, his face filled with unparalleled confidence. I was born with twin pupils, capable of seeing through illusions and reaching the essence. It is precisely because of these eyes that my cultivation has not progressed at all over the years. That's because I have used all my immortal spiritual energy to cultivate these twin pupils. At this moment, hearing the white-haired elder's words, Xingchen carefully looked at the elder's eyes. Only then did Xingchen discover that deep within the elder's eyes, there was actually a pair of golden eyeballs. The radiant wisdom emanating from those eyes was precisely from them. At this moment, Luo Xingchen's voice rang out, My lord, those with double pupils possess innate comprehension and aptitude far surpassing even the most gifted geniuses. Double pupils themselves are a symbol of strength. For so many years, all those with double pupils have roamed the world, dominating their respective regions. However, for the sake of the demon race's future, the wise one used all his immortal spiritual energy to cultivate his double pupils, without improving his own cultivation by even a fraction. Therefore, his strength has remained stagnant at the golden core realm. If the wise one didn't possess a demon's body and a longer lifespan, perhaps the wise one would have long ago. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen's gaze towards the old man was filled with deep respect. He should have been a peerless powerhouse, dominating the world, yet he had given up everything within his grasp for the sake of the entire demon race. This was not something an ordinary person could do. It required immense perseverance and courage, and a selfless heart. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, the white-haired old man shook his head slightly and chuckled, saying, Over the years, if it weren't for the demon race and the Empress, I might be long gone. I've already wasted countless longevity-extending elixirs. This old body of mine doesn't want to be a burden to the demon race any longer. Over the years, if it weren't for the countless spirit stones spent searching for longevity pills for me, the demon race wouldn't be in such a predicament, barely able to provide cultivation spirit stones for its members. Hearing the white-haired elder's words, Luo Xingchen spoke directly, Wise one, you have sacrificed too much for the demon race. Several times during the demon race's crises, it was you who saw through the fog and brought new life to the demon race. If it weren't for you, the demon race might have disappeared into the river of history countless times ago. At this moment, hearing Luo Xingchen's words, countless demons around her spoke up, the Empress is right. For the wise one, no hardship is too much to bear. That's right. Now, thanks to the Emperor, our demon race will have no shortage of spirit stones in the future. To find longevity pills for the wise one, I am willing to forego using any spirit stones from my clan from now on. That's right, I'm willing to. And me, I'm willing too. Just as everyone was shouting, yes, an even louder, more resonant voice rang out, my emperor is an alchemist. Are you all crazy? Just ask my emperor if he can refine longevity pills, that's all. What are you all shouting for? As soon as Shang Wufa finished speaking, countless demons turned their gazes towards him. At this moment, Kuihua, whose hand Shang Wufa was shamelessly holding, suddenly heard this clown's words and saw countless demons looking at them. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. But the crowd seemed oblivious, giving Shang Wufa a thumbs up. Then, everyone turned to look at Yi Xingchen, their faces filled with anticipation. Yi Xingchen looked at the expectant gazes of the crowd, and at Luo Xingchen, who was tightly gripping his hand nervously. Yi Xingchen smiled slightly but remained silent. Even the emperor smiled but didn't speak, and a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of many demons. Unlike the other demons, Luo Xingchen saw the answer she sought in her husband's expression. Just as she was about to speak, Shang Wufa's honest voice rang out again, who is our Emperor Lord? What kind of looks are those? I believe our Emperor Lord will definitely refine the longevity elixir. I believe it too. Shang Wushan's voice also rang out. Hearing Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan's words, Yi Xingchen sighed inwardly, these two are truly, blindly believing in themselves. However, before Yi Xingchen could speak, the aged voice of the demon sage rang out at that moment. Does your majesty know why I wish for you to preach to these newly transformed demon disciples? Because I see the future of the demon race in your majesty. Though shrouded in mist, I cannot see clearly, but I trust my eyes will not be wrong. Furthermore, I cannot fathom your majesty's strength. Though your majesty appears to be at the innate realm, no one at that level possesses the supreme domineering aura that emanates from you. This aura soars to the heavens, a power even immortal emperors do not possess, yet I see it within your majesty. Hearing the words of the demon sage, Yi Xingchen's heart stirred, and he thought to himself, truly worthy of being born with twin eyes, possessing the wondrous ability to see through illusions and reach the essence. If I didn't possess the great Tao chaotic body and the Xuanwu concealment technique, I might truly have been seen through by those eyes. In the divine wilderness continent, one should never underestimate anyone. Looking at the wise light emanating from the demon sage's eyes, Yi Xingchen shook his head slightly and said with a smile, old man, you may be mistaken. My cultivation is indeed at the innate realm. The talk of being surrounded by domineering aura and soaring straight to the heavens is an exaggeration. As for the matter of lecturing to the demon disciples, since the elder has spoken, this junior naturally agrees. Tomorrow at noon, in the Myriad Demon Plaza, this emperor will lecture to the demon disciples who have taken human form. Anyone interested is welcome to attend. The demon disciples who had just taken human form around him were all filled with excitement upon hearing the emperor's agreement, their eyes filled with boundless admiration as they looked at Yi Xingchen. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the demon sage's eyes flashed with wisdom, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Hee, I'm getting old. Perhaps I truly misjudged him. But since the emperor has agreed to lecture to the demon disciples, I am relieved. After speaking, the demon sage gave Yi Xingchen a deep look and turned to leave. Yi Xingchen's voice rang out as he watched the demon sage turn to leave. The entire Myriad Demon Plaza fell into an instant silence. Chapter 28 The Power of the Undying Golden Core, 9th rank alchemist. At this moment, watching the demon sage turn to leave, his departing figure was so desolate. The moment he entrusted the task of preaching to Yi Xingchen, the demon sage's entire body was instantly enveloped in deathly aura. This was a manifestation of his previously tense spirit relaxing instantly after his heart was free of all worries, and the deathly aura within him could no longer be suppressed. Many demons, watching the sage's retreating figure, secretly resolved to find a longevity elixir to extend the demon sage's lifespan. Without the demon sage, the demon race might have already perished. Several times the demon race faced immense crises. It was the demon sage who sacrificed his own remaining lifespan to foresee the future and save the demon race from danger. This was also the drawback of dual pupils. Although powerful, they required sacrificing one's own lifespan to unleash their true potential. Luo Xingchen was about to speak when Xingchen interrupted her, saying, "Please wait a moment, old man." Hearing Xingchen's words, the demon sage turned slightly to look at him, saying in a joking tone, "Does the emperor intend to go back on his word? A man of his word keeps his promises." Xingchen was slightly taken aback by the demon sage's words, not expecting him to joke. He then smiled and said, "Old man, I will never go back on my promise. However, there is one thing I would like you to agree to, and I believe the entire demon race hopes you will agree." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen instantly became excited, tightly grasping Xingchen's hand. Sensing Luo Xingchen's excitement, Xingchen looked at her affectionately and smiled slightly. Meanwhile, hearing Xingchen's words, the demon sage smiled slightly, but his eyes remained calm. "Your Majesty, please speak. If I can do it, I certainly will." Hearing the words of the demon sage, Xingchen casually waved his hand, and a golden pill appeared suspended in midair before the sage. The moment this golden pill appeared, the entire 10,000 demon plaza was filled with its fragrant aroma, which could be smelled for tens of thousands of miles. A golden halo radiated a rich life force, continuously spreading outwards. Sensing the life force emanating from the golden pill, everyone's faces showed shock. Xingchen's voice rang out, "Elder, this is the undying golden pill that I refined. Please take it and continue to use these eyes to see through the fog and guide the demon race." Hearing Xingchen's words, the demon sage, looking at the golden pill floating before him and feeling the rich life force emanating from it, asked in astonishment, "Your Majesty, this is, you, refined it." "Indeed, this is the undying golden pill. Its fragrance can travel 10,000 miles and lingers for 3 days. Taking it can extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. Xingchen could only attribute the system's credit to himself again, but he didn't reveal the pill's grade, not wanting the demon sage to feel any burden. At this moment, hearing Xingchen's words, all the demons were filled with shock. Luo Xingchen covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Although she could tell from Xingchen's expression that her husband could refine longevity pills, she never imagined he could actually refine a divine pill that could extend one's life by 10,000 years. Just from the aura emanating from this pill, Luo Xingchen could sense that this undying golden pill was at least a 9th-grade pill. A 9th-grade pill was considered a divine pill in the divine wilderness continent. The entire demon plaza was silent, all the demons stood frozen in place. A pill that could extend one's life by 10,000 years was definitely a 9th-grade pill. The emperor was actually a 9th-grade alchemist. At this moment, countless eyes looked at Xingchen, who stood there, with admiration. Only now did they realize that the white-robed figure in their hearts grew ever taller and more mysterious. Looking at Xingchen, who stood there with a smile, the demon sage was equally excited. Reaching out a trembling hand, he took the undying golden pill from midair. Sensing the immense life force within the pill, the demon sage, somewhat incredulous, asked Xingchen, "A 9th-grade divine pill, is the emperor truly willing to give it to this old man? Does the emperor know that the value of this 9th-grade pill is practically priceless? If it were auctioned, it could probably buy a city in the human realm." Hearing the demon sage's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and calmly said, "Old man, please accept it. Let alone a city, even 10 cities are nothing compared to yours in my eyes." As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, before the demon sage could reply, he casually waved his hand, taking him by surprise, and fed the undying golden pill into the demon sage's mouth. The next moment, the demon sage's eyes widened. The immortal golden pill, the instant it entered his mouth, transformed into a vast life force that flowed into his body. This immense life force continuously repaired all the hidden ailments within his body, making his meridians more resilient and his physique stronger. The demon sage could easily feel the tremendous changes occurring within him. His completely withered body now seemed reborn, brimming with boundless vitality. All the demons, watching the demon sage's life force vanish and radiate forth, gaped, as if they could swallow a goose egg. At this moment, the demon sage's hunched back slowly straightened. The deep wrinkles on his face, which had been like withered wood, began to fade, as if ironed, and his gray hair slowly turned black. In the blink of an eye, the demon sage had completely transformed, from a deathly old man into a middle-aged man. Sensing the change, the demon sage looked at his now powerful hands and strong body, and couldn't help but tremble. He actually knelt down on one knee before Xingchen, his voice booming. Lu Wanquan of the demon race kowtows in gratitude for the emperor's great kindness and accepts Lu Wanquan's bow. At this moment, the demons, who had been stunned by Lu Wanquan's dramatic transformation, finally came to their senses. Seeing the demon sage kneeling before the emperor, they were instantly frozen in shock. It turned out the demon clan sage was named Lu Wanquan. Seeing Lu Wanquan's reaction, Xingchen instantly stepped aside, helping him up and saying, "Elder Lu, please don't do this. It's too much of a burden for this junior. Elder Lu, if you do this, our brothers will laugh at us. Please rise. I don't care what the other clansmen think. The emperor has given Wanquan a second life, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a second parent. I absolutely deserve Wanquan's bow." Lu Wanquan looked at Xingchen, then turned and knelt down again. Xingchen was even more helpless. Why was this old man so temperamental? He immediately pulled the kneeling Lu Wanquan back down, glancing helplessly at Luo Xingchen, who wore a smile. Seeing her husband's pleading gaze, Luo Xingchen gave him a charmingly reproachful look before speaking to Lu Wanquan. "My husband has seen Elder Lu's good intentions. Please get up. Today is a joyous day, we demons don't need such formalities." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Lu Wanquan stopped insisting and still bowed deeply to Xingchen. Xingchen couldn't refuse and accepted Lu Wanquan's bow. He helped Lu Wanquan up again. At this moment, the entire demon race looked at Xingchen with not only admiration but also deep pride. Because they're mysterious. Emperor was not only their acknowledged leader but also a 9th-grade alchemist. Because there was an ancient saying on the divine wilderness continent, "A 9th-grade alchemist can rule the world." Chapter 29 Luo Xingchen's deep affection. Emperor Yan's speculation. At this moment, the entire demon race looked at Xingchen with deep admiration. For there was an ancient saying on the divine wilderness continent, "A 9th-grade alchemist can rule the world." Feeling the admiring gazes of those around him, Xingchen felt a surge of pride and said, "Brothers, we're having a great time today. Come, let's drink another cup." At this moment, Xingchen's prestige reached its peak, even surpassing that of the Demon Empress. After all, the bonds between men are often so simple. A single cup of wine can forge true friendships. The next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the 10,000 Demon Plaza. The combined power of everyone's aura surged into the sky. Watching this amazing scene, Luo Xingchen's beautiful eyes were filled with deep affection as she looked at Xingchen. The demon race's current unity was all thanks to the man before her, a husband she deeply loved, yet who remained utterly mysterious. Luo Xingchen didn't think much of it. She could sense her husband's feelings, and that was enough. The entire process lasted until noon. The supreme divine wine was extremely strong, and all the demons were thoroughly drunk. Some with lower cultivation levels even experienced a flash of divine light in their dazed state, actually breaking through to a higher level due to the wine. When Xingchen returned to Phoenix Palace, he was helped back by Luo Xingchen. Perhaps because of joy, or perhaps because of his heroic spirit, Xingchen actually got drunk. Combined with the already high alcohol content of the supreme divine wine, the usually heavy drinker Xingchen collapsed into Luo Xingchen's arms. Looking at Xingchen lying on the bed, fast asleep, Luo Xingchen's eyes were filled with tenderness. She glanced at him, then turned and disappeared. She still had many things to attend to. Many happy things had happened in the demon realm today. The demon sage, Elder Lu, had his lifespan extended by 10,000 years thanks to a pill from her husband. What shocked and delighted Luo Xingchen even more was that her husband was actually a 9th-grade alchemist. A 9th-grade alchemist. Even in the entire divine wilderness continent, such a thing was unheard of. The head of the Xingchen Palace, a top human power, was only an 8th-grade alchemist. Perhaps it was true, as the two great emperor ancestors and Elder Lu had said, that the future of the demon race rested entirely on her husband's shoulders. She recalled the ancient legends of the divine wilderness continent. A 9th-grade alchemist could rule the world. Luo Xingchen glanced at Xingchen, who was fast asleep on the bed, and made a silent vow. No matter what the future holds, Shun'er will be with you, not because you are a 9th-grade alchemist, nor because you are the future of the demon race, but simply because you are Shun'er's husband. That's all. Thinking this, a resolute expression appeared on Luo Xingchen's beautiful face as she turned and disappeared. The scene shifted. The human race. Within a vast and magnificent palace, streaks of golden red laws shimmered, and countless flames, like waterfalls, cascaded down from the sky, descending upon a majestic figure seated cross-legged below. The flames radiated intense heat, seemingly capable of annihilating all things and burning through the void. Upon landing on the majestic figure, they instantly transformed into obedient children, joyfully circling and revolving around him. The figure formed hand seals, and the terrifying flames instantly vanished into it. The golden red laws within the hall transformed into a golden red ribbon, penetrating the figure's body. The entire hall instantly cooled down. A majestic and imposing voice rang out, "Prince Wushwang, has the message arrived?" As soon as the majestic voice faded, a blurry figure appeared in the hall, addressing the imposing figure, reporting to Emperor Yan, "His Highness has sent word that the Demon Empress has agreed to come to the Imperial Dynasty in a month to attend the auction. Furthermore, His Highness stated that the Empress has a business deal she wishes to discuss with the Imperial Dynasty." Hearing the blurry figure's words, the imposing figure finally raised its head. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, its bearing was imposing. Its brows exuded boundless majesty, its eyes deep and unfathomable, radiating an aura of authority without anger, as if it held the world in its grasp. This person was none other than Emperor Yan of the Great Yan Dynasty, Yan Wudi. "Oh, Luo Xingchen actually does business with me. I'm rather looking forward to it. The Demon Empress is getting married, and the Great Tao himself is offering his congratulations. Has Your Highness investigated this thoroughly?" Hearing Yan Wudi's authoritative voice, the blurry figure immediately replied, reporting to Emperor Yan, "The prince has not sent any news on this matter, but a spy from Xingchen Palace has reported that Elder Han Xuanluo of Xingchen Palace went to the demon clan, but returned in disgrace. He should know something. HMPH. Those hypocrites of Xingchen Palace, taking advantage of the demon clan's lack of alchemists, have been trying to drive down the prices of demon clan medicinal herbs. It seems Han Xuanluo has suffered at the hands of the demon clan. I suspect that Luo Qingshen's visit this time is likely related to the demon clan's medicinal herbs, and she may be seeking cooperation with the Imperial Dynasty. Therefore, it seems the demon clan and Xingchen Palace have a rather unpleasant situation regarding medicinal herbs." Upon hearing Emperor Yan's words, the blurry figure below swayed slightly before speaking. "Your Majesty, the Xingchen Palace has always been like this. Relying on its control of most of the alchemists on the Divine Wilderness continent and its status as a top-tier power, all its disciples are arrogant and overbearing. I have another matter to report to Your Majesty. The demon race has established a myriad pill pavilion at the border with the human race, selling 3 types of first-grade pills, all of which have never appeared on the Divine Wilderness continent before. And its effects are far superior to those of similar pills from Xingchen Palace, while also being much cheaper. Currently, it's in high demand and short supply. It seems the demon race now possesses an alchemist. I heard that Xingchen Palace is extremely angry about this. Although it's just an ordinary first-grade pill, it has seized a significant portion of Xingchen Palace's market share." Hearing the blurry figure's words, Yan Wudi seemed lost in thought, muttering to himself, "Wandan Pavilion. Interesting." Glancing at the figure below, Yan Wudi's majestic voice rang out again. "Issue my imperial decree. First, secretly investigate the matter of the Demon Empress's husband. Second, during the auction, all sect disciples must not offend any members of the demon race. Those who disobey will be severely punished." Hearing the Emperor Yan's voice, the blurry figure bowed to Yan Wushwang, the space trembled, and the figure vanished. At this moment, Yan Wudi glanced towards the direction of the demon race's location outside the palace before his figure slowly disappeared. The surrounding space remained completely undisturbed, demonstrating his immense power. However, Yan Wudi's voice lingered in the air as he muttered to himself, "I have a premonition that the demon race is about to rise. When the Great Era arrives, perhaps forming an alliance with the demon race would be a good choice. At least compared to the hypocrisy and treachery of the human race, the demon race is much more honest and kind." As soon as Yan Wudi finished speaking, the entire palace instantly became scorching hot, countless golden red laws appearing, the flames this time even more terrifying. If any powerful figures were present, they would be astonished to discover that the entire palace had entered a domain. The ruler of the Great Yan Dynasty, Yan Wudi, was actually a celestial emperor who had comprehended the domain realm. Chapter 30 Sign-in upgrade cards. Overcrowded at this moment, if any powerful figure were present, they would surely recognize that the Flame Emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty, Yan Wudi, was actually a celestial emperor who had cultivated to the domain realm. Throughout the entire Divine Wilderness continent, there were many celestial emperors, but those who could cultivate to the domain realm were incredibly rare. Many celestial emperors had cultivated fire domains, water domains, and sword domains, but those who could cultivate a flame domain were as rare as phoenix feathers. Like Xingchen's sword domain, without the system's reward, Xingchen might never have been able to cultivate it in his entire life. After all, cultivating to the domain realm requires more than just talent and aptitude. It also requires the right timing, location, and people, all are indispensable, and an astonishing level of understanding of the laws of fire, almost to the point of creating a new path of fire. But at this moment, Xingchen was lying in the Phoenix Palace, fast asleep, until the next morning when he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Luo Xingchen, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, Xingchen's eyes were filled with sweetness, but inwardly he thought, I never expected that the superior divine wine improved by the system would make me drunk after just 2 bottles, without using my cultivation. Truly worthy of the system's creation. As if sensing Xingchen's gaze, Luo Xingchen slowly opened her eyes. Looking at her husband gazing at her with deep affection, Luo Xingchen smiled slightly at Xingchen. Husband, you're awake. Last night, I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you. You slept for so long. Luo Xingchen looked at Xingchen and said softly with a smile. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen gently stroked Luo Xingchen's cute nose, eliciting a charming eye roll from her. Because Xingchen had promised to give a lecture to the demon race today, and had just finished teaching his transformed disciples, the two of them didn't sleep in. They got up cheerfully and had breakfast together. As the Demon Empress, Luo Xingchen had many matters to attend to. She greeted Xingchen and then disappeared into the Empress's palace. Xingchen watched Luo Xingchen disappear, smiled slightly, and looked up at the sky. Noon was approaching. Xingchen planned to finish his daily check-in and then go to the 10,000 Demon Plaza. So he went to the window of his study, looking at the beautiful scenery of the demon realm, and said to the system, System, today's check-in begins. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 million top-grade immortal stones, which have been placed in the system space. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 10 cultivation upgrade cards. Cultivation upgrade cards are unique to the system and can only be used by the host. After the host uses this, it can instantly allow anyone below the Great Ascension realm to break through to the next higher realm within a certain range. It's a powerful tool the system prepared specifically for the host to show off. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, an Ancient Spirit Gathering Array. The Ancient Spirit Gathering Array can autonomously gather the immortal spiritual energy between heaven and earth, instantly increasing the immortal spiritual energy several times over the area covered by the array. It is an ancient array that has been lost for a long time. Looking out the window at the scenery and hearing the system's voice, Xingchen couldn't help but burst into laughter. This system actually prepared a powerful tool for showing off. This system understands me so well, I can't help but love it. System, please manage your emotions, host. This system is unique in all realms. Besides granting you the power to suppress all ages and sweep across an era, it will also bestow upon you all the halos. This is just the beginning. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen was speechless, but he was extremely pleased with this reward. Checking the time, Xingchen leisurely headed towards the Myriad Demon Plaza. At this moment, the entire Myriad Demon Plaza was packed with people. Although the Emperor had agreed to only preach to newly transformed demon disciples, he hadn't said that others couldn't come to listen. At this moment, everyone in the plaza was happily discussing, and the person discussing was none other than their acknowledged Emperor, their leader. Hey, I still can't believe it. Just drinking 1 bottle of the supreme divine wine bestowed by the Emperor has allowed me to break through 2 major realms. The Emperor is simply amazing. Who says otherwise? I can't believe it either. But look around, all the disciples who transformed at the same time as us have broken through one or two major realms. The Emperor is practically a god. Two demon disciples huddled together, discussing in hushed tones. Hearing their conversation, the other disciples around them instantly perked up and began to chatter as well. Don't forget, the Emperor is a 9th-grade alchemist. There isn't a single 9th-grade alchemist in the entire Divine Wilderness continent. A 9th-grade alchemist. The Emperor is destined to rule the world. A demon disciple, hearing the words of the two demon disciples beside him, chimed in. Yes, it's a pity. Our Emperor's strength is a bit lacking, he's only at the innate realm. TCH, are you stupid? Have you forgotten what Elder Lu said yesterday? Elder Lu was born with twin pupils, able to see through any illusion, reaching the essence. He's also the only wise man in our demon race. Even he couldn't see through our Emperor's true cultivation level. You don't really think our Emperor is only at the innate realm, do you? A demon disciple immediately spoke up after hearing the other disciples' words. Throughout the entire demon plaza, such discussions rose and fell. When Xingchen leisurely arrived at the demon plaza, he was shocked by the scene before him. The entire demon plaza was already packed with people. From a distance, it looked like a vast, dark mass. Xingchen remembered that there weren't this many newly transformed demon disciples. Just as Xingchen was filled with confusion, someone with sharp eyes spotted him and shouted, "Look! The Emperor is here!" This voice instantly silenced the entire 10,000 demon plaza. A figure slowly approached from afar. Clad in pristine white, his aura transcendent, he resembled a deity descended upon the divine wilderness, inspiring involuntary prostration. This was an aura, an invincible presence, a domineering confidence that reigned supreme between heaven and earth. At this moment, all the demons witnessing this scene were filled with excitement, their gazes towards Xingchen filled with even greater admiration. Arriving at the myriad demon plaza, Xingchen finally understood why there were so many people there. Not only were there demon disciples in human form, but even members of other demon races had come. Xingchen even saw the Grand Elder Wan Qinli, who was pretending to maintain order, leading various demon elders, along with the demon sage Lu Wanquan, seated among the demon disciples. Even in the void, some powerful demons were hidden. No wonder it appeared as a dense, dark mass from a distance. Looking down at the demons below, their eyes filled with boundless admiration and respect, Xingchen smiled slightly, thinking to himself, so this is what it feels like to be needed and recognized. Looking at the crowd below, Xingchen's expression calmed, and he spoke. Since I, the Emperor, have promised Elder Lu to preach to the newly transformed demon disciples today, then from now on, all those listening must remain silent and not make a sound. Grand Elder, if anyone is found disturbing this, immediately remove them. Hearing Xingchen's words, Wan Qinli, who had been pretending to maintain order, immediately clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Xingchen's direction, saying, "I humbly obey the Emperor's decree." At this moment, Xingchen's expression was solemn, and he exuded a terrifying aura of superiority. That domineering aura of, "I am the only one worthy of respect in the world," reappeared, once again shocking all the demons who had witnessed Xingchen's power. Chapter 31 The Demon Clan's Preaching, Resonance Between Heaven and Earth. At this moment, looking down at the demon race below, Xingchen's expression was solemn, emanating a terrifying and domineering aura of a superior. This aura shocked all the demon race below once again. This was far beyond what a mere cultivator at the innate realm could exude. This terrifying domineering aura was not something just anyone could possess. Their emperor was indeed not as he appeared on the surface. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xingchen gestured for everyone to sit on the plaza. As a peerless expert at the heavenly emperor realm, Xingchen's comprehension of the Tao was almost at its peak, especially his understanding of the sword Tao, which was practically groundbreaking. Even a few casual words from him were enough to inspire profound understanding in the demon race below. After everyone had sat down, Xingchen calmly took his own seat and spoke in a composed tone. The so-called Great Tao has 3,000 paths, and the lesser paths are countless. Ultimately, one must recognize whether the path one chooses is suitable for oneself. Xingchen's opening words alone were enough to ignite a divine light in the eyes of all the powerful demons present. Looking at the crowd, Xingchen did not pause and continued to explain his understanding of the Tao. this moment was a stroke of luck for all the demons. To hear a heavenly emperor realm expert expound the Tao was an immense stroke of fortune. It was precisely because of this exposition that, decades later, countless powerful figures emerged within the demon race, all peerless powerhouses who shook the divine wilderness. The great way is hard to find, the lesser ways are easy to traverse. As the saying goes, one path leads to all paths. Once you see the path that suits you, walk it step by step. Don't be complacent because of temporary success, nor be discouraged by temporary failure. As the saying goes, the way is endless, the heaven is boundless. The great way has no end, and even the great emperor is not the final destination. At this moment, Xingchen explained his understanding of the way in the simplest and most understandable way. From simple to profound, Xingchen seemed to be immersed in a certain state of mind, drawing the entire demon race into this state of mind. At this moment, Xingchen's voice, like the voice of the Great Way, resounded in everyone's ears, thought-provoking and intoxicating. All the demon race members, including those powerful demons hidden in the void, involuntarily sat down cross-legged, immersed in this voice of the Great Way. At this moment, throughout the entire demon territory, purple chi stretched for millions of miles in the east, and strange phenomena appeared frequently between heaven and earth. The sun and moon shine together, dragons and phoenixes sing in unison, heavenly flowers fall in profusion, and golden lotuses spring from the earth. Moreover, as time passed, Xingchen spoke faster and faster, and countless laws descended, as if summoned, intertwining and manifesting in the heavens. At this moment, even the patriarchs within the ancestral land of the demon race, and Luo Xingchen of the Empress's palace, appeared, watching everything unfolding above the demon race, their faces constantly showing shock. What did they see? They actually saw countless manifested great Tao laws in the void, as if these laws had been summoned. The scene made these patriarchs tremble in their souls, their Tao hearts wavering. The great Tao is hard to find, this is a profound truth. Normally, wanting to cultivate the great Tao laws is like begging and pleading, only then can one touch a tiny corner of these great Tao laws. Now, it had manifested openly and honestly, how could these demon ancestors not be shocked? Suddenly, an ancient and weathered voice rang in their ears, "Silence. Sit cross-legged and listen attentively to the Emperor's voice of the great Tao. You will benefit greatly." Hearing the ancient voice echo in their minds, all the demon ancestors, including Luo Xingchen, widened their eyes instantly. All of this was orchestrated by the Emperor. They knew the Emperor was giving a sermon to his newly transformed demon disciples today, but they hadn't expected such a commotion. Looking at the surrounding showers of celestial flowers, the emergence of golden lotuses from the earth, various celestial phenomena, and the manifested great Tao laws, these ancestors were unwilling to delay. This was simply incredible luck. They all sat cross-legged in the void, allowing their hearts to gradually calm down, and began to listen to the great Tao voice emanating from Xingchen's realm of perception. At this moment, the entire demon territory was slowly covered by purple energy, various celestial phenomena appeared frequently, and the great Tao laws intertwined and manifested in the void. Xingchen, seated cross-legged in the plaza, remained serene, his voice resonating with the profound truths of the Tao. The numerous demon race members sat there, listening with rapt attention, their comprehension of the Tao deepening unconsciously. The powerful demon race members, whose cultivation levels had remained stagnant for so long, miraculously began to loosen. The newly transformed demon race disciples around them shimmered with divine light. Bang, 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 the sounds echoed incessantly. Almost all the newly transformed demon race disciples unconsciously broke through to a higher realm, their auras surging dramatically. Even the immortal emperor ancestors seated in the void, and Luo Xingchen, slowly entered into Xingchen's understanding of the Tao. Xingchen's comprehension of the Tao was far deeper than theirs, the demon clan sages. Decision to have Xingchen preach to these newly transformed disciples was truly insightful. No wonder he possessed the innate double pupils. Not only did it give these newly transformed demon disciples a new understanding of the Tao, greatly aiding their future cultivation, it also greatly benefited the many powerful demons around them, deepening their comprehension of the great Tao. As dusk approached, Xingchen slowly stopped, and the extraordinary phenomena and laws of the great Tao throughout the demon territory gradually disappeared, fading into the heavens. the patriarchs at the immortal emperor level were the first to awaken, staring in astonishment at Xingchen in the plaza below. This time, they were genuinely shocked. They were all immortal emperor level experts, with profound understanding of the Tao, yet in just a moment, Xingchen's voice had drawn them into the great Tao. It gave them an even deeper understanding of the Tao. Luo Xingchen was equally shocked, yet her eyes were filled with delight. She too had gained a great deal. Her beautiful eyes, fixed on Xingchen, grew even more affectionate. Regardless of Xingchen's mystique, she knew only that the extraordinary man seated below her was her husband. That was enough. An hour later, all the powerful demon race members who had been sitting cross-legged there gradually awoke, their faces filled with shock and excitement. These powerful figures had all improved their cultivation levels to varying degrees. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing those still immersed in their enlightenment, the demon race disciples would have already risen to bow and express their gratitude to Xingchen. At this moment, they all looked at Xingchen with eyes full of gratitude. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the demon race disciples finally awoke, looking bewildered. It should be understood that the higher one's cultivation level, the deeper one's understanding of the Tao, and therefore the sooner one awakens. However, those demon race disciples who had just transformed into human form, with their lower cultivation levels, were more likely to fall into deeper levels of enlightenment. Slowly waking up, the demon race disciples felt that they had actually broken through a major realm within their bodies. From initial bewilderment to later excitement, everyone knew that all of this was brought to them by the emperor. Upon seeing Xingchen, all the demon disciples knelt down, bowed to him in a disciple's salute, and shouted in unison, "Many thanks to your majesty for your great kindness. Many thanks to your majesty for your great kindness." The powerful demons also clasped their hands in a fist salute to Xingchen, bowed deeply, and said in unison, "Many thanks to your majesty for bestowing the Dharma. Many thanks to your majesty for bestowing the Dharma." Seeing the demons' excited expressions, Xingchen remained calm. After they all stood up, he stood up himself and said calmly, "As the saying goes, the great Tao is endless, and cultivation never ceases. After you return, carefully contemplate this, and you will gain even more." As if remembering something, Xingchen's next words instantly shocked all the demons. Chapter 32 The Emperor's Gift. Shocking the major powers at this moment, Xingchen suddenly remembered the cultivation upgrade card rewarded by the system. Looking down at the demon disciples who had just transformed into human form, he saw that they had all broken through to the nascent soul realm because of his lecture. Their gazes towards Xingchen were filled with boundless admiration. If he were to help them break through to the next realm now, he might instantly become a god in their eyes. Looking at the crowd, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "Is the Grand Elder here?" Upon hearing Xingchen's words, Grand Elder Wan Qinli immediately appeared on the plaza, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting to Xingchen, and said, "Your subordinate is here. What are your orders, your majesty?" "Grand Elder, how do the strengths of our demon race's younger generation compare to those of the human race?" Upon hearing the emperor's question, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Grand Elder Wan Qinli, upon hearing Xingchen's question, paused slightly, but still replied directly, reporting to the emperor, "The most outstanding prodigies of our demon race's younger generation are no less powerful than the top prodigies of the human race. However, in terms of overall strength, the demon race's younger disciples are inferior to the human race." Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Xingchen nodded slightly and asked, "What is the overall level of strength of the human race's younger generation of disciples?" Upon hearing Xingchen's question, the Grand Elder immediately replied, "Reporting to your majesty, most of the younger generation of disciples in the major human forces are currently at the Thunder Tribulation realm, or even the Great Ascension realm. Of course, the most outstanding human prodigies have likely already broken through to the Celestial Immortal realm, or even the Profound Immortal realm. The difference is generally not significant. However, each major force has secretly cultivated prodigies. Whether there are any even higher level top prodigies is unclear." Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Xingchen understood. Currently, the top-tier combat power of the demon race and the human race is basically the same, and the mid-level combat power is also not much different. The only difference might be the gap between the disciples. Don't underestimate this gap. In the future, it might be precisely because of this small difference that the demon race could completely fall behind the human race. Because the younger generation is the future of the demon race. Thinking this, Xingchen addressed all the demons below. All newly transformed demon disciples, gather before me. All other demons, leave this area. Your leader, the Emperor, is going to give these newly transformed demon disciples a gift. Hearing Xingchen's words, all the demons immediately sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, only the newly transformed demon disciples remained before Xingchen. Looking at Xingchen now, everyone's eyes were filled with boundless admiration. Xingchen's teachings to them were equivalent to establishing a master-disciple relationship with these demon disciples, something they would all be proud of in the future. Meanwhile, the other demons around were filled with envy. The gift from the Emperor was no ordinary gift. And although the Emperor was only at the innate realm, only a fool would believe that the Emperor was truly at the innate realm. The lectures given by those at the innate realm level significantly boosted their cultivation, even elevating newly transformed demon disciples to the unified nascent soul realm. Furthermore, extraordinary phenomena appeared frequently, and the laws of the great Tao manifested. Such a sight was beyond even the reach of a celestial emperor. Therefore, the surrounding demon race members all wore expressions of envy. These demon race members were already accustomed to their emperor-level leader's display of the innate realm. As long as the emperor-level leader liked it, that was fine. Anyone who actually considered the emperor-level leader to be in the innate realm was a fool. Sure enough, their thoughts were validated. Just as they expected, their emperor-level leader had once again created a miracle before their eyes. However, these demon race members seemed to have been mentally prepared. Their faces showed little surprise, but their lips twitched incessantly, their eyes filled with envy. Xingchen casually waved his hand, mentally speaking to the system. System, use cultivation upgrade card. Ding, cultivation upgrade card in use. Congratulations host for successful use. As soon as the system finished speaking, a golden light shield appeared in Xingchen's hand, enveloping all the newly transformed demon race disciples. All the demon race members felt the terrifying energy within the golden light shield. The next moment, divine light flickered within the light barrier, and after a short while, the barrier vanished. All the demon disciples were shocked to discover that they had all broken through to the thunder tribulation realm. In just an instant, they had broken through a major realm. From this moment on, the overall strength of the younger generation of demon disciples was absolutely no less than that of the human race. These newly broken demon disciples all looked at Xingchen with excitement. In their eyes, Xingchen was like a god. The other demons, though shocked, seemed to have already become accustomed to it. They might be shocked by others, but with their leader, the Emperor, they felt it was only natural. However, the next moment, many immortal Emperor ancestors, including Luo Xingchen, suddenly appeared on the myriad demon plaza with solemn expressions. Seeing the suddenly appearing Empress and the immortal Emperor ancestors, all the demons seemed to suddenly understand something, and their expressions changed drastically. The scene shifted to the human territory. All the major powers were discussing the astonishing scene unfolding in the demon realm. Not only were celestial phenomena appearing frequently, but even the laws of the great Tao manifested in the void, and purple chi stretched for millions of miles eastward. This shocked countless forces. Had the demon race produced a peerless prodigy? The recent spate of unusual phenomena within the demon race was a great era about to begin, and the demon race about to rise to power. Inside the main hall of the Xingchen Palace, a middle-aged man with a jade-like face sat cross-legged on the main seat, radiating a terrifying aura. Various illusory divine beasts surrounded him, emitting dazzling light, making him appear like an ancient deity, high above. Have you investigated thoroughly? What exactly happened to the demon race? Why did the laws of the great Tao manifest, and why are various celestial phenomena appearing so frequently? The jade-like man's majestic voice rang out, addressing the many people below the hall, each emanating a powerful aura. This man was none other than the master of the Xingchen Palace, Wangfu Bubai, a powerful immortal emperor, and also one of the few 8th-grade alchemists among the human race. Upon hearing Wangfu Bubai's voice, an elderly man with white hair clasped his hands and said, reporting to the palace master, I have received news that today is the day the demon emperor will preach to his disciples. I deduce that the events in the demon territory are definitely related to the demon emperor. Hearing the white-haired elder's words, the middle-aged man frowned slightly and looked at the elder below, saying, the demon emperor. is that the human man elder Han Xuanluo mentioned upon his return, the husband of Empress Luo Xingchen. Reporting to the palace master, it is indeed this young man. Hearing the white-haired elder's words, Wangfu Bubai frowned slightly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Shangqing Palace was currently the only force that knew that the Demon Empress's husband was a human. He looked at the white-haired elder and said, "This young man's origins are extremely mysterious. I secretly sent people to investigate for a long time, but they couldn't find out his identity. I even suspect that he might be a member of the reclusive, powerful holy sect. Elder Bai, isn't the first auction of the Great Yan dynasty just over 10 days away? Representatives from reclusive families and the powerful holy sect will definitely be attending. Send someone to inquire then, to see if this young man is indeed a member of the holy sect. Furthermore, the pills recently sold by the demon race are very likely refined by this young man. The Demon Empress's husband is actually a human. Spreading this news will surely attract a lot of interest." Wangfu Bubai's eyes flashed with a strange light as he spoke to the white-haired elder below. Hearing Wangfu Bubai's words, the white-haired elder immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute, nodded in agreement, and a similarly inexplicable glint flashed in his eyes. After all, when Luo Xingchen came to the human race for training, she offended quite a few forces. They would definitely be more interested in Luo Xingchen's husband. Chapter 33 Terrifying Lightning Tribulation. The courage of the demon clan disciples at this moment. Wangfu Bubai's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and Elder Bai's eyes also flashed with a strange glint. They believed that many human forces were certainly interested in the Demon Empress's husband. The scene shifted to the Demon Realm's 10,000 Demon Plaza. Everyone stared palely at the Demon Realm's void. At this moment, dark clouds loomed overhead, howling wind swept through the Demon Realm's void, and endless darkness instantly enveloped the Demon Realm's territory. Huge dark clouds swirled continuously in the Demon Realm's void, forming enormous tribulation clouds, each shimmering with countless blue lightning dragons, radiating terrifying deathly power. That terrifying pressure caused the demons below to turn pale and tremble. All the demons were immersed in joy, completely forgetting that breaking through to the Thunder Tribulation realm required undergoing a tribulation. At this moment, the other demons, although also feeling the terrifying pressure of these tribulation clouds, experienced much more. After all, these tribulation clouds weren't aimed at them. They were aimed at the newly transformed demon disciples. The demon disciples, who had just been excited, felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the void. Their faces turned pale, a feeling of facing death rising from their hearts. This feeling was incredibly real, yet it also made them feel utterly powerless. The powerlessness of ants facing the heavenly Tao. Seeing the increasingly terrifying pressure above the demon realm, the demon immortal emperors and patriarchs instantly appeared on the 10,000 Demon Plaza. They watched with solemn expressions as the terrifying tribulation clouds above began to slowly merge, and at an increasingly rapid pace. Their eyes now held incredibly complex emotions as they turned to look in the direction of Luo Xingchen, seemingly awaiting the decision of the Demon Empress. Luo Xingchen. Xingchen stood there, watching the tribulation clouds flashing above the demon realm, his brows slightly furrowed. Xingchen could easily sense that these tribulation clouds were aimed at the newly transformed demon disciples below. Luo Xingchen appeared beside Xingchen, her face more serious than ever before. Looking at him, her eyes were filled with deep affection and reluctance. She said, "Husband, please have the brothers Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan lead you away from the demon race to stay at the Wan Dan Pavilion for a few days. I'm very uneasy about you staying here." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen shook his head slightly and said softly, "Is it because of the tribulation clouds in the sky? These tribulation clouds will bring great calamity to the demon race. That makes my wife so serious." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen looked at her earnestly and asked softly, looking anxiously up at the sky at the increasingly large, merging black tribulation clouds. Luo Xingchen, understanding her husband's personality, hurriedly explained, "Husband, normally everyone who breaks through to the Thunder Tribulation realm needs to undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the heavenly Tao will bestow blessings, making the physical bodies of all those who break through to the Thunder Tribulation realm stronger, laying the foundation for the next tribulation." Originally, these demon disciples breaking through to the divine transformation realm and entering the thunder tribulation realm was a very good thing. However, everyone forgot that so many people experiencing the tribulation together will cause the tribulation to merge, becoming an even more powerful fused tribulation. If it were just an ordinary tribulation, these demon disciples could certainly withstand it with their powerful physical bodies. But now, with so many tribulations merging, its intensity surpasses the original tribulations countless times. These disciples simply cannot withstand it. We can't help them either, otherwise a tribulation of the same realm will descend directly, and that tribulation will be even more terrifying. The entire demon race might even be wiped out instantly. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen asked, "In this situation, does my wife have a solution?" Hearing Xingchen's question, Luo Xingchen sighed slightly and said, "There is a solution. Either abandon these demon disciples, or activate the demon race's protective mountain formation. Hopefully, the formation can help them withstand this tribulation. However, if we can't withstand it, the entire 10,000 demon plaza will likely be reduced to ashes. The chaos furnace, the heavenly demon transformation tower, and these demon disciples. I'm afraid. Therefore, husband, leave with those two brothers as soon as possible. The other demons must also leave the 10,000 demon plaza. Hopefully, the mountain protecting formation can withstand this terrifying tribulation, otherwise, not only will the demon race's clan protecting artifact and the chaos furnace be destroyed, but these disciples will also." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, all the demons looked helpless. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they dared not, and couldn't, otherwise they would truly harm them. If they intervened, the heavenly Tao would notice and increase the intensity of the tribulation based on the cultivator's strength. Then, this fusion tribulation would likely be even stronger. The demon disciples, having also heard Empress Luo Xingchen's words, even though their faces were pale, faced with the terrifying tribulation, these demon disciples still stood up with resolute eyes. Bowing respectfully to Xingchen and Luo Xingchen, the disciples clasped their hands and said, "Reporting to the Emperor and Empress, your disciples are willing to die for the demon race. The clan's sacred artifact and the chaos furnace are the foundation of the demon race, they must not be lost. Otherwise, even if we disciples survive, we will be eternal sinners against the demon race. Please, Empress, order everyone to leave the 10,000 demon plaza." Hearing the words of these demon disciples, everyone felt an immense heaviness in their hearts, knowing what these demon disciples were about to do. Only when the person targeted by the tribulation lightning died would the tribulation lightning automatically disappear. Looking above the demon realm, the continuous thunder, like a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth, echoed in everyone's ears. The terrifying power of lightning, like a sharp sword, cleaved the void above the demon race, unleashing countless bolts of terrifying lightning that seemed to carry endless death, threatening to obliterate all the demons below. Hearing the words of these demon disciples, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. They had only recently achieved human form, their futures filled with limitless possibilities. Yet, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the future of the demon race. What immense courage that required. Luo Xingchen's heart was also heavy at this moment. As the empress of the demon clan, she had countless disciples who had just transformed into human form on one hand. On one hand, there was the foundation of the demon race's future, both were crucial to the demon race's future, and Luo Xingchen truly couldn't choose. However, as the empress, she had no choice. Looking at those demon race immortal emperors, Luo Xingchen's authoritative voice rang out, "Elders, join me in activating the demon clan's grand formation. Everyone else, leave the 10,000 demon plaza immediately. Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan, take the emperor away at once. As the lord of the demon clan, I will never sacrifice a single demon disciple to secure the future of the demon clan." Luo Xingchen had barely finished speaking, and was about to raise her hand to activate the mountain protecting formation, when she felt a strong hand cover her. Turning around, she saw it was her husband. At that moment, the two brothers, Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan, were smiling broadly, carrying a bottle of top-grade divine wine, and leaving the 10,000 demon plaza. The demons leaving the 10,000 demon plaza watched as Shang Wufa and Shang Wushan, for the sake of a bottle of top-grade divine wine, left the emperor behind alone in the 10,000 demon plaza. Everyone glared angrily at the two. Kuihua went straight to Shang Wufa's side, twisting his ear 360 degrees, forcing Shang Wufa to hurriedly say, "It was the emperor who told me to drink fine wine and watch him perform magic tricks. The emperor said he was going to make Lei Lai disappear, and that my second brother and I should stay here and watch." Hearing Shang Wufa's words, the anger on the faces of the surrounding demons intensified. Seeing the anger on the faces of the surrounding demons, Shang Wufa said, "What are you all so angry about? I believe in the emperor. If the emperor said it, he will definitely do it." Hearing Shang Wufa's words, Kuihua grew even angrier. She kicked him to the ground and said angrily, "You just listen to the emperor. How could the emperor possibly handle such a terrifying fusion lightning tribulation? You're just making things up, you scoundrel." Shang Wufa, kicked to the ground by Kuihua, wasn't angry. He gave Kuihua a simple, honest smile and said, "I believe the emperor, just like before, when I knew the emperor could refine longevity pills, and it turned out the emperor really could." At this moment, hearing Shang Wufa's words, all the demons were shocked and turned to look towards the 10,000 demon plaza. They simply couldn't believe that the emperor could have made such a terrifying lightning tribulation disappear. If that were truly the case, the emperor would be an eternal god in their hearts. At this moment, Xingchen, standing in the myriad demon plaza, smiled slightly at Luo Qingxin's anxious expression and flew to the heavenly demon transformation tower. With one hand behind his back, he uttered a single sentence that left everyone in the demon race speechless, their mouths agape. The entire area fell silent instantly, even the rumbling sounds in the void ceased abruptly. At this moment, Xingchen's figure resembled that of a deity. Chapter 34. A single word repels the tribulation of lightning. The teacher of the demon clan at this moment, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the void above, Xingchen remained calm, his eyes filled with deep affection as he looked at Luo Qing and softly asked, "My wife, do you believe your husband?" Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Qingchen was slightly taken aback. She truly hadn't expected him to ask such a question under these circumstances. However, seeing the deep affection in Xingchen's eyes, Luo Qingchen's anxious heart instantly calmed down. She gave Xingchen a charmingly reproachful look before softly saying, "My husband is the closest person to me, and the one I love most. Of course, I believe in my husband the most." Hearing their conversation, the entire demon race was once again fed a dose of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Even the lightning tribulation in the void seemed to have been fed this dog food, emanating an even more terrifying aura, as if it would strike down at any moment. Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and, in front of everyone, affectionately pinched Luo Qingxin's upturned nose. Luo Qingxin instantly blushed and rolled her eyes at Xingchen. The countless demons around, as well as the demon disciples on the heavenly demon plaza, were instantly petrified at this scene. The demon disciples were almost in tears. Was it really appropriate for the dignified Demon Empress and Emperor to act like this in front of so many people? They were thoroughly satiated by this display of affection and wished the tribulation lightning would strike quickly to punish the two. With a deafening boom, the void exploded. The next moment, as if receiving the wishes of these demon disciples, the tribulation clouds over the entire heavenly demon plaza completely merged together. Within the dark tribulation clouds, lightning flashed, like roaring dragons, constantly churning. The deafening thunder instantly awakened all the petrified demons. Xingchen looked up at the void, then, without pausing, took a step and instantly arrived at the top of the heavenly demon transformation tower. At this moment, Xingchen stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering in the wind, radiating an aura of transcendence. Like a god looking down upon the mortal realm, an incomparably domineering voice rang out, "Disperse." As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, something astonishing happened to all the demons. The terrifying, lightning-streaked sky of tribulation clouds, in the blink of an eye, slowly receded, revealing a bright sky. At this moment, all the demons below stood frozen in place. The entire 10,000 demon plaza was silent. Everyone looked up at the white-robed figure standing atop the heavenly demon transformation tower. That figure, resolute yet mysterious, stood between heaven and earth like an ancient deity, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. At this moment, every member of the demon race, even Luo Qingxin, looked upon them with boundless reverence. This was their demon race's emperor, an emperor who outwardly appeared to be only at the innate realm, yet was incomparably mysterious and powerful. The only ninth-grade alchemist on the divine wilderness continent, capable of casually conjuring top-grade divine pills that could extend lifespan by 10,000 years. An emperor who could cause extraordinary phenomena and manifest the great Tao with a casual sermon. An emperor who could cause numerous demon race disciples to break through to the next major realm with a single wave of his hand. And moreover, the domineering emperor who, in a time of crisis for the demon race, caused a terrifying tribulation to recede with a single word. At this moment, Shang Wufa burst into laughter, shouting, "Ha ha, ha ha, did you see that? Did you all see that? I told you the emperor could do it. HMPH. You didn't believe me, but the emperor said he could make it disappear, and it disappeared." Awakened by Shang Wufa's voice, all the demons watched as the terrifying tribulation clouds receded from the sky, and beams of golden energy descended from the void, landing on the demon disciples. In that instant, all the demon disciples, who had just broken through to the thunder tribulation realm, instantly stabilized their cultivation and directly reached the peak of the thunder tribulation realm. It was believed that they would break through again soon without any instability in their cultivation. This was the benefit of experiencing the baptism of the thunder tribulation. Although they hadn't experienced the terrifying tribulation, heaven had still bestowed blessings upon them. The demon ancestors and powerful demons looked at these young demon disciples. All the young demon disciples had reached the peak of the thunder tribulation realm. This is the pinnacle of existence across the entire divine desolate continent. Even the top human powers don't have so many disciples at the thunder tribulation realm. These disciples are the foundation of the demon race, the foundation of their future. And the one who grants the demon race all this is the white-robed figure standing there, their ninth-grade alchemist, the amiable, mysterious, and powerful emperor-level leader. At this moment, Xingchen, sensing the affinity emanating from the heavenly Tao, smiled slightly. Thankfully, the heavenly Tao was showing him respect, otherwise, he truly would have had to intervene. With Xingchen's cultivation, he had already surpassed the limits of the divine desolate continent, and he possessed the chaotic body of the great Tao, practically a favored son of the great Tao. With such terrifying strength and background, how could the heavenly Tao not show him respect? Therefore, Xingchen, with a try-it-and-see attitude, uttered a single word. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded, and Xingchen could clearly feel the heavenly Tao's affinity towards him, as if Xingchen were the heavenly Tao's best friend. With another slight smile directed at the sky, a gesture of response to the heavenly Tao, Xingchen flashed back to the myriad demon plaza. Suddenly, an ancient and weathered voice resounded from the depths of the demon realm. From this day forth, Emperor Xingchen is the teacher of the demon race. All demons shall bow before him, their rank equal to that of this emperor. The sudden appearance of this ancient voice caused excitement among all the demons. They all bowed towards the direction deep within the demon realm, saying, "We humbly obey the emperor's decree. We humbly obey the emperor's decree." Hearing the voice of the demon emperor Luo Tianhe, Xingchen was about to refuse, but was stopped by Luo Xingchen, who stood beside him, her face beaming with joy. The next moment, all the demons, except for Luo Xingchen, including the immortal emperors and their ancestors, bowed to Xingchen, saying, "Greetings, master of the demon race. Greetings, master of the demon race." Looking at the excitement in everyone's eyes, Xingchen felt helpless. Looking at Luo Xingchen beside him, whose eyes were also filled with excitement, he softly said, "Husband, it's time to let them rise." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled helplessly. To be honest, he had no interest in being the master of the demon race, although with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem. With a slight sigh, Xingchen said, "Please rise, everyone." Hearing Xingchen's words, all the demons rose excitedly. Seeing Xingchen's helpless expression, Luo Xingchen chuckled. "Husband, there's no need for that. Teacher of the demon race is merely a noble title within the demon race. Everyone, including the demon patriarch, must bow to such a person. Only the most esteemed among the demons deserve to be called a teacher. It's not what you think, husband. A teacher of the demon race is completely different from a teacher of the human race. There's no need for them to preach to the demons. Of course, with your strength, you would certainly be very popular if you preached to the demons." Looking at her husband, Luo Xingchen said with a teasing expression. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words and seeing her teasing look, Xingchen knew that his words about repelling the tribulation had made Luo Qingchen suspicious, hence her teasing gaze. Just as Xingchen was about to explain, Luo Qingchen shook her head slightly, as if she knew what he wanted to say. Does Shanur know what her husband wants to say? Husband, there's no need to explain. Shanur trusts her husband as much as she trusts herself, because you are Shanur's husband, and that alone is enough. Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Xingchen looked at her with gratitude, his eyes filled with deep affection, and nodded gently. Meanwhile, all the demon race members were filled with excitement. No one would object to the emperor being the teacher of the demon race, he truly deserved it. Although they didn't know the emperor's exact strength, being able to repel the tribulation lightning with a single word was something no ordinary person could do. Moreover, he was a 9th-grade alchemist. The entire Divine Wilderness continent probably only had one 9th-grade alchemist. In other aspects, he brought the demon race a chaos furnace capable of automatically refining 3rd-grade pills, and a supreme divine wine comparable to immortal-grade pills. Furthermore, he preached to the younger generation of the demon race, laying a solid foundation for them. All of this made the Emperor venerable the teacher of the demon race, and no one dared to disagree, not even the immortal Emperor ancestor, who held him in awe. Seeing the excitement in everyone's eyes below, Xingchen recalled the demon disciples, courage in sacrificing themselves for the demon race, and the kindness in everyone's eyes. Xingchen was very grateful that he had stayed with the demon race. In his previous life, he had been caught in the intrigues and power struggles of the human race, and had even been betrayed by his 2 closest loved ones. Reborn, he found unprecedented warmth in the demon race and had a wife who cherished him dearly. At this moment, Xingchen felt a true sense of belonging. Originally, it was only because of Luo Qingchen, but now Xingchen truly considered the demon race his home. Here, there was no human intrigue or deceit, only mutual support and unwavering loyalty. Xingchen looked at the excitement and admiration in the eyes of the demons below. This was genuine emotion, not feigned, and with Xingchen's strength, he could easily sense it. Looking at the crowd below, Xingchen spoke, "I'm happy today. This emperor has a gift, and I hope everyone will like it." Hearing that the emperor had another gift, everyone's faces lit up with anticipation. The emperor's gifts always surprised everyone. This time would likely be no exception. Sure enough, the next moment, something shocking happened. Chapter 35 Ancient Spirit Gathering Array, Deep Love Between Husband and Wife. Hearing that the Emperor had another gift, everyone's faces lit up with anticipation. The Emperor's gifts always astonished them. This time would likely be no exception, sure enough. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Xingchen smiled and casually flipped his hand, and a golden array platform appeared in his palm. The moment the platform appeared, countless streams of immortal spiritual power surged in from all directions. Even the immortal spiritual power in the void transformed into a massive waterfall, cascading down towards the array platform where Xingchen stood. All the surrounding demons instantly felt the immortal spiritual power around them become much denser. The patriarchs at the immortal emperor realm all brightened up, exclaiming incredulously to Xingchen, "Emperor, this could it be, the long-lost ancient spirit gathering array?" Hearing the words of the demon race's immortal emperor patriarchs, all the surrounding demons paled, their faces filled with shock. Indeed, the emperor's gifts always astonished them. Xingchen, however, remained calm, nodding with a smile. Indeed, this is an ancient spirit gathering array. It can autonomously gather the immortal spiritual energy between heaven and earth, instantly increasing the immortal spiritual energy several times over the area covered by the array. The Myriad Demon Plaza is a frequent gathering place for disciples, and the area is large enough. I, the Emperor, will place this ancient spirit gathering array here. From now on, all demon disciples can cultivate here. After Xingchen finished speaking, he casually slapped the golden ancient array platform, which was then placed on the Myriad Demon Plaza. At the same time, he said to the system in his mind, "System, use the ancient spirit gathering array." Ding! The ancient spirit gathering array has been successfully used and has been automatically inscribed into the demon race's grand array. As soon as the system finished speaking, a dazzling golden light flashed, instantly enveloping the entire Myriad Demon Plaza in golden light. Then, this golden light disappeared into the void. Everyone was astonished to find that the immortal spiritual energy within the entire Myriad Demon Plaza had instantly increased several times, its density only slightly less than that of the demon race's ancestral land. Even the immortal emperors and ancestors were uneasy. In such a dense cultivation ground, the demon disciples' breakthroughs in cultivation would likely be even faster. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xingchen spoke up. Elder, Shang Wufa, Shang Wushan, the three of you immediately investigate the extent of the ancient spirit gathering array's coverage. Hearing Xingchen's words, the three immediately nodded in agreement and vanished. About half an incense stick's time later, the three returned excitedly. Seeing their excited expressions, everyone waited expectantly for their answer. Reporting to your majesty, the ancient spirit gathering array, centered on the Myriad Demon Plaza, has expanded in all directions, actually covering most of the core area of the Cloud Cliff Mountain demon race. Even outside the Myriad Demon Plaza, the concentration of immortal spiritual energy among all the demons in their rooms has increased several times over. Upon hearing the three's answers, all the demons' eyes lit up with excitement. Such dense immortal energy, cultivating in such an environment, even a pig could achieve immortality. At this moment, the demon race's immortal energy was even more concentrated than that of the reclusive, powerful holy sect. Night. After a busy day, Xingchen finally lay down on the large bed in Phoenix Perch Palace. Looking at Luo Xingchen, her face flushed and as docile as a kitten in his arms, Xingchen felt a surge of pride. As if sensing her husband's smugness, Luo Xingchen's beautiful face flushed with shyness, and she glared at him fiercely. Recalling how this rascal had teased her earlier, Luo Xingchen's eyes swelled with even more shyness. Xingchen, meanwhile, was secretly savoring the moment, a smug smile playing on his lips, as if he had done something to make him secretly pleased. Looking at Xingchen's slightly upturned lips, Luo Xingchen immediately understood what her nemesis was thinking. She playfully punched Xingchen's chest, her face flushed. After a while of playful banter, Luo Xingchen suddenly fell silent, her eyes moist as she looked at Xingchen and said, "Husband, thank you for everything you've done for the demon race. I'm truly touched, and so happy." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words and seeing her tearful eyes, Xingchen lovingly pulled her into his arms. He kissed Luo Xingchen's forehead tenderly and said softly, "We are husband and wife, one. Your husband is willing to do all this for you, because you are my wife. That alone is enough. Just like how you knew I had a secret, yet you never asked, only saying this, because I am your husband." Luo Xingchen knew he had a secret, yet never questioned him. How could Xingchen not be moved and deeply in love with such an understanding and loving woman? Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen hugged him tightly, smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and chuckled softly, saying, "HMPH, I'm not like that. I have questions for you now. Don't try to coax me with words." Looking at Luo Xingchen in his arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief, Xingchen felt an overwhelming tenderness in his heart. As the Empress, Luo Xingchen only revealed her most genuine, girlish side to him. That mischievous and clever demeanor was a way to ease his guilt. How could he not love such a clever woman? Looking at Luo Xingchen, Xingchen's eyes were filled with tenderness as he softly said, "My wife, please ask whatever you need to know. Your husband will answer to the best of his ability." Seeing the tenderness in Xingchen's eyes, Luo Xingchen smiled charmingly and asked, "My husband must be very powerful." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen was slightly taken aback, then a cheeky expression instantly appeared on his face as he directly said to Luo Xingchen, "Don't you know whether my husband is powerful or not?" Seeing her husband's cheeky expression, Luo Xingchen instantly blushed, realizing that her husband had misunderstood her meaning. Seeing Luo Xingchen's blushing expression, Xingchen casually waved his hand, and the entire room instantly darkened. Only Luo Xingchen's shy voice could be heard from within. Husband, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood me." The next moment, the moon outside the window shyly hid behind the clouds, and the entire room instantly became hot. The next morning, Luo Xingchen slowly woke up. Looking at her husband, who was clinging to her like an octopus, Luo Xingchen smiled helplessly, her face full of shyness, and rolled her eyes at him. She had fully experienced her husband's power. This rascal, he just loved to tease her, Luo Xingchen thought shyly. Suddenly, Qing'er's voice rang out from outside the room. reporting to the Empress, the Xingchen sect has come to visit. Chapter 36 The Xingchen sect visits, Immortal Emperor's guard card. Just then, as Luo Xingchen gazed shyly at her husband, Qing'er's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, reporting to the Empress, the Grand Elder has sent word that the Xingchen sect has come to visit. Hearing Qing'er's words, Luo Xingchen frowned slightly and said, I know, they've brought disciples again this time, haven't they? Upon hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Qing'er's voice was filled with anger as she said, reporting to the Empress, the Xingchen sect has brought even more disciples. This time, all of them at the Thunder Tribulation Realm and Great Ascension Realm, more than 10 in total. Hearing Qing'er's words, Luo Qingchen's brows furrowed instantly, and she said to Qing'er outside, I know, have the Grand Elder take them to the refining cloud hall and treat them well. At this moment, Qing'er outside the door pouted, her face full of anger. Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, she sighed helplessly, responded, and turned to leave. At that moment, Luo Qingchen, her brows slightly furrowed, was about to get up and quietly leave when Xingchen, who was pretending to be asleep, pulled her into his arms. Seeing that Xingchen had already woken up, Luo Qingchen's brows instantly relaxed, her face filled with joy, and she softly said, Husband, you're awake. Looking at Luo Qingchen's delighted face, Xingchen's eyes were full of doting affection as he softly asked, My wife, I noticed you were frowning earlier. Was it because of the Xingchen sect? Seeing the doting look in her husband's eyes and hearing his words, Luo Qingchen nodded slightly. The Xingchen sect is a human power bordering our demon territory. It's quite powerful among humans, and in ancient times, it was one of the top powers on the Divine Wilderness continent. However, for some reason, it gradually declined. But even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse, the Xingchen sect is still among the top powers today. Because it's so close to the demon territory, the Xingchen sect often sends disciples to visit us. They call it a visit, but it's really just a way for their disciples to spar and compete. Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, My lady, more contact and sparring between the demon race and the human race can only be beneficial. Why do you frown when you see me? Hearing her husband's words, Luo Qingchen smiled helplessly, looked at Xingchen, and said softly, My husband, at first, I did think that sparring with the human race would also benefit the demon disciples. That's why when the Xingchen sect came to the demon race, the entire demon race was overjoyed and warmly welcomed them. As a result, the Xingchen sect used the competition as an excuse to gamble with us, and they acted all high and mighty. How could the demon race disciples tolerate such provocation? And the disciples they sent to spar with were all very strong. Every time, our demon race lost the matches, and we lost a lot of spirit stones as a result. The Xingchen sect treats the demon race as a source of spirit stones that they can freely obtain. They come every now and then. Moreover, in these inter-disciple sparring matches, our demon race disciples, who have just transformed into human form, are mostly at the Golden Core stage. How can they be a match for their Thunder Blaze stage and Mahayana stage disciples? This is our demon race's weakness. Although the demon race disciples possess powerful physiques, capable of defeating even nascent soul realm cultivators, they are no match for human disciples, who are 2 realms higher. Therefore, they have suffered repeated defeats at the hands of the Xingchen sect. The Xingchen sect has come again this time, undoubtedly because they saw the strange phenomena occurring in the demon race these past few days and believe some treasure has appeared. They want to use this as an excuse to plunder. Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Xingchen understood. The Xingchen sect seemed to be no good either, this was blatant robbery. As if remembering something, Xingchen smiled and said, My wife, our newly transformed disciples have all broken through to the Thunder Tribulation Realm. They can even fight against those in the Great Ascension Realm. This time, the Xingchen sect probably won't get away with it. Hearing her husband's words, Luo Qingchen suddenly paused, as if just remembering something. Her face lit up with excitement, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Qing'er was so angry about the Xingchen sect that she completely forgot about it. Luckily, my husband reminded me. Now, all of our demon clan disciples are no weaker than disciples from any other faction. This time, we must make the Xingchen sect pay a heavy price and vent our anger. After speaking, Luo Qingchen stood up, displaying her perfect figure. Looking at her husband's mischievous grin, Luo Xingchen gave him a charmingly playful glare. After tidying up, she said directly to Xingchen, "Husband, Shan'er will go to the refining cloud palace to meet with the Xingchen sect first. You can go and see it if you like after you get up." She then eagerly headed towards the refining cloud palace. Seeing his wife's hurried manner, and rarely seeing Luo Xingchen so unrestrained in front of outsiders, Xingchen smiled helplessly. It seemed the Xingchen sect had truly offended Luo Xingchen badly. This time, they might really be in deep trouble. Lying on the bed, Xingchen recalled the beautiful sound of the flute from last night, a slight smile playing on his lips, his heart filled with tenderness. After getting up and tidying up, he went to the window of the study, sensing the increased immortal spiritual energy of the demon race. Looking out the window at the vegetation and various spirit beasts growing wildly due to the increased immortal spiritual energy, Xingchen felt a sense of accomplishment. He had contributed to all of this. Remembering he hadn't checked in for today, Xingchen directly addressed the system. "System, today's check-in begins." "Ding, system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 1 million top-grade immortal stones, already stored in your system space." "Ding, system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 1 million bottles of top-grade divine wine, already stored in your system space." "Ding, system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 10 Immortal Emperor Guardian cards." Immortal Emperor Guardian card. After using it, a supreme expert at the Immortal Emperor realm will appear, absolutely loyal to you, willing to do anything for you, and obeying any command. A series of pleasant voices rang in Xingchen's ears. When he heard about the Immortal Emperor Guardian cards as a system reward, Xingchen jumped up excitedly. 10 Immortal Emperor Guardian cards are equivalent to 10 Immortal Emperor level experts. 10 Immortal Emperor level experts, not just some random cabbage on the street. Looking at the millions of top-grade immortal stones in his system space, and the Immortal Emperor Guardian cards radiating dazzling divine light, Xingchen suddenly had a bold idea. He would find an opportunity to go to the human race. Perhaps the auction of the Great Yan dynasty would be a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Xingchen's eyes shone with an awe-inspiring light, and a terrifying aura, like that of an ancient emperor, emanated from his body. That domineering aura, where 10,000 stand while he sits alone, even caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At this moment, Xingchen was like a domineering emperor, sweeping across the divine wilderness and suppressing all ages. Chapter 37 Breaking Through Limits and Reaching the Pinnacle. Nizinbei's scheme. At this moment, Xingchen gazed at the millions of top-grade immortal stones in his system space, and the Emperor Guardian card radiating dazzling divine light. A bold idea sprouted in Xingchen's mind. Having experienced his previous life, Xingchen deeply understood the importance of strength. This strength included not only his own power but also other factors. If judged solely on his own strength, Xingchen could easily dominate the entire divine wilderness continent. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the demon race outside the window, Xingchen felt an unprecedented surge of impulse. In his previous life, he had worked diligently and conscientiously, only to be betrayed by his closest confidants because he lacked sufficient power. Now, reborn, he possessed everything he wanted to protect. He would surely reach the summit, leading his beloved to a view of unparalleled grandeur. At this moment, Xingchen unconsciously exuded a majestic and domineering aura, like an ancient god, sweeping across the divine wilderness and suppressing all ages. Let's start with the Xingchen sect for now. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Xingchen's eyes shone with determination as he thought to himself. The scene shifts to the Lianyan Hall. An arrogant old man sat there with an air of contentment, as if he were in his own sect. Surrounded by dozens of Xingchen sect disciples, each with an arrogant expression, the white-haired elder seemed to think he was the most powerful in the world. Sensing the sudden surge in the demon race's immortal spiritual energy, which had multiplied several times over, the elder thought to himself, it seems the sect master's prediction was correct. In the past few days, strange phenomena have frequently occurred within the demon race, and the Great Tao has manifested. Something must have happened, otherwise, the immortal spiritual energy couldn't have increased so much. This level of concentration is comparable to the small world where the Xingchen sect's patriarch resides. Moreover, the pills recently sold by the demon race, although only first-grade pills, are extremely potent, comparable to third-grade pills from the Xingchen palace, yet very cheap. They are pills never seen before in the entire divine wilderness continent. This trip to the demon race is not only to make a fortune, but also to inquire about the origin of these pills. If we can get our hands on the formula, that would be even better. Hey, the demon race is born of beasts, yet they presumptuously try to emulate the human race, overestimating themselves. Though they have undergone the tribulation of transformation and emerged in human form, they are still essentially beasts. With a little trickery, I can make them obediently hand over a large amount of spirit stones for the sake of their so-called face. This time, I will not only return with a full load, but I will also make them obediently hand over their pill formulas. With the pill formulas, there will be countless spirit stones. Then, the disciples of the Xingchen sect will become even stronger. Especially the Holy Son, whose innate fortune is heaven-defying. He unintentionally obtained the inheritance of an ancient giant and possesses the heavenly emperor's sacred body, making him incomparably domineering. At such a young age, he has already been taken in by the ancestor and entered the small world to cultivate. I heard from the sect master that the Holy Son's strength has now broken through the Xan immortal realm and reached the golden immortal realm. Coupled with the incomparably domineering heavenly emperor's sacred body, he is among the top even among the disciples of the most powerful forces. With the Holy Son leading the Xingchen sect, it will surely return to its unparalleled glory of ancient times. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man couldn't help but chuckle. The dozens of Xingchen sect disciples behind him understood immediately. The Grand Elder must have figured out another way to extract more spirit stones from the demon race. The white-haired elder was none other than Xingchen, the Grand Elder of the Tianzan sect, a powerful immortal emperor. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared in the Lianyan Hall. It was Wei Donglai, the head of Empress Luo Qingxin's guards. He glanced at Xingchen, who was sitting there, and said, "Elder Ni, the Empress requests that you all follow me to the Cloud Peak Arena." The Empress and the demon race elders are already waiting there. Xingchen recognized Wei Donglai. After all, he had visited the demon race several times, and he knew the Empress's head guard. Hearing Wei Donglai's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "Chief Wei, it's been a long time. Your strength has grown even more formidable. I didn't even notice your appearance, I'm truly impressed." A strange light flickered in Wei Donglai's eyes upon hearing Xingchen's words. He simply said softly, "Elder Ni, please." Seeing the strange light in Wei Donglai's eyes and hearing his words, Xingchen frowned slightly. If it were before, Wei Donglai would have exchanged a few polite words, and after Xingchen's praise, would have become quite smug, allowing him to extract a lot of information. Now, Wei Donglai had only replied with a simple, "Please," and the strange light in his eyes made Xingchen's heart stir slightly. In the end, he smiled and nodded, then rose and led the Xingchen sect disciples towards the Cloud Peak Arena. At this moment, around a vast arena, countless demon disciples were already seated on golden stands. Directly in front of the arena, Empress Luo Qingxin sat calmly in the main seat, awaiting the arrival of the Xingchen sect members. Shortly, Luo Qingxin saw the Xingchen sect members, led by Wei Donglai, arrive below her seat. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Demon Empress sitting there calmly, radiating a terrifying immortal emperor aura, Xingchen and the Xingchen sect disciples dared not look directly at her and immediately bowed deeply to Luo Qingxin. This bow was a sign of respect for an immortal emperor. Seeing Xingchen below, Luo Qingxin's authoritative voice rang out, "Elder Ni, no need for formalities, please sit." Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, Xingchen led the Xingchen sect disciples to their seats on the stands below. On the stands, everything was already prepared, including immortal tea and spiritual fruits. After Xingchen sat down, he spoke impatiently, "Empress, this time I've brought disciples from the Xuantian sect to the demon clan for sparring and exchange. Shall we follow the rules we've established before and begin?" Seeing Xingchen's eager expression as he sat down, Luo Qingxin's lips curled slightly, as if she had thought of something pleasant. She said, "The Xuantian sect are guests from afar. Elder Ni should set the rules first." Hearing Luo Qingxin's words, a glint of triumphant glint flashed in Xingchen's eyes. He chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, let's stick to the usual rules." However, this time, I've been entrusted by the sect master to request cooperation with the demon race. Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Qingyan instantly had an idea. She smiled slightly and asked, cooperation. I wonder how the Xingchen sect master intends to cooperate with the demon race. Hearing Luo Qingyan's words, Xingchen also smiled slightly and said, the demon race recently established the Myriad Pill Pavilion, and they hope the Xingchen sect will be the exclusive distributor of their pills. As a top-tier human power, the Xingchen sect can definitely help the demon race's 3 types of pills quickly dominate the human market. Of course, if the Empress is willing, the Xingchen sect can also sell the pill formulas to the Xingchen sect in one go. The Xingchen sect can also purchase the various medicinal materials for refining the pills from the demon race. What does the Empress think? Hearing Xingchen's words, all the demon race disciples around him were furious. This Xingchen sect was simply shameless. The demon race's pills were produced by the Emperor, and had nothing to do with the Xingchen sect. They wanted to become distributors right away, and even wanted to buy the pill formulas. This was utterly delusional. Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Qingchen understood. Let's discuss the matter of pills after the disciples' sparring session ends. Hearing the Empress's words, Xingchen knew this matter couldn't be rushed. It seemed he could only try the sect master's method. He smiled slightly and said, since that's the case, I have one request. This time, the competition between disciples will only have one match. However, I hope there will be a generous prize this time. Oh, what kind of prize? How big is the prize? The demon race is willing to accept it. If the demon race offered a prize, I'm afraid the Xingchen sect wouldn't dare to accept it. At this moment, a figure in white robes slowly walked towards the Cloud Peak arena. Seeing this figure in white robes, the demon race disciples on the platform all showed admiration in their eyes. Xingchen, hearing the voice, turned around and saw a young man, handsome and with an otherworldly air, like a celestial being descended from heaven. Seeing this man, Xingchen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what a fine young gentleman. Chapter 38 The Astounding Bet. The arrogant Xingchen Palace. At this moment, looking at the white-robed figure, Xingchen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what a handsome young man. Meanwhile, Luo Qingchen, seated in the main seat, smiled, her eyes filled with tenderness. Looking at the white-robed man who had arrived, Xingchen discovered that he was actually a human, with strength only reaching the innate realm. He couldn't help but think to himself, who is this person? What arrogance! The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone in the Xingchen sect unfolded. All the demon disciples, as well as the demon experts in the void, respectfully addressed the white-robed man, greetings, Emperor. Greetings, Emperor. The white-robed man was actually the husband of the Demon Empress, because only the Empress's husband was qualified to be addressed as Emperor by the demons. Hearing the demons' words, Xingchen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was utterly shocked. The grand wedding of the Demon Empress, with the great Dao himself attending to offer his congratulations, shocked countless forces, prompting them to secretly investigate, only to find nothing. Rumors even circulated within the Xingchen Palace that the Empress's husband was a human. Other forces, knowing the Xingchen Palace's reputation, scoffed at this. However, they were surprised to discover that the rumors from the Xingchen Palace were true. The Demon Empress's husband was indeed a human. However, upon seeing this strength, Xingchen was secretly delighted, while all the Xuantian sect disciples wore expressions of mockery and envy. So it's the Demon Emperor. This old man greets you. Looking at the young man before him, a barely perceptible glint of mockery flashed deep in Xingchen's eyes. A mere ant at the innate realm, through sheer luck, became an emperor of the demon race. He doesn't know how to conceal his identity, and now he's even more arrogant, spouting nonsense. He's still too young. Xingchen, however, seemed not to hear Xingchen's words, calmly walking past him, completely ignoring him. At this moment, all the disciples of the Xingchen sect showed anger, while Xingchen's eyes flashed with a knowing glint, but he remained unconcerned. Xingchen approached Luo Qingchen, gesturing to all the demon race members to sit down. Giving her husband a charmingly reproachful look, Luo Qingchen's lips curled slightly as she spoke to Xingchen. Elder Ni, as my husband said, the demon race will accept any additional prizes the Xingchen sect wishes to offer. Looking at the Empress's calm face, her eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light, Nizanbei felt a bad premonition. As a celestial emperor, this feeling was something he wouldn't easily experience, so its sudden appearance puzzled Nizanbei. Turning his head to look at the demon disciples on the stands, what he saw instantly shocked him, his face showing disbelief. The demon disciples on the stands were all at the Thunder Tribulation realm, with even several at the Great Ascension realm. Seeing this, Nizanbei turned to look at the Demon Empress. Only then did he understand the meaning behind the strange light in her eyes. Although shocked, a barely perceptible smugness flashed deep in Nizanbei's eyes, as if he had seen through everything. He thought to himself, hey, so this is the confidence Luo Xingchen has. She thinks that just because all her disciples have broken through to the Thunder Tribulation realm, she can easily defeat the Xingchen sect disciples. However, something must have happened to the demon race, otherwise it's impossible for all her disciples to have broken through to the Thunder Tribulation realm so soon after transforming into human form. According to past experience, demon race disciples, upon transforming, would at most reach the divine transformation realm. Furthermore, the demon race's current immortal spiritual energy is as dense as any top-tier power's small world. This matter must be reported back to the sect master. Seeing Luo Xingchen's confident expression, Nizanbei felt smug, but outwardly feigned shock. Hey, since that's the case, I'll simply use a counter-strategy and resolve the problem once and for all, letting you understand that when it comes to scheming, the human race is the ancestor of all schemes. Although the fact that all the demon race disciples had broken through to the Thunder Tribulation realm shocked Nizanbei, this time, among the young disciples of the Xingchen sect, there was one immortal realm disciple. Nizanbei was absolutely confident about this sparring match. He glanced at Xingchen before speaking with an arrogant air, Empress, since that's the case, I'll be direct. The Xingchen sect is willing to offer 2 4th-grade pill formulas as a wager, plus 100 million top-grade spirit stones. I wonder if the demon race, dares to accept. As soon as Nizanbei finished speaking, gasps erupted throughout the Cloud Peak arena. Even the disciples of the Xingchen sect were shocked. 2 4th-grade pill formulas and 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Such a wager was practically a gamble. These 2 4th-grade pill formulas were obtained by the Holy Sun from the inheritance of an ancient giant. Their value was immeasurable. The Xingchen sect master had specifically instructed Nizanbei to bring them to the demon race. There were also 100 million top-grade spirit stones, intended to persuade the demon race to offer 3 1st-grade pill formulas as a prize. With a disciple at the immortal realm supporting them, even if the demon race encountered unforeseen circumstances, the immortal realm disciple could ensure their safety. Upon hearing Nizanbei's words, a glint flashed in Luo Xingchen's eyes, while Xingchen smiled, thinking to himself, it seems the Xingchen sect came prepared this time, offering such an astonishing prize. They must have made thorough preparations. Before Luo Xingchen could speak, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, since the Xingchen sect is willing to offer so many top-grade spirit stones and 2 4th-grade pills to the demon race, how could the demon race refuse? The demon race accepts this prize. Hearing Xingchen's words, Nizanbei's eyes lit up with a smile, and he turned to look at Empress Luo Xingchen beside him. Seeing Nizanbei looking at her, Luo Xingchen smiled slightly and said, the Emperor represents the entire demon race. Since the Emperor has spoken, the demon race accepts. We are also willing to offer 100 million top-grade spirit stones, as well as 3 1st-grade pill formulas, as prizes for this sparring match. What does Elder Ni think? Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Nizanbei smiled slightly and said, since the Empress has spoken, this old man naturally agrees. After speaking, Nizanbei turned to a young disciple behind him and said, Yi Bai, you will step forward for this sparring match and test your skills against the demon race senior brother. As soon as Nizanbei finished speaking, a young man dressed in black with a cold expression respectfully clasped his hands and nodded in agreement. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and instantly appeared on the cloud top arena. His speed was so great that none of the demon race disciples noticed him. Such speed, such strength, the demon race disciples exclaimed inwardly. Seeing the astonished expressions of the demon race disciples, Nizanbei wore a proud expression. The Xingchen sect disciples behind him were even more arrogant and overbearing. Yebai was the most powerful prodigy among their younger generation, second only to the Holy Sun. He had always cultivated in the ancestral land with their patriarch. The sect leader had specifically arranged for Yebai to accompany them on this trip to the demon race, precisely to prevent any unforeseen events. Luo Xingchen glanced at him briefly, noticing he was actually a celestial realm cultivator. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Nizanbei and said, "The Xingchen sect truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier power. To have such a strong disciple among its young members, it seems Elder Ni came prepared." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Nizanbei smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty flatters me. Yebai has also had some opportunities, barely breaking through to the celestial realm. However, considering the demon clan is also a top-tier power, there must be quite a few celestial realm disciples among them." Nizanbei had another purpose in coming to the demon clan, to see if there were any top-tier geniuses among the younger generation, thus assessing the strength of the demon clan's younger generation. Hearing Nizanbei's words, Luo Xingchen frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "It seems this time, we can only let the demon race's prodigies cultivate in the ancestral land of the demon race participate. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of the demon race disciples on the stands will be a match for this person." Just as Luo Xingchen was about to speak, a calm yet domineering voice rang out. This caused all the demon race members to become excited, while the Xingchen sect members wore expressions of shock and delight. Chapter 39 Yi Xingchen's appearance, Xingchen sword technique. Looking at the young man on the arena, Luo Xingchen knew that none of the demon disciples in the stands were likely a match for him. It seemed only the demon prodigies cultivating in the ancestral land could step in. Just as Luo Xingchen was about to speak, a domineering voice rang out. "This matter was agreed upon by this emperor, and I, this emperor, shall personally participate in the competition." At this moment, Yi Xingchen, who had remained silent, suddenly stood up and spoke with an air of dominance. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, all the demon disciples showed excitement, while the Xingchen sect members showed shock and delight. Nizanbei was also slightly taken aback by Yi Xingchen's words and looked at him. At this moment, Nizanbei realized how pleasing Yi Xingchen was to the eye, and couldn't help but speak up. Of course, the emperor can also participate in the competition. After all, it's a friendly spar between young people. However, since the emperor is at the innate realm, I can have Yebai suppress his cultivation to the innate realm as well. That would be fair. Hearing Nizanbei's words, Yi Xingchen remained calm, not even glancing at Nizanbei. This secretly pleased Nizanbei, but he outwardly feigned displeasure. After all, no one would be too happy in such a situation. Although secretly pleased, he still had to maintain his facade. This was exactly what he wanted to see. The husband of the dignified Demon Empress was not only a weak human, but also an arrogant young man. It seemed that Empress Luo Xingchen actually valued his opinion. With this, the future of the demon race was predictable. Even if the Great Tao itself came to congratulate them, what good would it do? Thinking of this, Nizanbei couldn't help but laugh. Realizing his loss of composure, Nizanbei immediately stopped laughing, his expression replaced by displeasure. However, Nizanbei was unaware that everything he was thinking, including his schemes, had been seen through by Yi Xingchen from the very beginning. Yi Xingchen, an outsider to two worlds, looked at Nizanbei, who resembled a clown, with amusement in his eyes. Yi Xingchen finally understood why clowns always brought joy. Giving Luo Xingchen a reassuring look, Yi Xingchen took a step forward and instantly appeared on the arena. His speed was so fast that neither Luo Xingchen nor Nizanbei noticed, as if Yi Xingchen had always been on the Cloud Peak arena. At this moment, Nizanbei frowned slightly, shocked. That uneasy feeling resurfaced, and he hurriedly spoke up. Yebai, since the emperor hasn't spoken, he must be extremely confident in his strength. You should test your strength against the emperor with your immortal realm cultivation, but be careful. At this moment, Nizanbei ignored the disdainful looks from the surrounding demon race. A 4th-grade pill formula and 100 million top-grade spirit stones were not to be lost. Since Yi Xingchen broke through his limits and decided to stand at the peak, the seed of invincibility had sprouted in his heart, and bold ideas had taken root in his mind. In this life, he would lead the demon race to stand at the peak, overlooking all others. Looking at Yi Xingchen, who suddenly appeared on the arena, Yebai also frowned secretly, looking at the man with only immortal realm strength. Mu Yebai had to admit that the man before him indeed possessed unparalleled temperament and handsome appearance. He was even a little jealous. No wonder the Demon Empress, such a beautiful woman, would take a liking to this young man. In the divine wilderness continent, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Those at the innate realm are merely ants. Looking at Xingchen, Mu Yebai spoke disdainfully. Though you are a demon emperor, since you've entered the arena, status and rank don't matter. Who gave you the courage to face me, a celestial realm cultivator, a mere innate realm cultivator slightly stronger than an ant? As Mu Yebai finished speaking, a vast surge of immortal spiritual energy erupted from his body, forming a huge aura that rippled outwards, stirring up clouds of dust on the arena. Xingchen, seeing the disdain in Mu Yebai's eyes, curled his lips slightly, looking at Mu Yebai as if he were a fool, and said, "Oh, innate realm. Have you ever seen a true innate realm cultivator?" Seeing Xingchen looking at him as if he were a fool, Mu Yebai had never been so contemptuous. Within the Xingchen sect, aside from the Holy Sun, he was second only to Xingchen, a figure revered wherever he went. Now, to be so blatantly disrespected by Xingchen was unbearable. "You're courting death. This young master will let you experience the power of the immortal realm first." With that, Mu Yebai unleashed his terrifying immortal realm aura, pressing down on Xingchen with absolute pressure, intending to crush him to the ground. A dignified demon emperor being forced to the ground by a mere disciple would be a disgrace to the entire demon clan, a disgrace so profound it would be like Mu Yebai rubbing his hands on the ground. If word got out, the demon clan would have no face left to stand on the divine wilderness continent. Mu Yebai's move was undeniably insidious. He was eager to see the reactions of the demon clan disciples on the surrounding stands, their furious yet helpless expressions pleasing him greatly. At this moment, Mu Yebai seemed to already see those expressions on the demon clan disciples' faces, looking at them with glee. To his surprise, all the demon disciples looked at him as if he were a fool, causing Mu Yebai to pause slightly. He instantly turned to look at Xingchen, only to find Xingchen standing there calmly, seemingly unaffected by his immortal realm aura. Impossible. How can a primordial realm cultivator withstand the oppressive aura of an immortal realm expert? This is impossible, Mu Yebai exclaimed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Hearing Mu Yebai's words, Xingchen remained calmly standing there, his voice echoing, "Have you ever witnessed a true primordial realm cultivator? Here, anything is possible." Hearing Xingchen's words, Mu Yebai actually laughed heartily. A divine light flashed, and a spirit sword of considerable quality appeared in Mu Yebai's hand. Gripping the spirit sword, Mu Yebai instantly calmed down, letting out a soft hum, as a vast amount of immortal spiritual energy rose from within him. The spirit sword in his hand transformed into countless divine rays, carrying unparalleled power, as if tearing through the void of energy, slashing towards Xingchen. Sword piercing the heavens. Mu Yebai unleashed the Xingchen sect supreme martial technique, the Xingchen sword art. Seeing Mu Yebai's terrifying sword strike, imbued with unparalleled power, hurtling towards him, Xingchen stood calmly in place, his face serene. Luo Xingchen, witnessing the terrifying sword strike, showed worry. Although she believed her husband was more than just a mere innate realm cultivator, she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, and her face couldn't help but show concern. Nizanbei, sitting there, was equally tense, secretly resenting Mu Yebai. He was habitually arrogant, disregarding the opponent's status to unleash such a terrifying sword strike. Although life and death on the arena were predestined, if this sword strike truly killed the Demon Emperor, none of them would escape alive. Therefore, he sat there tensely, ready to intervene at any moment to stop Mu Yebai's attack. However, Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Seeing the mockery in Xingchen's eyes, Mu Yebai's anger intensified. He unleashed his immortal spiritual power frantically, making the sword strike even more terrifying. At that moment, Xingchen's voice rang out, filled with endless sarcasm. "To actually use a sword in front of this emperor, it seems you truly know nothing about swords." The next moment, as soon as Xingchen finished speaking, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Chapter 40. Defeating the enemy with a single finger, the tragic fate of the Xuantian sect at this moment. Watching Mu Yebai unleash a terrifying sword strike towards him, Xingchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. "To actually use a sword before this emperor, it seems you truly know nothing about swords." The next moment, as soon as Xingchen finished speaking, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Xingchen stood there calmly, extending one hand, forming a sword finger, and pointed it at Mu Yebai's terrifying sword strike. This finger strike was simple and straightforward, devoid of any immortal power or any hint of magic. The next moment, with a deafening boom and a scream, dust billowed across the arena, and a figure was forced backward at lightning speed, blood splattering into the air. When the dust settled, a figure in black robes knelt on the arena, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. The spiritual sword in his hand had vanished, leaving only the hilt. It was none other than Mu Yebai, a disciple of the Xingchen sect at the Immortal Realm. This scene shocked everyone. Nizanbei rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief. Behind him, all the Xingchen sect disciples stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. The incomparably powerful senior brother Mu they knew was now kneeling there like a dead dog. In contrast, the Demon Emperor stood calmly with his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged, even his white robes were spotless. With a single move, Mu Yebai, a Xingchen sect Immortal Realm disciple, defeated. Mu Yebai knelt on the ground, his eyes fixed on the white-robed figure before him. He wanted to say something, but finally couldn't bear it any longer. His vision went black, and he fainted. Nizanbei flashed onto the arena and found that Mu Yebai was only seriously injured, not in mortal danger. He casually placed a pill in Mu Yebai's mouth. Carrying the unconscious Mu Yebai, Nizanbei flashed onto the high platform. After handing Mu Yebai over to the Xingchen sect disciples, he looked at Xingchen, who stood calmly there, and said, "As expected of the Demon Emperor, you must possess a treasure to conceal your cultivation level. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to detect your true cultivation level." Hearing Nizanbei's words, Xingchen spoke for the first time. "Elder Ni is overthinking it. I am merely a Shantian realm cultivator. Where would I find a treasure to conceal my cultivation level? Elder Ni should know how rare such treasures are. I am merely a Shantian realm cultivator." Scanning Xingchen with his divine sense again, Nizanbei discovered that Xingchen possessed no trace of any treasure. The Demon Emperor was truly only a Shantian realm cultivator. Nizanbei frowned deeply, finding it hard to believe. However, his Divine Emperor realm divine sense was never wrong. The Demon Emperor was indeed a Shantian realm cultivator. At this moment, Xingchen, who had already flown back to the high platform, looked at Nizanbei, whose brows were furrowed, and thought to himself, "HMPH. Trying to play tricks on me. Let you guess all you want. Anyway, I'm only at the innate realm. Don't even think about a Divine Emperor realm expert like yourself. Even if a Jade Emperor descended, he wouldn't be able to see through my true cultivation." Xingchen, looking at the calm Xingchen, was also looking at Nizanbei with a smile. At this moment, Nizanbei, seeing the divine light emanating from Xingchen's eyes, suddenly realized what was happening. His eyes widened instantly, then he smiled slightly and sighed helplessly. The young man's eyes shone with unparalleled confidence, and his entire aura exuded the domineering presence of a superior. How could such a person be simple? He must have seen through all of Nizanbei's schemes from the very beginning. Everything that had recently happened to the demon race was undoubtedly related to him. However, the young man's strength was indeed at the innate realm, something Nizanbei couldn't understand. Little did Nizanbei know that not only could he not see through him, but even if an ancient god descended, Xingchen wouldn't be able to see through him if he didn't want to. Helplessly, he addressed Xingchen. "As expected of the Demon Emperor, I was too arrogant. I admire you. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you again." Then, with a casual wave of his hand, 2 golden pill formulas and a storage ring appeared before Luo Xingchen, and he said, "In this sparring match, the Xuantian sect has lost. A bet is a bet. 2 4th-grade pill formulas and 100 million top-grade spirit stones are yours, Your Majesty." As soon as Nizanbei finished speaking, all the demon disciples on the stands erupted in cheers. They were overjoyed. The Emperor had finally given them a chance to vent their anger. Hearing this thunderous cheer, Nizanbei's lips twitched. The Xuantian sect disciples behind him had lost all their previous arrogance, their faces filled with misery. Truly ashamed to remain in the demon realm, he nodded slightly to the Empress and Xingchen, then casually swept up the Xuantian sect disciples, and Nizanbei's figure vanished. Watching the disheveled Nizanbei leave, Xingchen and Luo Xingchen exchanged a smile. Yi Xingchen then turned to look in the direction Ni Zhenbei had gone, his eyes filled with disdain. Others might not have noticed, but who was Yi Xingchen? In the fleeting moment Ni Zhenbei lowered his head as he left, Yi Xingchen clearly caught the killing intent deep in his eyes. Looking in the direction Ni Zhenbei had gone, Yi Xingchen thought to himself, it's best not to provoke this emperor, otherwise the Xingchen sect truly has no reason to exist. At this moment, Yi Xingchen's eyes shone brightly, exuding unparalleled domineering power. Turning to look at the cheers of the surrounding demon disciples, Luo Qingchen looked at Yi Xingchen, her eyes filled with tenderness. Husband, since you won the prize, then these prizes belong to you. After speaking, Luo Qingchen handed 2 golden pill formulas and a storage ring to Yi Xingchen. All the demons watching this felt no envy whatsoever. This was what the emperor truly deserved. In the eyes of the demon disciples, Yi Xingchen was practically a god. Yi Xingchen looked at the 2 golden 4th-grade pill formulas in his hand, slightly pursed his lips, and said to Luo Qingchen, "My wife, these 2 4th-grade pill formulas are too worthless. When our demon race needs them, your husband will refine them for us. These 2 formulas can be auctioned off directly, they should have some value." Yi Xingchen placed the golden pill formulas in Luo Qingchen's hand and said. Then, looking at the storage ring in his hand, he scanned it with his divine sense and saw the numerous top-grade spirit stones inside. Yi Xingchen felt nothing, he had millions of top-grade immortal stones lying in his system space. Looking up at the surrounding demons, whose eyes burned with fervent worship, Yi Xingchen asked, "Is the Grand Elder here?" Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the first elder, Wan Qinli, instantly appeared beside him, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and bowed, awaiting Yi Xingchen's instructions. First elder, allocate all 100 million top-grade spirit stones as cultivation benefits for the demon race disciples. The immortal spiritual energy within the demon race is now comparable to that of the ancestral land. It is the perfect time to diligently cultivate and break through to higher realms. If disciples of the Xingchen sect can break through to the immortal realm, then our demon race disciples can too. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, all the demon race members' eyes widened. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. The emperor himself showed no reluctance, entrusting them to the first elder as cultivation benefits for the demon race disciples. This truly befits the emperor. A man admired by all. The demon race disciples looked at Yi Xingchen with even greater reverence. Meanwhile, Luo Qingchen, watching everything her husband had done, smiled broadly, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection as she looked at Yi Xingchen. Chapter 41 Shocking News, Wangfu Bubai's plot. At this moment, Luo Qingchen, watching everything her husband had done, her beautiful face beamed with smiles, her eyes filled with deep affection as she looked at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, seeing the affection in Luo Qingchen's eyes, gently grasped her hand, a surge of pride rising within him. He laughed heartily and exclaimed loudly, "Haha, I'm so happy today. I've finally vented my anger. Not only did I obtain 2 4th-grade pill formulas from the Xingchen sect, but I also won 100 million top-grade spirit stones. That'll keep the Xingchen sect in a bad mood for quite some time. Elder, since we're so happy today, let's distribute these 100 million top-grade spirit stones to all the demon disciples. Let them all share in the joy." Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the demons on the Cloud Peak arena erupted in a thunderous roar, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the same time, in stark contrast to the atmosphere among the demons, the Xingchen sect was shrouded in gloom. Inside the main hall of the Xingchen sect, on the throne above, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, his eyes flashing with cold light, looked down at Ni Zhenbei, who knelt on the ground. The middle-aged man exuded a powerful aura, an extremely cold aura surrounding him, almost freezing the space around him. Several powerful individuals stood around Ni Zhenbei, sensing the coldness emanating from the middle-aged man above, all closing their eyes slightly, their faces calm. "Elder Ni, rise. This matter was approved by this emperor, and has nothing to do with you, Elder Ni. Recount the details of this trip to the demon race." A cold and authoritative voice rang out. Hearing this cold and authoritative voice, Ni Zhenbei let out a soft breath, slowly stood up, and bowed respectfully to the man on the throne above. Then, excitedly, he exclaimed, "Reporting to the sect master, I have made a significant discovery during my trip to the demon realm. It turned out that the middle-aged man with the sinister look and icy aura was none other than the master of the Xingchen sect, Nangong Luyun. Hearing Ni Zhenbei's words, Nangong Luyun raised an eyebrow, his cold and authoritative voice ringing out, "A major discovery. Tell me in detail, so all the elders can hear it too." For Elder Ni to be so excited, it must be something very interesting. Hearing Nangong Luyun's words, Ni Zhenbei dared not delay, and excitedly addressed everyone. During this trip to the demon race, I discovered that the news from Xingchen Palace was actually true. The Demon Empress's husband is indeed a human. Furthermore, the recent celestial phenomena in the demon race, and the sudden appearance of elixirs, are all inextricably linked to this person. Currently, the concentration of immortal spiritual energy within the entire demon race is comparable to the secluded cultivation world of a sect's patriarch. Hearing Ni Zhenbei's words, everyone from the Xuantian sect, including Nangong Luyun, showed expressions of shock. Their shock wasn't that Luo Xingchen's husband was a human, but rather their concern that the drastic changes in the demon race were all related to this person. Could this person be from a hidden, powerful holy land? The Xingchen sect feared offending the true giants and hidden holy lands of the divine wilderness continent. They were the true masters of the divine wilderness continent, capable of easily annihilating the Xingchen sect without a trace. Seeing everyone's reactions, Ni Zhenbei immediately understood their concerns and spoke up. "Sect Master, there's no need to worry. This young man is definitely not from a hidden, powerful holy land. Although he possesses extraordinary bearing, his strength is only at the innate realm. However, there's one thing I truly don't understand. How could this young man, only at the innate realm, defeat Mu Yebai, a celestial realm cultivator, with a single finger?" Hearing Ni Zhenbei's words, Nangong Luyun frowned slightly, his authoritative voice ringing out, "Elder Ni is not mistaken. This young man is indeed at the innate realm, and he didn't use any treasures to conceal his cultivation." Hearing Nangong Luyun's words, Ni Zhenbei nodded affirmatively. Reporting to the sect master, "I am certain that this young man did not use any treasures to conceal his cultivation level. Even the truly powerful forces rarely possess such treasures. Moreover, if he truly had a treasure to conceal his cultivation, I would have been able to discern some clues. I didn't detect any aura of such a treasure on this young man, he's just an ordinary innate realm cultivator." Hearing Ni Zhenbei's words, Nangong Luyun, seated in the main seat, frowned slightly. He trusted Ni Zhenbei's judgment. However, for an innate realm cultivator to defeat a celestial realm cultivator was unheard of. This young man was far too mysterious. But since he's not one of those hidden holy lands, other forces must be interested. After all, many forces are currently investigating this young man's identity. If they find out he's just a human in the innate realm, what will those forces do? Thinking this, Nangong Luyun revealed a wicked smile and said to Ni Zhenbei below, "Elder Ni, let's leave this matter here for now. Spread the word that the Demon Empress's husband is a human at the innate realm. I believe many forces will be interested." Hearing Nangong Luyun's words, Ni Zhenbei's eyes lit up. He immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute and nodded respectfully in agreement. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire divine wilderness continent. The Demon Empress's husband was a human at the innate realm. This news exploded like a bombshell among all the forces. Meanwhile, inside the Xingchen Palace, Wangfu Bubai, seated in the main seat, listened calmly to the news from below. A slight smile played on his lips as he addressed the Xingchen Palace elders below. "Now, all forces across the entire divine wilderness continent know that the Demon Empress's husband is a human, with strength only at the innate realm. The problem I was worried about no longer exists. With this young man's strength, he is definitely not a disciple of a hidden, powerful holy land." Looking at the many powerful elders below, Wangfu Bubai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he continued, "Since that's the case, spread the word that Xingchen Palace can refine any longevity pill that any force wants. This is what all forces most desire. After all, many powerful figures in various forces dare not act rashly because their lifespans are running out. They rely on some longevity herbs to extend their lifespan, but ultimately, they are not as effective as longevity pills. The longevity pill refined by our Xingchen Palace can extend one's life by at least 5 years with a single dose. Once the news spreads, countless forces will surely come to refine the pill. However, there's one condition for refining the longevity pill: no force is allowed to purchase any pills from the demon race. Otherwise, the Xingchen Palace will not refine longevity pills for them. Furthermore, from this day forward, it is said that until the Demon Empress comes to sue for peace, the Xingchen Palace will not refine any more longevity pills for the demon race. I want to see if, without the longevity pill, Luo Xingchen will stand by and watch the demon race's powerful figures perish one by one. Mere first-grade pills. The Xingchen Palace has plenty of those. HMPH. They think they can challenge the Xingchen Palace just because they have an alchemist. I will not only make the demon race obediently hand over these 3 pill formulas, but I will also make them hand over that alchemist. One is an unrelated alchemist, the other is a powerful demon race member. I want to see how Luo Xingchen will choose. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At this point, Wangfu Bubai burst into laughter. At this moment, all the elders standing below looked at Wangfu Bubai with eyes full of awe. Wangfu Bubai's move was undeniably ruthless. If Luo Xingchen were to hand over the pill formula and alchemist for the sake of the longevity pill, then no alchemist would ever again be willing to refine pills for the demon race, and the demon race's reputation would plummet. Similarly, if Luo Xingchen were to abandon the longevity pill for these 3 pill formulas and alchemist, then some of the demon race's powerful members, whose lifespans were nearing their end, would inevitably harbor resentment. Instability within the demon race, even civil war, would then occur, which was something many forces hoped to see. Having understood this, all the Xingchen Palace experts standing there looked at Wangfu Bubai with eyes full of awe. Inside the Empress's palace, Luo Xingchen listened calmly to the Grand Elder's report. She knew she couldn't hide the fact that her husband was human and had long been mentally prepared, but she hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Meanwhile, Xingchen lay contentedly in the lakeside pavilion, a smug look on his face as he recalled Luo Xingchen's shy demeanor the previous night. Looking at the mirror-like lake, remembering he hadn't checked in for the day, he spoke to the system. System, today's check-in begins. Chapter 42 The Fountain of Life, the Empress's wrath. At this moment, Xingchen sat comfortably in the lakeside pavilion, a smug look on his face as he recalled Luo Xingchen's alluring and shy demeanor from the previous night. Remembering he hadn't yet checked in for the day, he said to the system, System, check-in begins today. Ding, system checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 1 bottle of the Divine Spring of Life. The Divine Spring of Life, formed from the first drop of divine water before the creation of heaven and earth, can restore one's original state, heal serious injuries, and extend lifespan. 1 drop can extend life by 50 years, instantly restoring the body from severe injuries. It can be used indefinitely and is a rare and supreme divine item. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 1 million top-grade immortal stones, which have been stored in your system space. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 1 million bottles of top-grade divine wine, which have been stored in your system space. Hearing the series of pleasant sounds from the system, Xingchen was extremely excited, especially the life spring reward from the system. A single drop could extend one's life by 50 years, heal serious internal injuries, and could be used infinitely. This was simply too domineering. No wonder it was a system product. Xingchen couldn't help but say to the system, System, you are so great. This host loves you so much. As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, the system's voice came, Please remain calm, host. As the only system in all realms, this system is destined to help you reach the peak and sweep across the ages. Hearing the system's voice, the bold idea in Xingchen's heart grew stronger and stronger. Now reborn, possessing immense power and a system, this was his source of confidence. Perhaps it's time to go out for a walk, Xingchen thought to himself, gazing at the calm lake. From his system space, he retrieved the bottle of life spring and examined it closely. The bottle was a pale gold color, its material unknown, exuding an ancient aura. Xingchen guessed this golden bottle was no ordinary object. Opening the bottle, an incredibly dense life force instantly emanated from it. Xingchen was astonished to discover that this pale gold bottle was indeed extraordinary. It contained a universe within a single object, a rare and precious divine bottle. Scanning it with his divine sense, Xingchen was shocked to find that the life spring within the bottle was almost level with the natural lake water before him. This discovery instantly made Xingchen jump up. He almost spilled the life spring from the bottle. So much life spring would be enough for Xingchen to do many things. Looking at the green life spring in the bottle, Xingchen's face involuntarily curled into a smile. At this moment, feeling the extremely rich life force emanating from the bottle, Xingchen was surprised to find that the plants around the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and along the lakeside, had grown much taller. Even the lotus flower on the lake surface, which had been budding, had bloomed in a short time, emitting a faint fragrance. Xingchen immediately capped the bottle, carefully storing the life spring into his system space, humming a little tune, looking completely content. The scene shifts to the Empress's palace. Luo Xingchen frowned deeply. The Grand Elder, who had returned below, brought news that infuriated her. Your Majesty, the entire divine wilderness now knows that the Emperor is a human at the innate realm. Many forces are secretly mocking him. What's worse, the Xingchen Palace has spread the news that from now on, they will no longer refine longevity pills for our demon race. Even more infuriating is that they want Your Majesty to personally come and sue for peace. To hand over the 3 pill formulas to the demon race's alchemists. Hearing the Grand Elder's angry words, a terrifying killing intent flashed in Luo Xingchen's eyes. The space around her trembled, and a powerful aura filled the entire Empress's palace. Several elders below hurriedly cried out, Empress! Empress! Hearing the elders' voices, Luo Xingchen's terrifying killing intent slowly vanished, her powerful aura fading into her body. At this moment, Luo Xingchen was truly the peerless empress who had unified the demon race. Slowly regaining her composure, Luo Xingchen looked at the demon elders below and said, This matter is of great importance and involves many things. Wangfu Bubai's actions are far too cruel. What do you all think should be done? Hearing the Empress's question, the demon elders below frowned deeply. Just as Luo Xingchen said, Wangfu Bubai's actions were far too cruel. If not handled properly, the consequences could be unbearable for the entire demon race. Suddenly, a wise yet stern voice rang out. Empress, as the ruler of the demon race, when did you become so impulsive? The angrier you are, the more you must calm yourself down. Don't forget, Empress, your word can decide the life and death of the demon race. Hearing the sudden voice, Luo Xingchen lowered her head in shame. She had overheard the Grand Elder's words. Concerning Xingchen, Luo Xingchen had truly been enraged and had failed to control her emotions. And the only remaining wise member of the demon race capable of speaking to the Empress in this manner was Lu Wanquan. Hearing Lu Wanquan's words, Luo Xingchen rose and bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Elder Lu. I know I was wrong. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Lu Wanquan smiled and nodded, saying, Actually, the Empress and the elders are also caught up in the situation. Concern leads to confusion. This matter is easily resolved. That Wangfu Bubai, his so-called confidence is nothing more than possessing the longevity pill. Look at me, don't you all feel you've forgotten something? Hearing Lu Wanquan's words, Luo Xingchen's eyes flashed with excitement, and she exclaimed, Thank you for reminding me, Elder Lu. I had even forgotten about this. Someone, invite the Emperor to the Empress's palace. I have something to discuss with the Emperor. Reminded by Lu Wanquan, the other demon elders also instantly realized that the younger demon sage before them was a perfect example. The Emperor is the only 9th-grade alchemist on the divine wilderness continent, capable of refining an indestructible golden elixir that extends lifespan by 10,000 years. Why would he fear the Xingchen Palace's 5-year lifespan extending elixir? Wangfu Bubai's conspiracy is likely to fail this time. At that moment, upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, a figure appeared. It was Wei Donglai, the head of the guards. He bowed to Luo Xingchen and disappeared. A short while later, Xingchen leisurely arrived at the Empress's palace. This was the first time Luo Xingchen had asked someone to invite him to the Empress's palace. Upon seeing Xingchen's arrival, several demon elders and the demon sage Lu Wanquan all bowed to him. Xingchen quickly and cheerfully gestured for everyone to rise, showing none of the majesty expected of an emperor. All the demon elders and Lu Wanquan, seeing Xingchen's demeanor, smiled broadly, their eyes filled with immense respect. Who wouldn't like such an approachable emperor? Looking at her husband, Luo Xingchen smiled tenderly, her face full of affection. She looked at Xingchen, who sat down beside her, and winked mischievously. Having long since developed a tacit understanding with Xingchen, Luo Xingchen immediately grasped the meaning in her husband's eyes. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she glared at him fiercely. Recalling how this rascal had teased her last night, Luo Xingchen felt a surge of shyness, yet her heart was filled with tenderness. Then, she softly said to Xingchen, "I invited you here today, husband, because there's something I want to discuss." Seeing Luo Xingchen's shy expression, Xingchen knew she understood his thoughts. He smiled slightly and said gently, "Wife, what is there to discuss? Just tell me what you need. My wife is in charge." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen's beautiful face became even more shy. She glanced at the crowd below and saw that all the demons were smiling, pretending not to hear. Luo Xingchen's face turned even redder. She gave Xingchen a coquettish look before recounting the events of the day to him. Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen's face instantly darkened, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Compared to his previous smiling and approachable demeanor, Xingchen now resembled a demon god, arrogant and domineering beyond compare. This instilled fear in everyone within the Empress's palace. "Husband." With a soft cry, the terrifying aura emanating from Xingchen vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Looking at Luo Xingchen, whose eyes were filled with worry, Xingchen turned and gently took her hand, smiling slightly as he uttered a sentence that shocked everyone. Chapter 43 The Hidden Secret. Xingchen's terrifying aura at that moment. Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's soft exclamation, the terrifying aura emanating from Xingchen vanished instantly. He turned and took Luo Xingchen's hand, smiling slightly, and uttered a statement that shocked everyone. "This Shangqing palace, how dare they? Where did they get their confidence to make my wife, the emperor, personally come to apologize, just because they can refine that trashy longevity pill?" At this moment, Xingchen's gaze was like lightning, sharp and awe-inspiring, every move exuding domineering power. All the elders below, sensing Xingchen's domineering aura, looked on with admiration, secretly sighing in their hearts, "The emperor is indeed extraordinary." That terrifying aura just now instilled fear in them. The emperor's power is far greater than they imagined. Meanwhile, Luo Xingchen looked at Xingchen with tenderness. Just because Wangfu Bubai had made her personally come to sue for peace, her husband was so angry. How could Luo Xingchen not be moved? At this moment, looking at Xingchen, who exuded an overbearing aura, Luo Xingchen said softly, "Husband, there's no need to be angry. That Wangfu Bubai is only so confident because the Shangqing Palace can refine longevity pills. Throughout the entire Divine Wilderness continent, apart from those reclusive giants, almost everyone has to defer to the Shangqing Palace. After all, longevity-extending pills are extremely necessary and indispensable for every power." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen spoke up. "In the entire Divine Wilderness, with so many forces, doesn't it have its own alchemists? Refining life-extending pills is extremely simple. Are they just going to let the Shangqing Palace slowly grow stronger? And what about the hidden giant forces you mentioned, madam?" Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen directly asked. Hearing Xingchen's question, Luo Xingchen sighed helplessly and said softly, "Since the ancient war between immortals and demons, many alchemists and pill formulas have been lost. This has made alchemists extremely rare in the Divine Wilderness continent today, and life-extending pill formulas are even more scarce. They're basically all controlled by those reclusive, powerful holy lands. The Shangqing Palace possesses a formula for extending lifespan, and without the intervention of these reclusive giants, it wields considerable influence." Seeing Xingchen smile slightly, Luo Xingchen continued, "The reclusive, powerful holy lands that my husband inquired about are actually those superpowers that have been hidden since ancient times. They didn't participate in the immortal demon war, so many martial arts techniques, formulas, and alchemists have been well preserved. So many years have passed, and these superpowers, for some unknown reason, rarely appear in public anymore. However, their strength has only grown, and they can almost easily annihilate any top-tier power on the Divine Wilderness continent. The once most powerful power on the Divine Wilderness continent, the Misty Palace, was wiped out overnight simply because it offended a reclusive, powerful holy land during an auction, causing a shockwave throughout the entire Divine Wilderness. Afterwards, no power on the divine wilderness continent dared to offend those reclusive, powerful holy lands again. Fortunately, these reclusive powers never participate in the affairs of the divine wilderness continent, so they rarely clash with the powers that are on the continent today. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen's desire intensified. He hadn't expected that such powerful forces were hidden within the divine desolate continent. To be able to annihilate the most powerful force on the divine desolate continent, the Misty Palace, in a single night, meant that the number of experts within the Misty Palace was at least several times that of the Misty Palace itself. As a top-tier force, the Misty Palace possessed at least one great Emperor-level ancestor and dozens of immortal Emperor-level experts, yet it didn't even have a chance to escape, being wiped out overnight. This showed just how powerful those hidden giants and holy lands were. Looking at Luo Xingchen, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "Hey, it seems these so-called hidden giants and holy lands consider themselves high and mighty gods. On one hand, they remain hidden from the world, pretending to be superior. On the other hand, they control certain forces behind the scenes, or cooperate with certain forces to gain benefits for themselves. Otherwise, where would all these years have come from? So many spirit stones for cultivation, so many spiritual herbs and immortal plants for refining pills. Unless these sects, disciples no longer need to cultivate." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen smiled and said, "My husband is right. Although these hidden sects remain secluded, many other sects have their shadows behind them. However, this is understandable. After all, these sects also need spirit stones. It's just that we can't guess which sects they are." Looking at Xingchen with tender eyes, Luo Xingchen continued, "The most important thing now is to resolve the matter of the longevity pills, which is why I invited my husband here. I wanted to ask him about refining longevity pills." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said softly to her, "My wife, refining pills to prolong life is too simple. There are immortality pills, longevity pills, and the like that, but I'm simply too lazy to refine them." Xingchen possessed the ancient treasure of the alchemy sect, the true scripture of alchemy, with a vast collection of pill formulas comparable to any power in ancient times. There were many pills to prolong life, but Xingchen now possessed better ones, so he didn't intend to refine them, hence his words to Luo Xingchen. Upon hearing Xingchen's words, the entire Empress Palace fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The name of the pill that the emperor had casually uttered was one they had never heard of before. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Xingchen softly said to Luo Xingchen, "My wife, your husband is a 9th-grade alchemist. If our demon race were to consume those trashy pills from the Xingchen Palace, it would be a huge embarrassment to him." With a wave of his hand, 9 undying golden pills appeared before Luo Xingchen. A rich life force instantly filled the entire Empress's palace. He then gently said to Luo Xingchen, "My wife, our demon race's strong should consume these undying golden pills. One pill can extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years. Although each person can only take it once, after 100,000 years, they can take other life-extending pills." After speaking, Xingchen placed the 9 undying golden pills in Luo Xingchen's hand. Feeling the rich life force in her hand, Luo Xingchen looked up at Xingchen in disbelief and said, "Husband, these are 9th-grade pills. Are you sure you want them all for Shanur?" Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen affectionately flicked her nose. Luo Xingchen smiled gently and said, "Wife, we are husband and wife, 9 pills are nothing. If you need more, I can refine more for you later." Hearing Xingchen's words and feeling his deep affection, Luo Xingchen's eyes welled up with tears. With these pills, the demon race would no longer need to be subservient to the Xingchen Palace. Inside the Empress's palace, the other demons, seeing Xingchen casually produce 9 grade 9 pills and feeling the rich life energy emanating from them, were filled with excitement. With the Emperor present, the demon race was sure to rise. Suddenly, Xingchen's voice rang out again, looking at Luo Xingchen and saying, "Since the Xingchen Palace has set up this arena, your husband will accept. I can tolerate anything else, but to dare bully my wife and insult her like this, even the heavens will be crushed by my hand, let alone a mere Xingchen Palace." Hearing her husband's domineering words, Luo Xingchen was deeply moved. Looking at the confident light in Xingchen's eyes, she softly said, "Husband, you seem to have a solution. Why not share it with the elders? Hearing Luo Qingxin's gentle voice, Xingchen smiled mysteriously and looked at the elders below, saying, "What is Wangfu Bubai's confidence based on? It's that longevity pill. Since that's the case, I, the Emperor, will use Wangfu Bubai's most powerful pill to completely defeat him. I want to see whether Wangfu Bubai will bow to me or not when he sees me." Looking at the shocked elders below, at this moment, Xingchen exuded an astonishing aura that swept across the world. This made Xingchen appear like an ancient emperor, towering above all living beings, inspiring involuntary worship. Chapter 44 The Power of the Spring of Life. The immortal emperor's loyalty. Hearing Xingchen's domineering words, all the demon elders were filled with excitement, looking up at the rising figure above him. Xingchen exuded an astonishing aura that swept across the land, dominating all directions. This made him appear like an ancient emperor, towering above all living beings, inspiring involuntary reverence. Meanwhile, Luo Qingchen, watching his imposing figure radiating such power, felt a deep sense of pride and affection in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this majestic back, Luo Qingchen felt an immense sense of security, as if this figure could shield her from all difficulties and dangers in the world. Turning to look at the adoration and deep affection in Luo Qingchen's eyes, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "My wife, I heard you mention before that you spent several years in the human realm, partly for training and partly to search for a pill that could cure those who failed to break through to a higher realm. Have you found it yet?" Hearing Xingchen's words, a hint of sadness flashed in Luo Qingchen's eyes. She shook her head slightly and said, "I found it. It's the supreme creation pill refined by the Shangqing Palace. However, this pill is the foundation of the Shangqing Palace. Even for the human race, obtaining one is extremely difficult. Our demon race can forget about it. But even if it's incredibly difficult, I will still search for this pill to cure those who failed to break through to a higher realm. These people were once the top geniuses of the demon race. They sacrificed too much for the demon race. I will not give up even if there's only the slightest possibility." Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, the elders below also looked somber. Those powerful figures were all senior members of the demon race. Now, due to injuries to their very essence, they were unable to break through to the next realm, remaining stuck in the immortal emperor realm, unable to advance to the immortal sovereign realm. If an elixir capable of healing such injuries could be found, these seniors would not only recover, but with their accumulated experience over the years, they would surely be able to break through to the immortal sovereign realm again. At that time, the entire demon race's power would be even greater. Hearing Luo Qingchen's words and seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Xingchen looked at Luo Qingchen and sighed softly, "Alas! My wife, your husband is very disappointed. A dignified 9th-grade alchemist standing before you, and you actually ignored him. This is extremely disappointing." At this moment, inside the Empress's palace, everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing Xingchen's words. They looked up at Xingchen, their faces filled with excitement. Luo Qingchen rushed excitedly to Xingchen's side, took his hand, and exclaimed with anticipation in her eyes, "Husband, husband means, husband can refine this kind of pill." Seeing Luo Qingchen's excited expression, Xingchen feigned anger and gave a light snort. "HMPH, a dignified 9th-grade alchemist, and you all dare to ignore him. My husband is very angry now, and the consequences will be severe." The elders below, seeing Xingchen's feigned anger and then looking at Luo Qingchen's expression, shook their heads helplessly and wisely kept silent. Meanwhile, looking at Xingchen, who was acting like a child, Luo Qingchen smiled helplessly. She knew exactly what this troublesome fellow was thinking. She leaned close to Xingchen's ear and whispered something. Hearing Luo Qingchen's words, Xingchen's eyes lit up instantly. He looked at Luo Qingchen, whose face was flushed, and chuckled, earning a roll of her eyes. At this moment, Xingchen seemed like a completely different person, smiling broadly at Luo Qingchen. "Wife, let these seniors come to the Empress's palace. Your husband will treat them immediately." What a joke. He possessed countless life springs, a reward from the system. A single drop could extend one's life by 50 years, and could even restore one's original nature, healing serious injuries. A mere simple injury to one's origin was nothing to him. These demon race experts, although unable to break through again, hadn't regressed in their cultivation level, indicating that they had only been injured in their origin by the heavenly tribulation, not by the heavenly Tao itself. If it were an injury to the heavenly Tao, the consequences would be severe. Not only would they be unable to break through, but their cultivation level would also gradually decline, their strength would weaken, until they turned into withered bones. Furthermore, the constant torment from the wounds inflicted by the heavenly Tao is something no ordinary person could endure. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen was filled with excitement, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Husband." Seeing Luo Xingchen's excitement, Yi Xingchen didn't wait for her to finish speaking before firmly grasping her hand. "Don't worry, my wife, I understand. Just focus on inviting those demon elders to the Empress's palace." Yi Xingchen gave Luo Xingchen a reassuring look before squeezing her hand and speaking. Hearing her husband's words and the reassurance in Yi Xingchen's eyes, Luo Xingchen's eyes filled with excitement, and she immediately said, "Elder, immediately summon those seniors to the Empress's palace." Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Elder Wan Qinli dared not delay. He bowed slightly to Luo Xingchen and Yi Xingchen before disappearing. At this moment, the remaining demon elders below looked at Yi Xingchen with eyes full of excitement. If the emperor could truly cure those demon seniors, the demon race would gain dozens more immortal emperor-level experts, and the demon race would leap to become a super power in the divine wilderness, on par with the hidden giants and holy lands. A short while later, dozens of demon experts followed the elder into the Empress's palace. After bowing to the two, these dozens of demon experts looked at Yi Xingchen with excited expressions. Seeing the excitement in the eyes of these demon elders, Yi Xingchen knew that the Grand Elder must have said something to them. He smiled slightly and said, "Esteemed elders, you are all pillars of the demon race. You must already know why the Empress has invited you here. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time. Please, elders, consume the life spring before you." Looking at these powerful demons, who should have been ancestral figures, but had failed their tribulations and were now only lingering at the immortal emperor realm. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he casually waved his hand, and dozens of drops of life spring, radiating a rich life force, appeared before these demon elders. Everyone in the entire Empress's palace felt this extremely rich life force. Looking at the greenery in the Empress's palace that was beginning to grow taller, they all showed expressions of shock, thinking to themselves, "Such rich life force. In such a short time, it has actually made the plants grow taller." Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the demon race members, Yi Xingchen spoke directly, "Seniors, please quickly consume the spring of life, then sit cross-legged to heal your injuries and directly break through to the immortal emperor realm." Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, dozens of demon race experts no longer hesitated. They immediately inhaled the spring of life before them, closed their eyes, and sat cross-legged. Everyone could feel the life force emanating from the bodies of these demon race experts. At this moment, the bodies of these demon race seniors were like a desert long awaited by rain. The rich life energy continuously nourished their bodies, repairing their essence. Moreover, their lifespans had mysteriously increased by 50 years, and their auras were constantly growing stronger. This was the power of the spring of life. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, almost all the demon race seniors opened their eyes simultaneously, emanating terrifying auras of the immortal emperor realm. Dozens of immortal emperor realm auras formed energy storms, pressing outwards in all directions. Feeling these terrifying auras, everyone else showed excitement. These demon race elders had all experienced terrifying tribulations, damaging their very essence and preventing them from breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Now, their injuries had healed, and they no longer needed to undergo tribulations. Combined with their years of accumulation, they naturally broke through to the immortal emperor realm. This propelled the demon race to become a superpower on the divine wilderness continent, filling everyone in the Empress's palace with immense excitement. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Xingchen, their eyes filled with boundless excitement and admiration. Those demon race experts who had broken through to the immortal emperor realm immediately knelt on one knee before Yi Xingchen, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Please accept our bow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Please accept our bow." Seeing these demon race seniors kneeling on one knee before Yi Xingchen, everyone was shocked, and Luo Xingchen's eyes shone with joy. In the demon race, kneeling on one knee is a symbol of complete loyalty. How could the loyalty of dozens of immortal emperor realm experts not shock them? Xingchen quickly told these demon race seniors to rise, saying, "We are all family, seniors, there's no need for this. Please rise." Hearing Xingchen's words, these demon race seniors who had just broken through to the immortal Emperor realm slowly rose. However, their eyes were full of respect when they looked at Xingchen. Xingchen turned and took Luo Qingshen's hand. Seeing the joy and affection in her eyes, he laughed heartily, a surge of pride welling up within him. "Today, all of you seniors have recovered your original essence and broken through to the immortal Emperor realm, allowing our demon race to leap to become a superpower. Congratulations." As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, he casually waved his hand, and a scene that shocked everyone below unfolded. Grand Elder Wan Qinli, witnessing the scene before him, kept swallowing hard, completely losing the composure expected of a powerful figure. Chapter 45 Xingchen's grand gesture. The demon clan auction. Seeing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Xingchen spoke up. "Today, all of you seniors have recovered your original essence and broken through to the immortal Emperor realm, allowing our demon race to leap to become a superpower. Congratulations. This Emperor is happy today, and has gifts for everyone." Hearing Xingchen's words, everyone below immediately showed expressions of surprise and delight. They had all witnessed Xingchen's gifts before. When he did present them, they were always extraordinary. Therefore, everyone looked at Xingchen with delighted expressions, their eyes filled with anticipation. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingchen casually waved his hand, and a scene that shocked everyone below unfolded. Everyone involuntarily thought to themselves, as expected, the Emperor's gift is anything but ordinary. 100 bottles made of top-grade spirit stones appeared before them. Xingchen's voice continued, "You should all have tasted this top-grade divine wine before. The taste is quite good, but its alcohol content is extremely high, and you are all aware of its effects. 100 bottles for each person, consider it a gift from this Emperor." Looking at the hundreds of bottles of top-grade divine wine before them, everyone involuntarily swallowed, their eyes gleaming with fervor. They were all connoisseurs of fine wine. Ever since they tasted the top-grade divine wine once, the wine brewed by the demon race tasted utterly bland. Therefore, they had always longed for the top-grade divine wine and knew its value. They never expected that the Emperor would actually give them 100 bottles each. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. This was divine wine, with every sip comparable to a 6th-grade elixir. As if sensing the thoughts of the powerful demon clan members, Xingchen waved his hand again, turned to Luo Qingshen, whose face was gentle as she looked at him, and said softly, "My wife, here are 2 million bottles of top-grade divine wine. Consider it a benefit for our demon clan. On festivals and celebrations, we will bring it out for our people to drink." The next moment, the entire Empress's palace erupted in gasps of astonishment. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the countless bottles of top-grade divine wine before them, exclaiming. A hissing sound filled the air. The scene was simply spectacular. Luo Qingshen stared at Xingchen in utter shock, and asked uncertainly, "Husband, so much, are we giving it all to the demon disciples as a treat? Isn't that a bit too much?" Hearing Luo Qingshen's somewhat excited words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said softly, "Hee, don't worry, my wife, I have more here. 2 million bottles isn't much, you can use them as you like. Now our demon race has gained dozens more immortal Emperor-level experts, making our demon race a superpower. This is something the whole race should celebrate. My wife, you can use them as you wish." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshen gave her husband a charming look before casually waving her hand and putting away the 2 million bottles of top-grade divine wine. Seeing the Empress put away the 2 million bottles of top-grade divine wine, the crowd below no longer hesitated and excitedly put away the 100 bottles of divine wine in front of them. If they drank it sparingly, these 100 bottles of divine wine would be enough for them to drink for a long time. At this moment, their gazes towards Xingchen were full of gratitude. Seeing everyone put away the supreme divine wine, Luo Qingshen asked curiously, "Husband, what was the life spring that you had the seniors drink just now?" Hearing the Empress's question, the crowd below also looked up. They were also extremely curious, but fearing that such a divine item was a secret of the Emperor, they hadn't asked. After all, they all knew that their Emperor was always mysterious. On the surface, he appeared to be at the innate realm, but his true strength was unfathomable. Just the astonishing aura emanating from the Emperor, surpassing all others and sweeping across the universe, filled them with an urge to worship. This was something no innate realm cultivator could exude. However, since the Emperor preferred mystery, they were even less inclined to ask. Now, hearing the Empress's question, they all involuntarily looked up, their faces filled with curiosity. Hearing Luo Xingchen's question, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, "What you seniors just consumed was the divine spring of life. After consuming it, one can return to one's original state, heal serious injuries, and prolong life. One drop can extend life by 50 years, it is a rare and supreme divine item." Hearing Xingchen's words, everyone was greatly astonished. One drop could extend life by 50 years and heal serious injuries. It truly deserved to be called a supreme divine item. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Xingchen continued, "Didn't the Shangqing Palace confidently issue a challenge to our demon race because they possessed the longevity pill? This emperor accepts it. I will use this divine spring of life to completely shatter the Shangqing Palace's confidence and see what expression Wangfu Bubai will have then." Everyone was shocked to hear Xingchen's words, and Luo Xingchen even spoke up directly. "My lord, this divine water is far too precious. A single drop can extend one's life by 50 years and heal even the most fundamental injuries. The longevity pills of the Shangqing Palace are utterly incomparable. Isn't this a huge waste?" Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said domineeringly, "Since my husband has accepted this challenge, he won't use trash like the longevity pill in the fight. Otherwise, it would be beneath my dignity as the emperor. Moreover, if we're going to fight, we must fight. My husband must bring down the Shangqing Palace from its pedestal and let all the forces in the divine wilderness understand that compared to the demon race, the Shangqing Palace is nothing but a joke." At this moment, all the demons in the Empress's palace were shaken upon hearing Xingchen's domineering voice, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at him. With such a domineering emperor, how could the demon race not prosper? Looking at Luo Xingchen, Xingchen continued, "Tomorrow, your husband will go to the Myriad Pill Pavilion. My wife, immediately send word that the demon race's Myriad Pill Pavilion will hold an auction for divine artifacts that can extend lifespan by 50 years and 7 days. Many forces will surely attend. Your husband wants to see if the divine wilderness forces can tolerate this. Through this auction, your husband will make all the divine wilderness forces understand that the Shangqing Palace is nothing but a huge joke." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen hurriedly said, "Husband, Shen'er will accompany you. It'll be a good opportunity to take you on a tour of the human territory." Hearing Luo Xingchen's anxious voice, Xingchen smiled slightly, "All right, let's go together, husband and wife. We can take a trip to the human realm, and we should also have all the demon race's immortal emperors come to the Myriad Pill Pavilion. It's time to let all the forces of the divine wilderness experience the power of the demon race." Hearing Xingchen's words, all the demon race's powerful figures' eyes lit up, their faces showing excitement. It had been so many years since the demon race had felt so triumphant. This time, they would surely surprise all the other forces. "Elder, immediately dispatch disciples to spread the news. Within a day, I will ensure that all forces throughout the divine wilderness are aware of the demon race auction. Furthermore, esteemed elders, now that you have successfully advanced to the immortal emperor realm and directly ascended to the status of demon race ancestors, I will issue a decree to inform the entire race. All ancestors, immediately receive my decree and proceed to the ancestral land to join the other demon race ancestors. Head to the Myriad Pill Pavilion today to prevent any sabotage or disruption. If any are discovered, suppress them directly. It is time for the demon race to show its might." Luo Xingchen, now regaining the domineering aura befitting an empress, addressed the demon race below with majesty. "We respectfully obey the Empress's decree. We respectfully obey the Empress's decree." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, all the demon race members clasped their hands in a fist salute, bowed deeply, and quickly turned to leave. Watching the disappearing figures of the demon race experts, Xingchen took Luo Xingchen's hand. Their eyes met, and at this moment, their hearts drew ever closer. A great tree called love grows taller and more lush in their hearts. Chapter 46 The heavenly treasure shocks the divine wilderness. The next morning, Xingchen and Luo Xingchen got up early. Since they were going to the Wandan Pavilion that day, they didn't joke around as usual. Luo Xingchen had some matters to attend to with the demon race. After asking Yi Xingchen to wait for her at the Phoenix Perch Palace, she flew towards the Empress's palace. Watching Luo Qingxin's disappearing figure, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, walked to the window, and looked at the beautiful scenery outside, thinking to himself, perfect timing, I'll check in with the system today and see what reward it gives me. Thinking this, Yi Xingchen directly said to the system, "System, today's check-in begins." As soon as Yi Xingchen finished speaking, the system's pleasant check-in voice rang in his ears. "Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 million bottles of top-grade divine wine, which has been stored in the system space. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 heavenly craft treasure. The heavenly craft treasure was created by an ancient supreme being. After use, it can instantly construct a magnificent palace or pavilion at a designated location. Its defensive power is comparable to a celestial-grade divine weapon. Because very few have survived, it is an extremely rare and precious treasure. Ding, the system is checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Divine Eye of Illusion. The Divine Eye of Illusion, after the host fuses with it, allows one to investigate all causes and effects, and to dispel all illusions. Before this Divine Eye, everything returns to its essence, any hidden methods are utterly useless. At this moment, Yi Xingchen, standing by the window, listened to the series of pleasant sounds from the system, his heart filled with immense excitement. Although he was now an unparalleled powerhouse at the Heavenly Emperor realm, each system reward still filled Yi Xingchen with countless emotions. The system truly lived up to its name, its rewards were always top-notch. Looking at the million more bottles of top-grade divine wine that had appeared in his system space, Yi Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. This system was incredibly considerate. Knowing he was running out of top-grade divine wine, it immediately rewarded him with 1 million bottles. Happily, he took out the heavenly crafting treasure from his system space and examined it carefully. Discovering a heavenly crafted treasure, only the size of a palm, its dark gold color radiating a crystalline, jade-like light, piqued Yi Xingchen's curiosity. He couldn't help but ask the system, "System, can I retrieve this heavenly crafted treasure after using it?" As soon as Yi Xingchen finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, please note, the heavenly crafted treasure is a top-grade treasure, extremely rare. It cannot be retrieved after use. Please choose the location to use the heavenly crafted treasure carefully. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xingchen abandoned the idea of using the heavenly crafted treasure immediately and carefully stored this extremely rare treasure in his system space. Then he spoke to the system, "System, fuse with the Eye of Illusion." Ding, the Eye of Illusion is fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Because the host is a great Tao chaotic body with heaven-defying luck, the fusion rate has reached 100%, allowing the full power of the Eye of Illusion to be unleashed. The system's voice had barely finished speaking when Yi Xingchen felt a strange energy pass through his eyes. Unlike what he had expected, there was no pain, instead, there was a slight comfort. Furthermore, the profound mysteries of using the Divine Eye of Illusion simultaneously appeared in his mind. Yi Xingchen slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly, a terrifying divine power emanated from them. His eyes turned golden. At this moment, the world in Yi Xingchen's eyes underwent a tremendous change. The laws of heaven manifested, and the immortal energy was within reach. Even the demon race's formations and immortal veins, originally hidden in the void and underground, appeared clearly in Yi Xingchen's eyes. Even the guards of the Empress's palace displayed the cultivation level of a celestial immortal in Yi Xingchen's eyes. Even from such a distance, he could see them with unparalleled clarity. At this moment, Yi Xingchen seemed to possess X-ray vision. Just as the system had said, everything had returned to its essence. Any hidden methods were a joke before the Eye of Truth. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi Xingchen slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the golden color in his eyes had completely disappeared. As long as Yi Xingchen wanted, he could activate the Eye of Truth at any time with a single thought, and his eyes wouldn't turn golden if he didn't want to. The scene shifts to the Shangqing Palace. Wangfu Bubai listened with an air of majesty to the report from the elders below. A smile slowly spread across his face, and finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, good. Good. The demon race actually plans to auction off divine objects that can extend lifespan by 50 years in 7 days, and in considerable quantities. This is simply a colossal joke. HMPH, there are indeed divine objects that can extend lifespan throughout the entire divine wilderness continent, I admit, but those are things that are extremely rare and hard to come by. Only the longevity pill from our Xingchen palace is the most common longevity pill. Although it's more expensive, it truly exists. Hearing Wangfu Bubai's words, an elderly man with white hair below stood up and said, "Palace Master, since the demon race dared to release this information, it couldn't be without reason. This matter concerns the demon race's reputation. That little girl Luo Xingchen isn't brainless, she must possess such a divine item." Hearing the elderly man's words, Wangfu Bubai nodded slightly. Elder Bai is right. Luo Xingchen wouldn't speak without reason. This concerns the face of the demon race. If all the forces go and the demon race can't produce this divine item, it won't just be a matter of face, it will directly offend the entire divine wilderness. Luo Xingchen wouldn't make such a decision. However, I speculate that this divine item definitely exists, but the quantity will be very limited. Luo Xingchen's purpose is definitely to use this divine item to exchange for longevity pills from the various forces, thereby temporarily solving the problem of the shortage of longevity pills. This kind of longevity divine item is extremely rare. Since it can extend life by 50 years, if I refine it into a pill, the effect will definitely be even more powerful. Extending life by 100 years is not out of the question. I might even break through to the 9th grade alchemist realm because of it. Hearing Wangfu Bubai's words, Elder Bai's eyes lit up, and he said, "What does the palace master mean?" HMPH. That woman Luo Xingchen is probably waiting for me to go. Luo Xingchen must know that such a divine object is not something I, as an 8th grade alchemist, would miss. Since that's the case, I'll grant her wish and go. If Luo Xingchen can hand over this divine object, I might as well give some longevity pills to the demon race. At that time, I will advance to the 9th grade and rule the world. What are a demon race worth? At this moment, Wangfu Bubai's eyes shone with an awe-inspiring intent, his lips slightly curled, as if everything was under his control. Elder Bai, issue the order. In 7 days, I will personally lead a force to the Myriad Pill Pavilion. I want to see what Luo Xingchen will do. Will she obediently hand over the divine artifact, or will she linger and resist stubbornly? Regardless, this concerns my advancement to the 9th rank. I must obtain the divine artifact. I want to see who dares to challenge the Xingchen palace. Hearing Wangfu Bubai's voice, Elder Bai immediately bowed in agreement. Ancient legends in the divine wilderness state that a 9th rank alchemist can rule the world. If the palace master truly becomes a 9th rank alchemist, many more powerful figures will follow and join her. At that time, the Xingchen palace will undoubtedly take another step forward, becoming a true superpower, on par with those truly hidden giants and holy lands. Then there will be no need to pay so much top-grade spiritual energy to that power every year. At this moment, not only the Xingchen palace is discussing this matter, but all the major powers throughout the divine wilderness continent are discussing it. A divine artifact that can extend one's lifespan by 50 years. No one can resist its allure. Furthermore, some forces secretly sent messages to the hidden giants behind the scenes. The entire divine wilderness was in an uproar because of Yi Xingchen's decision. Chapter 47 The first appearance of the Imperial Star, concealing heavenly secrets. At this moment, the entire divine wilderness was in an uproar because of Yi Xingchen's decision. Our protagonist, Yi Xingchen, was sitting comfortably atop a giant colorful phoenix, watching the clouds rushing past in astonishment. Seeing her husband's surprised expression, Luo Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile as she softly explained, "Husband, this is a colorful phoenix, possessing the bloodline of an ancient phoenix. It is highly intelligent and incredibly fast. It's Shiner's mount. It usually cultivates in the back mountains of the demon realm, only summoning itself when Shiner goes out. It has an extremely gentle nature. Its strength is also immense, equivalent to a celestial king in the human realm." As if understanding Luo Xingchen's words, the colorful phoenix let out a soft cry, its eyes filled with joy. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words and seeing the joy in the colorful phoenix's eyes, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but marvel. It seemed the existence of spirits in all things was indeed true. Husband, at Kai Feng's speed, we'll reach the Myriad Pill Pavilion in about an incense stick's time. Let's rest there for a while, and Shanur will accompany you to explore the human realm. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Yi Xingchen looked at the tenderness in her eyes, smiled slightly, and said, "All right, I'll listen to my wife. After we're done, we'll take a good look around the human realm." The scene shifts to Tianji City. Dozens of white-haired elders gaze at the dome of the Tianji Hall. Countless stars streak across the sky, twinkling, and the sun and moon revolving. This is Tianji City's clan-protecting artifact, the Tianji Kanchong diagram. At this moment, dozens of white-haired elders at the Immortal Emperor realm are engaged in a heated discussion, each one talking at once, completely lacking the demeanor expected of powerful figures, their faces flushed and necks bulging. A middle-aged man seated atop the heavenly mystery hall watched the scene below with unwavering composure, as if it were nothing new. Suddenly, the man looked up at the heavenly mystery chart, his expression instantly changing. He moved to the center below, and with a slight gesture, the dozens of white-haired elders, their faces flushed and necks red from arguing, fell silent. The man spoke solemnly, "The Emperor Star has manifested, a great era is approaching, the hidden world is about to emerge, and the divine wilderness will undergo a great upheaval." Hearing his words, the dozens of white-haired elders also paled, looking up at the heavenly mystery chart. One of the elders who had been arguing the loudest uttered a soft question, "The Emperor Star has actually manifested. But why is it in the center? Shouldn't it be located in the east of the heavenly mystery chart?" Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone was shocked to discover that the Emperor Star, which should have been in the east, was actually in the center of the heavenly mystery chart. Everyone, including the middle-aged man, lowered their heads, calculating something with their fingers. After a moment, they all looked up in surprise. The middle-aged man, in particular, wore an expression of utter disbelief. This emperor cannot deduce the reason why the imperial star, which should be residing in the east of the celestial map, is now in the center. Could it be that some great emperor is obscuring the secrets of heaven? That's impossible. Even if a great emperor were obscuring the secrets of heaven, how could this emperor not be able to deduce it at all? Could it be the heavenly Tao? Gazing at the celestial mystery chart, the middle-aged man was filled with shock, muttering to himself, "Since the heavenly Tao is obscuring the secrets of heaven, I, the emperor, will see where the imperial star appears." With that, the middle-aged man casually waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of immortal spiritual power that struck the celestial mystery chart. The entire chart instantly transformed. As if the heavens and earth had descended, it magnified instantly, revealing the entire divine wilderness continent before the man's eyes. Looking at the shimmering star radiating a purple imperial aura, the middle-aged man murmured to himself, "It's here. At the boundary between the demon race and the human race. The imperial star appears there. Could it be because of the demon race's auction?" The middle-aged man was none other than the immortal Emperor Wei Tianji, the Lord of Celestial Mystery City, a top-tier power on the Divine Wilderness continent. Celestial Mystery City was renowned throughout the Divine Wilderness for its ability to predict celestial fortune and misfortune. It was rumored that the power behind it was even more formidable, the reclusive holy land of a powerful recluse, Divine Mystery Mountain. Many forces, whether treasure hunting, exploration, or searching for missing persons, would consult Tianji City for divination to predict the fortunes of their journey. Of course, the price wasn't cheap, but Tianji City's divinations were always remarkably accurate, earning the complete trust of the forces throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Suddenly, the entire Tianji sky map emitted beams of divine light, then instantly dimmed, as if struck by some mysterious force, losing its original brilliance. What surprised the people of Tianji City even more was that the location of the Emperor's star was no longer detectable, not even a trace of its aura remained, as if it had never existed. This scene deeply shocked Wei Tianji, who exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being called an imperial star. Unpredictable, undetectable, even its location appeared only for a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace." However, the birth of an imperial star is certain, this emperor is not mistaken. It seems a great era is approaching, and the divine wilderness will undergo a major upheaval. Make the arrangements. 3 days later, this emperor will personally go to the Myriad Pill Pavilion to examine the longevity artifacts auctioned by the demon race, and also to see if we can sense the location of the imperial star. Our heavenly mystery city should prepare in advance. Hearing Wei Tianji's words, the dozens of white-haired elders below immediately bowed in agreement and disappeared. At this moment, Wei Tianji looked up at the heavenly mystery sky map, his eyes gleaming with divine light. He pointed a finger, and a golden light entered the heavenly mystery sky map, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Xingchen, seated atop the colorful phoenix, was suddenly struck by the system's voice. Ding! Someone has detected divination of celestial secrets in the host's location. Does the host wish to activate the concealing celestial secrets function to prevent anyone from detecting you? The system's voice, suddenly appearing in Xingchen's ears, startled him slightly. Someone was actually divination of celestial secrets and calculating his location. Interesting. However, the thought of being watched wherever he went made Xingchen uneasy. He immediately spoke to the system in his mind. System, immediately activate the concealing celestial secrets function. As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The concealing celestial secrets function has been activated. No one can deduce the host's location. If anyone tries to deduce the host, they will suffer a backlash. Hearing the system's words, Xingchen smiled slightly, excitedly thinking, System, I absolutely adore you. You even have this kind of function. Ding! Please remain calm, host. This system is unique in all realms, it possesses every function imaginable. There's no need for surprise. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen was speechless, thinking to himself, this system still has this temper, but I like it. Ha ha. System. The next moment, Xingchen felt the colorful phoenix rapidly descending. Looking up, he saw they had already arrived at the myriad pill pavilion. The colorful phoenix landed steadily, and the two flew down. Luo Xingchen extended her right hand, and the colorful phoenix instantly understood, lowering its head and affectionately nuzzling Luo Xingchen's hand, its eyes filled with joy. All right, you can return to the demon race on your own now. My husband and I will return to the demon race on our own after some time. As if understanding Luo Xingchen's words, the colorful phoenix raised its head and cried out. Its enormous colorful wings spread, transforming into a nine-colored stream of light, soaring straight into the heavens and disappearing. Inside the myriad pills pavilion, the Grand Elder, who had arrived earlier, led all the demon race members to the pavilion's entrance, bowing respectfully to Luo Xingchen and Xingchen. All the demon race members looked at Xingchen with immense admiration. Xingchen smiled and greeted the Grand Elder and the others, stirring excitement in their hearts. Looking at the three-story pavilion before him, and then turning to gaze at the towering buildings in the human territory in the distance, Xingchen frowned slightly. As if sensing the reason for Xingchen's frown, the Grand Elder said in a low voice, Your Majesty, our 10,000 pills pavilion was established too hastily, therefore. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and said, Yes, I understand. However, our demon race is no less capable than the human race in any aspect, and we cannot fall behind in this regard. Moreover, the auction to be held in 7 days will attract all the major powers. This 10,000 pills pavilion is indeed unbecoming of the demon race. Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen and the Grand Elder both frowned simultaneously. Xingchen was right. Compared to the towering buildings of the human race in the distance, the buildings on the demon race's side were indeed rather shabby. Seeing Luo Xingchen's slight frown, Xingchen scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered a huge open space between the human and demon races, bustling with people. He couldn't help but ask, Elder, why are there only a few of us here at the Myriad Pills Pavilion, while there's a bustling crowd not far ahead, with many humans and demons among them? Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen smiled slightly, took Xingchen's hand, and explained. Only after hearing Luo Xingchen's explanation did Xingchen understand the reason. Looking at the Myriad Pills Pavilion, which was only 3 stories high, Xingchen uttered a statement that shocked everyone. Chapter 48 An astonishing move, the power of the heavenly treasure. Hearing Luo Xingchen's explanation, Xingchen finally understood why there was no one else at the Wan Dan Pavilion. It turned out that there was a vast open space between the demon and human races, originally used as a boundary to demarcate their territories. Over time, this vast open space became a trading post for humans and demons, and the population grew rapidly. Because it was close to demon territory, rich in resources at low prices, more and more humans came to purchase them, gradually developing it into a bustling small town. Of course, some humans also ventured into demon territory in search of spiritual herbs, immortal medicines, and various rare and exotic fruits. As long as they didn't enter the core demon territory without permission, the demons wouldn't interfere. This was also why demons could freely enter human territory. Originally, the Wandan Pavilion was always packed with people, with a constant stream of people coming to buy pills. However, due to the Xingchen Palace, no other forces or individuals came to buy pills refined by the demon race, fearing they might offend the Xingchen Palace and be unable to obtain the longevity pill. Since the demon race announced yesterday that they would be auctioning off a divine item that could extend lifespan by 50 years in 7 days, many people wanted to come to the Wandan Pavilion, but were told that they could only come on the day of the auction. Therefore, the Wandan Pavilion is now only frequented by members of the demon race. Knowing this, Xingchen's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to change things. Have all the patriarchs arrived yet? Xingchen asked the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Xingchen's words, the Grand Elder immediately bowed and said, reporting to the Emperor, all the ancestors have arrived and have been hiding deep within the void. They can appear at any time, as long as the Emperor and Empress give the order. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Xingchen smiled slightly and turned to look at Luo Xingchen beside him. He noticed that Luo Xingchen was frowning as she gazed at the distant, indistinct, tall building. An idea struck him, and he took Luo Xingchen's hand, smiling gently at her. Then, looking at the 3-story Wandan Pavilion, he uttered words that shocked everyone around him. Grand Elder, put away all the pills and items in the Wandan Pavilion. This Emperor finds this building an eyesore. Such a building cannot represent the face of the demon race, this Emperor will demolish it. Hearing Xingchen's words, the Grand Elder and the surrounding demon disciples were all greatly alarmed, while Luo Xingchen beside Xingchen wore a smile. Seeing everyone's reactions, Xingchen turned to look at Luo Xingchen, only to find her gazing at him tenderly. He smiled and said, "My husband wants to demolish this Wandan Pavilion, why isn't my wife even slightly shocked?" Hearing her husband's question, Luo Xingchen's smile deepened, and she said softly, "Shan'er trusts my husband. If you want to demolish it, you must have found a way, and it will certainly be a method that won't be laughed at by the major powers of the divine wilderness." At this moment, hearing Luo Xingchen's words, the surrounding demons instantly realized what was happening. That's right, how could they forget who the Emperor is? He's a man they all admire. No matter what, when has the Emperor ever spoken and never failed to deliver? Indeed, the Empress understands the Emperor best. Realizing this, the Grand Elder didn't linger and vanished in a flash. A moment later, the Grand Elder reappeared and bowed to Xingchen, saying, "Emperor, all the items and pills have been stored in the storage ring." "Good, thank you for your hard work, Grand Elder." After Xingchen finished speaking, he casually waved his hand, and a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The myriad pill pavilion, which had just been in front of everyone, vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Xingchen simply stored the myriad pill pavilion in his system space, ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, because he knew that something even more shocking was about to happen. Xingchen turned to Luo Xingchen, smiled gently, and said, "My wife, I'll perform a magic trick for you. Don't be shocked, I'm sure you'll love it." After speaking, Xingchen winked at Luo Xingchen, earning him a roll of her eyes. The next moment, Xingchen directly said to the system, "Use the heavenly crafting treasure." Ding, heavenly crafting treasure in use. Please select a location and name it. Hearing the system's voice, Xingchen pointed in the direction where the Myriad Pills Pavilion had been and said, "Myriad Pills Pavilion." As soon as Xingchen finished speaking, a message entered his mind, complete information about the palace that was about to appear. With a deafening roar, the ground shook, and a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. A magnificent golden palace rose from the ground, with dragons coiling around it and phoenixes soaring, emanating a faint pressure. The palace, approximately 9 stories high and covering a vast area, shimmered with golden light. Above, the 3 large golden characters of Wandan Zhe, Myriad Pill Pavilion, on the plaque above emitted rays of golden light, surrounded by golden clouds, exuding an ever-present power. It seemed as if the laws of the great Tao were inscribed upon it, carrying boundless might. Xingchen looked at the magnificent palace before him, smiled slightly, and nodded in satisfaction. Recalling the information that had just entered his mind, he was even more pleased. As expected of a system product, all the facilities were fully equipped. The 9th floor was especially luxuriously decorated. Xingchen immediately made a decision. The 9th floor would be his and his wife's residence, not open to the public. Only with such a Wandan could one be worthy of the demon race's status. Luo Xingchen and the other demons, seeing the sudden scene, gaped, their eyes wide with shock. Although they were somewhat used to the Emperor's occasional surprises, this time, it truly exceeded their comprehension. With a casual point and a shout, a new and magnificent Wandan pavilion appeared. Who wouldn't be astonished? Turning to look at the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xingchen smiled slightly and said to Luo Xingchen, "Wife, do you like it?" Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen finally came to her senses. Her beautiful face flushed red, and she excitedly threw herself into Xingchen's arms, exclaiming with immense joy, "Shanur loves it. My husband always surprises us." Seeing the Empress and the Emperor's intimate display, the demons all smiled, seemingly forgetting their earlier shock. Seeing everyone's reaction, Luo Xingchen shyly rose from Xingchen's embrace, giving her husband a charmingly playful glare. Xingchen, watching the approaching figures, addressed the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, the commotion here must have attracted attention. Take some men and explain the situation. Furthermore, this Wandan pavilion has 9 floors. The 9th floor is not open to the public. Have clansmen guard it as a resting place for the Emperor and Empress. The 8th floor will be a resting place for the demons. Grand Elder, arrange it as you see fit. All facilities and items are already provided. Once you are familiar with it, begin preparations for the auction. If any forces from the divine wilderness arrive early, Grand Elder, you can arrange for them to enter the Wandan pavilion." Then Xingchen's aura shifted, a terrifying and domineering presence rising within him as he addressed all the demon race members. "Remember, we demon race disciples will never be bullied, nor will we bow to any power. Of course, we will not bully others. If anyone deliberately causes trouble, suppress them directly. Don't be afraid of offending any power. If anything happens, this Emperor will stand up for you." After speaking, Xingchen led Luo Qing directly into the myriad pill pavilion. Upon hearing Xingchen's words, all the demon race members were filled with immense excitement, their eyes blazing with fervent light. This was truly their demon race's emperor, domineering yet mysterious. Meanwhile, the demon race's patriarchs, hidden in the void, watched the astonishing changes. Below, hearing Xingchen's incredibly domineering words, their eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. The great emperor's vision was indeed far superior to theirs. With such an emperor, the demon race would surely recreate its ancient glory. Chapter 49 Tender Affection. The beauty of Luo Xingchen at this moment, the demon ancestor, hidden in the void, watched the astonishing changes below. Hearing Xingchen's domineering words, his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. The great emperor ancestor's vision was indeed far superior to theirs. Just as the great emperor ancestor said, the ancient glory of the demon race would surely blossom in Xingchen. If any person or force dared to maliciously provoke them at this auction, it would be the time for the demon race to reveal its strength. The scene shifts to the Myriad Pills Pavilion. Luo Xingchen looked at the vast space within the Myriad Pills Pavilion with delight. The entire Myriad Pills Pavilion had a huge platform in the center, perfectly suited for hosting the auction. Surrounding it were halls and private rooms, allowing guests to choose according to their needs. The two arrived at the 9th floor, where the scene that greeted them brought Luo Xingchen even greater joy. The entire 9th floor was a single, unified space, its interior grand and luxurious, yet lush and verdant, creating a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. It included a study, bedroom, living room, and kitchen. At first glance, Luo Xingchen fell in love. Seeing Luo Xingchen's happy expression, Xingchen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the system had pre-loaded information about the Myriad Pill Pavilion into my mind, seeing the actual room is truly even more breathtaking. Suddenly, Luo Xingchen exclaimed with delight. Husband, come and see. It's so beautiful, so incredibly beautiful." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen smiled helplessly and shook his head slightly. This was probably his wife's most authentic side. Only in front of him would she reveal her true self. For so many years, for the sake of the demon race, Luo Xingchen had dedicated everything to them, abandoning everything she loved. Following the sound, Xingchen arrived at the living room. A huge balcony came into view. Looking at Luo Xingchen's genuine smile, Xingchen secretly vowed never to let anyone tarnish that beautiful smile. "Husband, come and see. From here we can see the human territory and the town not far away. I never imagined that after so many years, this place would become so prosperous. The scenery even seems to have become so much more beautiful." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen came up behind her, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and said softly, "It is beautiful, but my wife is even more beautiful." Hearing her husband's words, Luo Xingchen was secretly delighted. Her beautiful face instantly flushed red. She looked up at Xingchen charmingly and said shyly, "Only my husband can see my beauty." At this moment, Luo Xingchen's words were more effective than any sweet talk, almost turning Xingchen into a wolf. Sensing her husband's change, Luo Xingchen exclaimed in surprise and shyly slipped away. Luo Xingchen's voice drifted through the air. "Husband, I'm going to speak with the Grand Elder about the things we need to be careful about these next few days. Later, we'll go for a stroll in the town ahead." Before leaving, she gave Xingchen a fierce glare, her eyes filled with tenderness but no anger. Watching his wife shyly run away, Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes brimming with doting affection. Watching the departing crowd below the Myriad Pills Pavilion, Xingchen scanned the area with his divine sense, and the voices of everyone appeared in his mind. The scene shifted. Below the Myriad Pills Pavilion, the Grand Elder was speaking to a group of onlookers. Hearing his words, the onlookers slowly dispersed. Some of these people had come to town to do business and earn spirit stones, while others were spies from various factions checking if any other forces were participating in the auction in the demon realm, and still others had come to explore the demon realm to gather spiritual herbs and elixirs. These people kept turning back, their eyes filled with shock, discussing as they walked. "Did you see that? The demon race is becoming increasingly mysterious." Almost instantly, a magnificent palace rose from the ground. Who could believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? That's right. And Wan Qinli even said that this Wan Dan pavilion was a gift from a powerful figure in their demon race. Did you notice? The three large characters, Wan Dan pavilion, on the plaque faintly emanate a terrifying pressure. This Wan Dan pavilion is at least a celestial treasure. Indeed, recently the demon race has frequently experienced strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Moreover, I heard that a while ago, the Empress's wedding was celebrated, and even the great Tao himself offered his congratulations. Those who witnessed it said that the laws of the great Tao descended, heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and various other celestial phenomena lasted for an hour. That's true. I was nearby at the time, and I still remember that scene vividly. It's a bit of a pity though. A young man turned back to look at the magnificent Wan Dan pavilion and spoke up. Yes, such a scene is a once-in-a-millennium event. It's said that those who witness it can feel the power of the great Tao's laws from afar, deepening their understanding of those laws. But what you say is a pity. A middle-aged man beside him continued, after hearing the young man's words. Haven't you heard? Now, throughout the entire Divine Wilderness continent, who doesn't know that the Demon Empress, the #1 beauty on the Divine Wilderness continent's beauty ranking, Luo Xingchen, has a husband who is merely a human with a cultivation level of only the innate realm. This has made Luo Xingchen a laughingstock throughout the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Moreover, many human prodigies who once pursued the Demon Empress have even declared they'd teach him a lesson. It's said that many forces are secretly investigating the true identity of the Demon Empress's husband. The young man, hearing the middle-aged man's question, spoke with a hint of jealousy. Such a momentous event has already shaken the entire Divine Wilderness. There must be very few who haven't heard of it. But since someone has caught the Empress's eye, and even the great Tao itself offered its congratulations, they must have an extraordinary background. The claim that their strength is only at the innate realm is probably just a rumor. Another man, his eyes gleaming, spoke to the young man and the middle-aged man. Hee, you don't know this. A friend of mine is a disciple of the Zhantian sect. He said it himself, based on his own observation. He heard this young man is extremely handsome, and his temperament is extraordinary. Perhaps that's why the Demon Empress took a liking to him. The young man who had spoken first said mysteriously. No way. The Demon Empress is no ordinary person. All the human prodigies who pursued her were handsome, possessed extraordinary bearing, and had powerful backing. If she chose this man, there must be something we don't know. Another man, overhearing the group's conversation, whispered in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the group fell silent. Indeed, there must be something they didn't know. The Demon Clan was becoming increasingly mysterious. Just a few days ago, they suddenly started selling first-grade pills, with quality comparable to the second-grade pills of the Xingchen Palace, but at a much lower price, attracting countless human forces. If the Xingchen Palace hadn't issued a decree allowing any force to refine longevity pills, on the condition that they could no longer purchase Demon Clan pills, who knows how popular those pills would be. Yesterday, news spread that the Demon Clan possessed a divine artifact capable of extending lifespan by 50 years, causing a sensation throughout the entire divine wilderness. All of this happened so suddenly, making them realize that the demon race was becoming increasingly mysterious. A group of people turned around, looking back at the Golden Palace, their eyes filled with curiosity as they discussed amongst themselves, before slowly disappearing from sight. At this moment, Xingchen, sitting on the 9th floor of the Wandan Pavilion, listened to the voices of those leaving below and smiled helplessly. No matter the world, gossip was always a favorite topic of discussion. However, Xingchen knew one thing for sure. Those so-called prodigies should never provoke him. Otherwise, Xingchen didn't care which faction those prodigies belonged to, he would slap them all to death. Just as he was thinking this, Luo Xingchen's gentle voice came from behind. Husband, everything is arranged. It's still early, let's go for a stroll in the town ahead. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen turned around, his eyes filled with amazement. At this moment, Luo Xingchen wore a white veil and a long red palace dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, making her even more alluring and captivating. At this moment, Luo Xingchen's beauty was like that of a goddess descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. Chapter 58 Trip Together, Tianbao Hall. Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen turned to look at her, slightly stunned, his eyes widening in amazement. Luo Xingchen wore a white veil and a long red palace dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, making her even more alluring. Luo Xingchen's beauty was like that of a goddess descended from heaven, breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing the amazement in her husband's eyes, Luo Xingchen was secretly delighted. She smiled charmingly and said, "Husband, what's wrong? Let's go." Hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Xingchen stood up and went to her side, taking her hand and softly saying, "My wife, you are so beautiful." Feeling the love in Xingchen's heart, Luo Xingchen smiled charmingly, gave him a playful glare, and pulled his arm. The two chatted and laughed as they went downstairs, preparing to stroll around the town ahead. All the demons bowed respectfully upon seeing the two. The Grand Elder, who was also inspecting the entire layout of the Myriad Pill Pavilion with his entourage, immediately bowed to Luo Xingchen and Xingchen as they descended the stairs. Xingchen smiled slightly and said to the Grand Elder, "Grand Elder, no need for formalities. The Divine Wilderness forces are extremely interested in this Emperor, and I don't want to be constantly watched. Issue my decree. From now on, in the Myriad Pill Pavilion, including human territories, upon seeing this Emperor, there is no need to bow. Just pretend you don't know me." Hearing Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen smiled helplessly. She knew her husband's personality all too well. At this moment, upon hearing Xingchen's words, the Grand Elder immediately bowed and said, "I will obey the Emperor's decree immediately." Easily helping the Grand Elder up, and seeing the busy figures of the surrounding demon disciples, Xingchen casually waved his hand, and hundreds of bottles of top-grade divine wine appeared before the Grand Elder. The next few days will be very busy. Distribute these 100 bottles of top-grade divine wine as a reward for the disciples. Seeing the suddenly appearing 100 bottles of top-grade divine wine, the surrounding demon disciples all showed burning desire in their eyes. They had all tasted this wine and knew its benefits. Therefore, seeing Xingchen take out the top-grade divine wine, they were all excited, their eyes filled with fervor. Looking at the 100 bottles of top-grade divine wine before him, the Grand Elder also sighed inwardly. No wonder the Emperor's prestige among the demons was so high. even more respected than the Empress. There was a reason for it. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I thank you on their behalf." As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, all the demon disciples bowed to Xingchen, saying, "Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty." Xingchen smiled and gestured for everyone to rise. Then, he took Luo Qingxin's hand and walked towards the distant town. Luo Qingxin looked at her smiling husband, her eyes filled with tenderness. And all the demons, watching Xingchen slowly disappear, felt their admiration deepen. Luo Qingxin and Xingchen didn't fly at high speed, but leisurely enjoyed the scenery along the way, chatting and laughing as they arrived at a bustling trading town. As expected of the largest trading place between humans and demons, it was lively and bustling with people, not at all the chaotic and dirty place Xingchen had imagined. Stalls stretched along both sides of the street, their dazzling array of goods overwhelming the eye. Among them were spiritual herbs and immortal plants, secret treasures and divine weapons, celestial stones, treasure maps, and more, accompanied by a constant cacophony of hawkers' cries. Of course, many of the items on these stalls were a mix of genuine and counterfeit, entirely dependent on the individual's discerning eye. Unlike the grand shops further ahead, where the items, though more expensive, were guaranteed authentic. Along the way, Luo Qingxin and Xingchen became the center of attention. Especially Luo Qingxin, though veiled, her perfect bearing and the aura of authority she exuded drew frequent glances from many. Many members of the demon race, though unable to see Luo Qingxin's face clearly, recognized Xingchen's smiling face and transcendent aura instantly. It was their emperor. Then the woman beside him, radiating unparalleled beauty, must be their empress. As the many demons approached Xingchen to bow, his gentle voice echoed in their minds. "No need for formalities, everyone. Go about your business. This emperor and empress have nothing to do, we just came to browse and don't want to be disturbed." The emperor's gentle voice suddenly resonated in their minds, causing the demons to instantly stop what they were doing. Watching the emperor walk past with a smile, the demons exchanged glances, packed up their stalls, and silently followed Xingchen and Luo Qingxin, subtly protecting them in the center. Seeing this, Xingchen turned to look at Luo Qingxin, only to find her smiling slightly and then casually waving. The demons surrounding the couple, seeing Luo Qingxin's gesture, seemed to understand instantly, returning to their respective stalls and no longer following them. Then a figure appeared, carrying the Grand Elder's order. He whispered something to the demons who had been there, and they quickly dispersed. In a short while, all the demons in the entire trading area received the Grand Elder's order. Anyone who saw the Emperor and Empress should pretend not to know them. There was no need to bow or pay respects. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxin and Xingchen arrived at a shop called Tianbao Hall. The shop's exterior was uniquely decorated, instantly catching Luo Qingxin's eye. Like a charming young woman, she cheerfully pulled Xingchen inside. Tianbao Hall wasn't crowded, but the goods inside were far more plentiful than those at the outside stalls. Various immortal herbs, elixirs, immortal weapons, and secret treasures, all of much higher quality than those on the outside. Both women possessed extraordinary bearing, especially Luo Qingxin, who wore a veil, instantly attracting the attention of many young men. When they realized Xingchen was only at the innate realm, their eyes lit up. He wanted to approach Luo Qingxin to get to know her, but upon seeing the aura of authority that unintentionally emanated from her, he instantly fell silent. In the past few days, various powerful forces have been arriving at the trading post. Although they haven't stayed at the Wandan Pavilion, they have settled in the human territory. Occasionally, disciples from major forces will come to the trading post to visit and purchase goods. Although Luo Qingxin possessed an ethereal beauty, the aura she exuded was extraordinary, and her cultivation level was unfathomable. She was clearly no ordinary person. They didn't want to inadvertently offend a disciple of a powerful force. In the end, they would be the ones to suffer. Some flowers may look beautiful, but they are not to be touched casually. Suddenly, a charming voice rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone turned to look in its direction. "Young Master Leng, Zui Rao likes this headdress. Would you buy it for Zui Rao, please?" At this moment, a woman in a pink gauze dress, with an extremely alluring appearance, was pulling at a young man with a wicked expression, speaking to him coquettishly. The woman had a fiery figure, exuding charm and allure, especially her lips, which were luscious and slightly upturned. instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the Tianbao hall. Regardless of age, all eyes were fixed on the alluring woman, their eyes burning with desire. The young man, a wicked smile playing on his lips, looked at the alluring woman's coquettish expression. He reached out and examined her slender waist, saying, "Since Zui Rao likes it so much, and it can make a beauty smile, this young master will buy it and give it to Zui Rao." He then raised his other hand and gently lifted the woman's chin, his smile wicked as he spoke. "You're so annoying." Seeing the man's action, the woman named Zui Rao said coquettishly. This coquettishness only made the wicked man laugh even more unrestrainedly. Xingchen glanced at her only once before pulling Luo Xingchen towards the nearby counter. He had absolutely no interest in such a woman, it was best to avoid her. "Excuse me, I've taken a liking to this headdress. Please look at other pieces." Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out, causing everyone to turn and look in the direction of the voice.